Hello everyone, it's me, Akuma Diablo here, formerly known as Specos1000. As you can see, I changed my YouTube channel name to Akuma Diablo. It just makes more sense for me. And here's my end of school year special. Now, on my other channel, Akuma Diablo Region Extras, there is a one-shot that is slightly modified for this video. I did my best to transcribe all of it and write it all down to the story, going for as best as I can. And I even used my own art for some of the character profiles. So, I hope y'all enjoy this video, and might go over there and watch the other video. But I hope y'all enjoy for this video. So let's roll intro and get into it. Let's go. Like and subscribe if you enjoy this video. The last moments of Nana Shimura's life were quickly fading from her eyes. She was looking around, panic. So she was like thinking, so this is how I go out. Well, if I'm going out, I'm taking AFO with me. She rushed towards AFO after pushing Toshinori back, but not hearing that he said, finally the bitch is dead. She rushed forward to AFO and plunged her fist directly into his face, but he blocked and grabbed her fist and slammed her into the ground face first. Then he stepped on her head with a strength enhancement and crushed it flat, splitting it open and spraying blood, brain matter, and gore everywhere. He laughed as he did this. And then he left through a portal. AFO survived this fight. Nana didn't. Nana's life quickly fading from her. She was wishing that she had more power to control. She wished she had the ability to control air. She had the ability to fly. She could actually save people. She was immortal. She could not fully die by normal circumstances. These wishes eventually led to her hearing a voice saying, "Acknowledgement accepted. Now reincarnated. User, Nana Shimura." When Nana woke up next, she found herself in a new body that heavily resembled her old one. Still in her hero costume that was actually somehow fully mended and back to normal. She got up and looked around, and she saw that she was in a new place. This new place, she did not know. She got up, and she saw people sitting around her, chanting something. Someone with blue hair, walked over and introduced themselves as Rimuru Tempest. "Hello, my name is Rimuru Tempest, and you are Nana Shimura, correct?" Nana said, "Yes. Why do I feel like I know you?" "Well, it's because I'm actually the reincarnation of, well, in a way, of Satoru Mikami." Satoru Mikami. As in the first person with a quirk? Yeah, that Satoru Mikami. Turns out, after Satoru Mikami told his best friend, your great-great-grandfather, exactly what happened to him, he gained the ability to actually, and his family, to actually sense if a family member of said group is traveling dimensions. And Satoru Mikami was brought back to life by me. People would just think his quirk, this is his first ever quirk activation, it was return. But that is wrong. That was me reincarnating him. And, CL, my partner, she released some magicules into the air, which modified them, for the record. And this was the reason why quirks exist. quirks mutated the human genome, causing it to turn into the quirk factor you know of today. Nana was having a hard time processing all this. She was just thinking, what? Magic kills? What is going on? Eventually, when she was finished processing, she looked up to Reamer and said, "What are Magicals?" Reamer said, "Magicals are, well, how do you say this? They're pretty much molecules that make up magical creatures." Nana says, "So what are you then? You look like you're a human." Reamer says, "Not by a long shot. I'm a god." Nana says, "What are you talking about?" The old ruler of this world was known as Vodanava, and I surpassed him while having to fight off some very powerful opponents. And I can sense that your world is going to be in danger in the future. What do you mean, in danger in the future? Said Najimura. You see, the person I fought that required some of the most effort was Yuki. His ultimate skill, it's hard to describe how much of a pain it is, pretty much allows him to steal any ability or power he wants, as long as he has a stronger will than the person, or they don't have an ultimate skill. What do you mean by ultimate skills? An ultimate skill is the most powerful form of a skill in this world. Think of skills like powers. Like, from what I'm guessing, your quirk. A float, correct? Yes. How do you know about quirks? Oh, wait, never mind, I remember now. You are the cause of quirks. CL is. I've heard you mention that name before. Who is CL? CL appeared right beside Rimuru. That is me. I'm one of Rimuru's wives. Wives? Replied Nana. Rimuru, blushing. CL, how many times do I have to tell you to quit doing that when I'm introducing myself to new people? I have to seem like I know what I'm doing. Oh, love, we all know you don't know what you're doing. Oh, boy. This is CL, my first wife. She is the reason why I'm able to know this stuff. Wait, so you're the one who caused quirks to exist? Yes, I am, honey. I am Amanas. Amanas is a artificial spirit created by an evolved ultimate skill that has sentience. Another example of myself is like Michael. A best way to describe it is, think of it like an artificial intelligence that rapidly evolves. So you're pretty much like an artificial intelligence that started off as a weaker, but over time has gained more and more intelligence up to the point that you've gained your own personality? Nana said, puzzled. Yes, exactly like that. And as for Rimuru here, I'm a slime. You what? Nana replied. I played games, but I never heard of a slime in a video game or in a fantasy world of being able to be turned into a human. Nana said. Well, the best way to put it is, I was reincarnated as a slime, and over time I gained, when I was dying, I wished I went on the prowl for women. And what you got us? Well, someone with a pink hair said, Malim Nava! Yes, honey? Shouted Malim. I will play with you later. Yay! Malim said before running out of the room. Your other wife? One of many. Are they all annoying? Nana said. No, they're all very lovable, but when you spend too much time with them, they can make you go a little cuckoo. Yeah, I can see that. Well, I gotta go, said Ciel. She then disappeared again. Where does Cecile even go? She is magic tools and she uses a body double of myself. So, she literally just goes back into me. That sounds kind of wrong when you think about it. Yes, I can agree. Now, where was I? You were saying you're a slime. Yeah, well, after that, when I was dying, I wished I didn't need a body that needed blood. So I gained the body of a slime. Followed up by wishing for going on the prowl for women, much the voice of the world, misunderstood, and gave me the unique skill Predator. And it also gave me the unique skill Great Sage. After I died a 40-year-old virgin, I said. So I'm like so you age sages are usually like 35, and I'm like 40. So I became a great. So that doesn't make me a great sage, which I got that. When I became a demon lord, however, I gained the ultimate skills of Beelzebub, which evolved from Gluttony. What about Predator? Predator evolved into Gluttony after I defeated the Orc Lord. A, Demon Lord seed, if you would. And what were, you said ultimate skills, so you only had 2? No, I had 4. One was Summon Storm Dragon, which is me, said someone with blonde hair and tan brown skin. Valdora, how many times are you going to mess with me? You know what? Go play with your niece until I'm done. Last time we played together, she nearly killed me. Then I'll go get Velzard. Okay, I'm gonna go play with Malim, said Valdor before running off. What on earth is going on around here? Reamer explained further on about how he is the reincarnation of Cyber Megami in more in depth, and how he also had another ultimate unique skill, Covenant Lord, or Lord of Vows, Uriel, which he then later evolved into a True Dragon, after evolving into a Demon Lord or a Demon Slime, and then evolving into a surpassing deity, which surpassed Veldanava, which he is right now. Now we fast forward to a few hundred years into the future. Well, a few years into the future, anyways. Into the world of MHA. Around 50. No, not 50. Around 30 years have passed since Nana Shimura's death. Toshinori Yagi, aka All Might, became the number 1 hero. He had a son. He also had a loving wife. But people think that it was an all very happy family. But little do they know, Izuku's life wasn't that happy. In fact, he only had a few people who truly cared for him. Izuku Midoriya was at the age of 14. He ran away from home, running out of the building, screaming for help. Eventually, he ran into his uncle, the one of the few people who cared about him, named Shota Aizawa. Shota soon comforted the boy and said, Whoa, Izuku, what's going on? Dad, he killed my mom. The situation was very tense. Shota was eyes widened. He said, he did what? He then scanned over Izuku looking for scratches, and he found more than he would like to see. Izuku, what have you been going through all these years? All Might, Toshi, my father, an arsehole if you would, abused me. My person that cared for me was my mother. When he saw that her healing me one day, he snapped and killed me. Killed her. But for some reason, when he harmed me, I thought I died for a split second. And I saw someone with blue hair. Blue hair? I've heard of this before. Okay, let's get you going. Let's get you to my house. Shota lifted up by Zuko. So help me, Toshi. In the future, I am going to end you and your career. He picked up Izuku and ran back to home. After running back home, Izuku furthermore explained about his situation. He only had a handful of friends at school. Some people named Momoyao Rozu, Hitoshi Shinzo, Dean Kaminari, Ibra Shiozi, Nejire Hado, Toga Himiko, Kyle Kajiro, Tamaki Amajiki, Mario Togata, and a handful more. Shota was happy that he made friends, but he asked, what about Katsuki Bakugo? At this name, Izuku flinched. He also harmed me, Izuku said, removing his shirt down a little, revealing a burn mark on his shoulder. Katsuki, I'm going to roast you alive, Shota said, not knowing he said this out loud. They then saw a portal open behind them. Shota got into a fighting stance, and Izuku ran behind a corner and hid. Shota Aizawa, I assume. Yes, and who is it to you? I am Rimmer Tempest, and I am guessing you've met my great-great-great-grandson, Izuku Midoriya. Am I correct? Izuku peered his head out from behind the wall and said, how do you know my name? And how do you know I am your great-great-great-grandson? Well, let's get to your house so I can actually explain things more thoroughly, shall we? They then traveled to Shota's home, and Nemure was there, along with Hisashi and Emi. Emi was married to, upon questioning, Shota revealed that he is married to Miss Joke, aka Emi. Rimuru sat down on a chair and said, well, I am Sato Megami. Izuku said, you're the first person with a quirk, but you don't even look anything like him. What is with that? Rimuru said, well, the fastest thing. I'm also not Sato Megami. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I am the reincarnation of Sato Megami. So they were right, Shota said. Who are you talking about, babe? Said Hisashi. Not in front of Izuku. Zawa, why do you call you babe? Ah, great. Rimuru said, well, how do you say this? Aizawa and Emi might be married, and Hisashi and Nemure might be married, but both couples, how do you say this? They freak each other's brains out. Izuku. So y'all are single couples, huh? Hisashi looked over to Nemure and both blushed. Yep, yes we are. Oh boy, this is gonna get hilarious. Okay. So, Rimuru was it, correct? Said Emi. What exactly are you? I'm a slime that was the reincarnation of Saguro Megami. Gained a name by Valdor the Storm Dragon. Then evolved into a named slime. Later on, I became more and more powerful, eventually becoming a demon lord. I hope you're not evil, said Aizawa. Oh, unless you hurt one of my family members, attacked my nation, killed my innocent civilians, or done numerous of other things, I am perfectly fine, Rumor said with a smile. Oh, great. I'm guessing you were a handful. Wait, you're citizens? I run a nation. Oh, yikes. Oh, trust me, it is. Yikes. Well, I'm guessing, Izuku, that... Well, like I was saying, before I ask Izuku a question, I evolved into a true dragon, pretty much the highest tier you can get, but I surpassed the limits of the world and became a surpassing deity, surpassing the creator of that world. Valdora... Valdenavo, correct? Izuku said. How do you know that name? Rimuru said. It just feels like I know that guy. Rimuru looked him over and said, You've got a powerful soul. What do you mean? Have you ever experienced unnatural strength or agility in times of crises? Rimuru asked. Yes, I have. A handful of times, actually. Well, I'm pretty sure that is due to you not fully being human. What do you mean? Rimuru asked. Well, for some reason, when I reincarnated Sagaru Megumi, he became he became a sage. Half spiritual, half physical. And this boosted his own physical abilities. And from the analyzation I just gave, you aren't a sage. You are a human, but you also aren't at the same time. Izuku said, Can I not be human? What do you mean, Izuku? Nemuri said. I just don't want to be related to All Might anymore. Due to my magic skills, I can do this. Are you sure? Rimuru said after thinking it over. Yes, I do. Okay, Izuku Midoriya. No more. You are now Izuku Aizawa Tempest. Izuku then had a blue light engulf him, and he then lifted up into the air, and then dropped back down. Changed differently. He looked up, and he saw multiple other people in the room. What happened? Where am I? He was in a different room of the house. Matter of fact, he wasn't even in Aizawa's house. We are at my base of operations. I've been in this world for a few months already. This is everyone that have come along with me for a, supposed vacation, which it kind of is. He looked around and he saw that people like Nemure, Hizashi, Emi, and of course, someone he refers to as father, Shota, were not fully human anymore. Izuku said, Did you name them as well? Yes, I did. Izuku looked over the crowd, and he saw one person that caught his eye. Nana Shimura, how are you alive? Nana walked over and said, Well, I got reincarnated, and got summoned into Rimuru's world, and he explained everything to me about what would happen. Izuku, you are the only person who can save this world, and you are going to need a team and a lot of training. Rimuru walked over and said, Well, I was right. You also have the ability to choose 2 unique skills. Unique skills? Nah popped up and said, Unique skills are a upgrade between intrinsic skills, which could be evolved into common skills, which are magnitudes weaker than extra skills, something like Ultra Regeneration, which you have. Then unique skills are very powerful in the fact that they are unique to the user. And from what Reamer said, you can have 2. And to correct my statement, you can have 2 unique skills that are ultimate skill level. I'm guessing ultimate skill is the tier above unique. You are correct there, Zuko. Okay. So, I wish I had... Well, I love to analyze stuff. And some type of devourer of knowledge would be awesome. Rimuru then heard a voice in his head saying, "Knowledge accepted. Hello, I am Devora. What is going on? Note you have one more wish remaining. What would your other skill be?" Some type of power that would be a very good defense and a very good offense. Possibly like something that can absorb kinetic energy and convert it to, what was the term? That convert into magic heals, correct? Yeah, whatever energy is needed to actually use magic. Knowledge accepted and analyzation done. You now have the other unique skill of power armor. You are a hybrid and have a dragonoid, demonoid, cryptid, insectar, and Kijin. Izuku looked around and saw... Okay, remember what is going on in my head? Turns out you have to take after me and you've gained a unique skill that has intelligence. In one of Izuku's eyes, Jin shifted into a dark blue color. I am Devora, aka Devourer of Knowledge. And hello, Rimuru and CL. Izuku's eye then shifted back to green. Okay, that was weird. I can agree with you there, Izuku. Thanks. For now, I'll just go by Izuku Aizawa. Okay, you're going to reveal your last name later on? You are right, Emmy. I am. Okay, so Izuku Aizawa said a few months later, you have successfully mastered both of your unique skills and have absorbed pretty much every other ability and copied them and copied the battle knowledge of every single person here. You are a beast, said Aizawa. Yeah, right, Aizawa. I can still not kick your butt. Oh, you were just holding back. I could tell you that much. Yeah, you're right. Oh boy. One of Rimuru's wives, named Shin'en, walked into the room. Oh boy, how many times do I have to tell you boys to actually stop training so much? Here's something to eat. Izuku looked at the food and said, no thanks, Auntie Shin'en. I'm full, I ate earlier. No, mention that food looks horrific. It looks like I could die from that. And I am a spiritual being. Shin'en looked over to Aizawa. Are you gonna eat anything? Aizawa said, honestly, our cooking is terrible. Shin'en's starting to tear up. I just want to make y'all happy. She cried right out of the room. Malim walked over and, more like skipping, said, you really hurt Shin'en's feelings. Malim, Izuku said, you complain about her cooking too. Yeah, but I only complain about it to y'all too. And if I complain about it to anyone else, they will tell Shin'en, including Diablo. And that dude's scary. Says the woman who can wipe continents off the face of the earth by clapping her hands together. Reimer can do it without even looking. Ah! Said Aizawa. Okay, Shuna said, walking into the room. Izuku-sama, how's your training coming along? Thanks a lot. My training's coming along relatively well. It's just that some of them are a little bit of a pain. Oh, shut up, kid, Aizawa said. Okay, y'all really need to calm down. Oh, shut up, Izuku said to Hisashi, walking into the room. You want me to shut up? He said as he screeched. Unique skill Screecher, Shuna said. It's been a while since you actually used that up your sleeve. Izuku shifted his arms into some armor and tanked the hit. He said, Really, Uncle? You can't even actually harm me, you know it. You are a bloody Pharaoh, and you can't even harm someone who's about as strong as, 12 patrons. Nemuri walked in and said, Yeah, that's true. Nemuri, did you evolve again? Yes, I did. Oh, man, you really want to look more hot than usual, Aizawa said. I have to bloody agree, said Hisashi, who had walked over to Aizawa's side. Boys, I heard that. Now, y'all aren't gonna live on legs for much longer today. She walked over to them and used her hair to wrap them up. She then dragged him out of the room. Izuku said, Well, I repeat their ability to walk. Shino said, And I usually can't walk after doing it with Reimer around. Auntie Shuna, you? I don't need to know that much. But not my fault Reimer's good in bed. Oh boy, today's gonna be a very long day. Izuku then walked into Reimer's room. Ay, caramba. Hey Reimer, you got any sake? Reimer looked over to Izuku. You're what? How old now? 15? Yeah? What's the legal drinking age? 20? Yeah, you can't drink yet. But I'm ageless. Technically you're 15 in this world, but technically for us you're ageless. And so is your family members. Yeah, don't remind me. They can be pains in the butts, but you're going to love them. They're going to be with you for a while. I can agree with you there. Fast forward to the next day, Izuku walked out of his room, followed behind his brother, who turns out to be the biological son of both Nemure and Shota, one of the only child actually, who was a product of the swinger couples of Shota Aizawa and Emi Aizawa, as well as Hisashi Yamada and Nemure Yamada. And Emi walked out of the next door room, looked over to the bed. Why do y'all have bags under your eyes? On that cue, immediately afterwards, Nemuri walked out of the bedroom about 2 doors down, perfectly fine, whereas both Shota and Hisashi were limping out of the room. Emi said, I missed the fun. Nemuri walked over and said, I can make you have some fun too tomorrow. She said, how about tonight? Aizawa, you're gonna stop your wife? Aizawa said, I do not got the energy from last night. Izuku glanced over at him and said, Oh, please, we all know you have plenty of energy for 500 more rounds. And keep it down next time! Oh, shut up, kid. Oh, and Dad, quit faking that limp. We all know that you have regenerated by now. You're perfectly fine. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You're all right. You've got to be kidding me. Aizawa got it perfectly fine, walked over into the kitchen, grabbed a bottle out of the refrigerator, and started chugging it. Izuku walked in and said, "You gotta be kidding me, you're drinking vodka at 3 in the morning!" He says, "Yeah, I need some coffee too!" "Wait, it's 3 in the morning?" Namori said, pulling up her sleeve to reveal her watch. "Oh, it is. Huh. I'm going back to bed." She pulled Emmy into the room. Emmy was smiling like a maniac. Izuku said, "There's not enough rooms in this house. You know what? I'm going to my own room. I'm going to my pocket dimension," he said before disappearing. He said, "Brother, wait for me!" said Hitoshi. "Ay, caramba," Izuku said while lighting up his own dimension. "Hey, where are we exactly?" Hitoshi said. We're just, we're in my own dimension." "How many times have you gone in here?" "Not enough. I've only gotten a handful of weaponry." They started to walk around when they saw a memory of Zuku walking in on Hisashi, Emmy, Aizawa, and Nemuri all going to town on each other. "Ah!" Izuku said before grabbing and chunking into the further into the darkness. "What was that? I need mind bleach now!" "Oh, shut up, Hitoshi. We all know you have an ultimate skill for the mind." You're right. I hate you so bloody much for that." Yeah. Screw you," Izuku said, giving him the finger. "Why, you little..." They started to spar each other over and over again. Izuku then pulled up time after 2 hours of sparring and looked at the time and said, "Oh, frick, it's 5:30! It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes! Hitoshi, you ready to go?" Hitoshi got up and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine." "Oh, Hitoshi, quit that act. We all know your regeneration keeps up with mine. Keeps up with my hits. You're the only person I can actually really spar with besides Rimmer, who's always busy." Yeah, don't forget, he's also having to deal with some body doubles in his world. Yeah, don't remind me. Don't they have body doubles of CL in there too? Yeah, don't ask me why he has to deal with them. True, I'm gonna go ask Rimmer about that later. You do you, brother. You do you. After Izuku opened the portal, him and Hitoshi walked into the living room where he saw Namori perfectly fine. Emmy was laying on her lap, just smiling. Aizawa and Hisashi were both somehow more exhausted already. "I am guessing she got to y'all later?" "You have no clue," Aizawa said. I cannot feel my legs! "Oh, please, Dad. We all know you can," Hitoshi said before smashing Hisashi over the head. "You're Aizawa's son!" "Oh, please. Yeah, he may be my biological dad, but you're my adoptive." "Oh, you've gotta quit bringing that up, dude." Yeah. But I'm not. You are one pain in the butt. You know that, right? Yes, I do. So, can I go now? Yeah, we You've got to go to school anyways. Come on, Hitoshi, Izuku said. He said, opening the door. Hitoshi then ran over and kicked down the door. Rimuru walked over and said, I was looking forward to replacing that door anyways. Thank you. Diablo walked over and behind him and said, if it wasn't for Master Rimuru, I would have ended y'all right now. Oh, please, Diablo, Izuku said. We both know I can beat you any day of the week. Well, I'm holding back, Master Izuku. Oh, please, we both know that's a lie. I've kicked your butt so many times in sparring, I'm pretty sure, a girl is starting to think you are more feminine than her. Rimuru said, he got you there. Diablo said, okay, Master Rimuru, you have a meeting with Benimaru right now. Oh, come on! I just want to see my brother go to school. Wait, what'd you call me? Izuku said. Oh, sorry. No, I like that. Thanks for that, Rimuru. You can call me brother. You're very much welcome, Izuku. You too, Rimuru. Brothers, keep it up. I gotta get to school. Hitoshi, you're intelligent beyond belief. You are already smarter than the teacher. Why did you get to school early enough? Hey, I want him to deal with Bakuho. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun today, Izuku said before shifting his own form. And Hitoshi's back into their, a few months ago state. A lot frailer and weaker. They then walked to school, and they had a relatively uneventful day before the end of the school year. Before the final day. The teacher passed out some papers and said, y'all gotta fill out these and to see which job is best for you. But we all know y'all wanna be heroes, he said, throwing up the papers. Everyone in the class was yelling excitedly, saying, woohoo, yeah, I'm gonna be a good hero. A loud blonde, sitting down, not using his quirk, unlike some of the other students, said, yeah, teacher, don't lump me in with a bunch of these weaklings and villain and useless person, he said, referring to Hitoshi and Izuku on those last two. We all know I'm going to be the next number one hero, am I right? Yeah, you are right, Katsuki, the teacher said. Izuku and Hitoshi, then got up and walked over to Katsuki. Katsuki looked up and said, you want a piece of me, or you're going to try to get beaten again? They both said, at the same time, we are not scared of you, but instead, you should be afraid of us, they said before shifting back into their true forms. After shifting back, Katsuki fell out of his chair in astonishment. What is going on? Who are y'all? Who are y'all? Who are you? Who are you? Answer me! Whoa, calm down, Katsuki, Izuku said, folding his arms. We are Izuku and Hitoshi Senzo, and this is just our true form. No, you're not that weak guy. I know him, and I could beat his butt in 5 seconds. Izuku got hit in the face by Hitoshi. How about instead of what you were about to say to Izuku later, you follow it. What was it? Oh yeah, go take a swan dive off the roof of a building, was it? Yeah, my quirk is upgraded. I can actually read minds now, idiot. You villain, why you... He goes to punch Katsuki goes to punch Hitoshi. Izuku grabs his arm from behind and says, "One more move towards my brother, I snap your arm like a twig." Katsuki, shaken at this, he says, "Fine." Shaking off Izuku's hand. How was it not get so strong? He thought. Okay, Izuku, would you be so kind to tell us what your quirk is? Oh, shut up, you jackarse, said Hitoshi. Izuku, Hitoshi, what was that for? Oh, be quiet, Izuku, you know you wanted to say it. Fair enough. And as for my quirk, I ain't saying. Y'all, crap stains, don't deserve to know what my quirk is. Why, you little guy! Katsuki is pushing him, getting out of his chair. You have to tell me what your quirk is so I can... Izuku punched him into a wall. I don't gotta tell you crap, Katsuki, said Izuku. Izuku, time to go. Hitoshi and Izuku then walked out of the room, where they saw Chloe, a iffy wife of Rimaru's, who had the ability to switch between a more of a daughter form than an adult form. She prefers to be in her kid form because technically it is kind of her youth. It's complicated. She stopped the time around them as they got closer. Yes, Aunt Chloe? Izuku, can you please tell me why you punched Katsuki Baku into the wall? He was wanting to know what my quirk was. Oh, yep, that's fine. You are a lot more relaxed than any other aunts. I'm technically your great-great-great-grandma or something. Please, it's just a lot easier to call you aunt because that is so many G's it makes you sound like 1,000 years old. We are technically over 50. And I'm technically over 200. See? That's exactly what I mean. Fair enough. Chloe then unfreezes time and said, well, time to go home. Katsuki was peering out a window and said, oh, who is she? I'm going to make her my own. Who's this Rimuru guy they were talking about? Oh well, that was weird. Katsuki somehow unknowingly was able to temporarily hear what Izuku and all of them were up to. Not really up to, but they were talking about. I've heard them talking about that Rimuru character. Who is Rimuru Tempest? Whoever it is, it's gonna be a weak extra I can kill in one hit. Katsuki said, walking into an area, his eyes glowing a red, and then back to his usual lighter red. Chloe was taking Izuku and Hitoshi home when they heard a scream. They rushed over to where the scream was coming from, and they found one of Izuku's old friends and her boyfriend, another one of Izuku's friends, trapped by a villain made of sludge. Whoa, what's going on? Izuku said, running over to one of the heroes. Oh, some idiots got in the way of a villain we were fighting, said Death Arms, not going in. Death Arms, do something! Sorry, kid, my quirk ain't gonna do anything, and plus it's a punishment for them getting all... Someone hit Death Arms unconscious. That is not how you speak to people who are trying to help. Shin'en, what are you doing here? Said Chloe. I'm here to help, unlike these unhelpful heroes. Why, you miss. I am the number 50 hero, Comedy Woods. You're under arrest for illegal quirk usage and for assaulting a... She Shin'en grabbed her sword and withdrew it. I can end y'all right now if you don't shut up. Threatening a hero, that ain't very hero-like, woman. You're under arrest. Izuku walked over and said, sorry, she's a pro too. Aunt Shin'en, can you show them your license? Izuku gave her a wink, and she was like, and Shuna said, okay. She got in her pocket and pulled out her wallet that Rimuru gave her. She pulled out a card that said, Warlord, Berserker. The company Woods said, oh man, we messed up. When Death Arms got over and out of the wall, and he said, why aren't you arresting her? They looked over to him and said, dude, you're in trouble. This is a hero. How high is she? Better she's not higher than us. She's ring number 9. Oh, frick. We messed up. Now, if you excuse me, Izuku said, my friends are suffocating. Izuku then jumped over the area dividing the heroes and the villain. Izuku then shifted one of his arms into his power armor form. He then slammed the ground, releasing an energy wave that he had been building up from the months upon months of fighting his companions, and also being hit by Bakugo all the time. The sludge villain got splattered against the walls, and Izuku ran in and picked up both Ibra, or Ibarra, depending on how you pronounce her name, and Dinky. He then ran out, and with them both. He couldn't get them to respond, so he told the heroes that they can take credit, but he's taking his friends with them. Of course, a few tried to stop him, but they didn't do much, because Shin'en was able to persuade them using her Tyrant King Susanoo ultimate skill to make them think they were allowing him to go. Shin'en had the ability to change fate, although it was only temporary, and they would soon regain the idea of what was really going on. Although it was going to last long enough. So, Shin'en took Izuku and his two friends to Rimuru Tempest, who saw how badly they were hurt, so he had to use 2 high-end potions on them. After they woken up, Dinky said, Oh, where am I? Ibarra, where are you? He then shot up, looked around, and Ibarra was right beside him talking to someone in purple hair. Ibarra looked over and said, Babe, you're awake! She ran over and hugged him, giving him a kiss on his lips. She said, it's about time you woke up. Oh, we were out for 2 days. Oh, great, I'm not gonna have a good time at home. Izuku walked in and said, what do you mean? Dinky, what do you mean? Who are you? Dinky said. It's me, Izuku. Izuku? That is you? Ibarra said, yeah, he has changed a lot. And there are a handful of other things that we are going to have to learn. I just know a little bit, and I can tell you, it has changed my faith entirely. Oh man, it must be big, because you are a devout, godly woman. Well, I was. Not so much anymore. Whoa. What do you mean, Ibra? You've changed. Exactly. What do you mean by it changed your faith? I mean, it caused me to realize that my God is not as powerful or as trusting as I originally thought. What do you mean by that? I'll let my master, my brother, my uncle, my great-great-grandfather, whatever you want to call him, I'll let him explain. Someone with silver blue hair, relatively small, and looks like a girl, just walked into the room and said, "Hi, I'm Rumor Tempest. Ibarra? I'm pretty sure we've already met. Have you thought over my discussion with you?" "Yes, and I will answer once you tell my boyfriend about it." "Will do." "Okay, now, what is going on exactly?" asked Dinky. "Dinky, this is Rumor Tempest like you've just heard. He's a god." "What?" "Okay. Alright, Crumba, I may be losing brain cells, but I know for a fact there's only one god, and that is the Christian god. I have no clue what's going on." Rimuru said, "Actually, there was a god named Azazoth. He created your world, and was rumored to, when he woke back up, to destroy it. I ended the dude." "How? I've heard of H.P. Lovecraft, and Azazoth is way more powerful than some people amount to be. He's scary. Even the Supreme Monarch or whatever was stronger than him. Also killed that dude." "What are you, Rimuru? Some type of surpassing deity?" "Yes, I am, actually." "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," said Dinky. "Okay, now, what exactly are you? I know you're a surpassing deity, but hey, Crumba, I need some sake. Honey, no drinking." "Ibarra, got the act. We both know that after you found that out, you are just dying to release all your pent-up self." Dinky winks at her. She's like, "Finally, I can actually deal with that." Izuku said, "Whoa, Ibarra, what is up with you?" "Oh, shut the frick up, Izuku. Being a Christian actually kind of limited what I could say and do. Now, as a, no longer Christian, I can actually talk how I actually feel. Katsuki's a dick. And that feels better to say now out loud. Oh, trust me, he's a much more massive dick than y'all would think." "Okay, Zuko, how exactly did you go from this," pulls up a picture of Zuko on his phone, "to what on earth is going on with you right now? I'm seeing some type of exoskeleton on the arms, like a horn on your head. What's up with that?" "Well, this is just really from an evolution." "What are you, a Pokemon? Or a monster?" "Monster, actually." Oh, you gotta be kidding me. "Ibarra, what is he talking about?" "It's better if I explain it," Rumor said. "There are different monsters, from the world I come from. I come from a universe known as Tensura. And this universe, the creator of the world, Valdnava, had died, and..." "I'm his daughter," says Moline, poking her head in. "And my wife." Yeah, I'm gonna play with you later." Yeah, you're not walking again anytime soon." Moline, blushing, dipped out. He said, "Like I was saying, Maline's a dragonoid. I am a viscous dragonoid demon god, or ultimate slime," Izuku said. "That. There are also Pharaohs, Flareonis, and a bunch of others. Pharaohs being the evolution from a regular Kijin. I've heard of those, actually. Funny enough, it's actually someone actually came from that world, got reincarnated in this one, kept going on about someone named, oh, great. Do you have someone named Guy Crimson with you?" "Oh, don't get me started on that guy. He's prideful beyond belief, and I can sense some massive radiating dick energy coming off the dude. It's creepy." "Oh, you trust me, I can deal with it. I can understand that." "Hey, what happened to Mineta?" Don't remind me about that creep." "Still friends with Katsuki, I see?" "Mm-hmm." "Ah, great. Well, And like Reamer was going to state, he can actually change your race relatively easily due to him being a god. And for the record, I was the son of All Might. I'm no longer. Dinky said, I'm guessing because he abused you, is that correct? How did you know that? Dude, I was your best friend, for crying out loud, next to Shoto. Sadly, that dude was taken away by his old man. Not about Deffer. He's actually on the kill list of people I need to get rid of. I called dibs on that part. Ibarra! What, Dinky? He killed my mother! Oh, okay, that's it. Dinky snapped his fingers, and electricity sparked him and said, I'm killing that dude next time I see him. I'm gonna roast him so hard, he won't even feel it coming. Okay, babe, you are definitely starting to seem like a demon. So, like I was saying, Reamer interrupted, I offered Ibarra to become something more than a human. I offered to her change her race to a dryad. A dryad are a race of tree spirits, if I remember correctly, Dinky said. You are correct about that, Dinky, Izuku said. And let's just say they are kind of tethered to a tree. But for Ibarra here, she's an interesting case. And the fact that her hair would actually become what she's tethered to, from what I've been able to detect. And I would actually like this, but as long as you agree, as a Dinky. And I can agree with you there. Is there anything in the evolutionary line for a human? Yes, there is. A handful, actually. Demigod, saint, sage, a handful of others. Oh, even surprisingly, a demon lord. Well, then again, there are Mahjins and demonoids. I'll take the saint. Okay, do you want to keep your old name or change your name? I'm just going to keep Ninkin Kaminari for now, until I get married to my beloved. Aww. Okay, dude. You're making me feel single. Oh, dude, I know you have a crush on a handful of girls. Why, you must look a take after me in that regard. If so help me, if you didn't have the ability to erase people from existence, I would hit you upside the head, Rimuru. You can all you want. It's just that I suggest you don't, because I'm perfectly fine with it. It doesn't hurt. But my subordinates and wives will punch the living daylights out of you. Oh, yeah. Don't remind me about that, dude. Master Rimuru-sama, do you want me to dispatch him? No, Diablo. Okay. Diablo didn't disappear just like he had reappeared. Who was that dude? Dinky said. That was my second secretary and the strongest of the 12 patrons, Rimuru said. Diablo. The primordial noir. I know that dude. Man, he was annoying when I first met him. Very pent up. Yeah, I can tell that dude was very frisky. Oh, trust me, I believe you. I've seen him hitting on a few girls. Well, his ultimate skill is Temptation Lord. Azazel, for that matter. Oh boy, is that the truth. So, Ibarra Shiozaki. I evolve you into a dryad. Dinkaminari, I evolve you into a saint. Dinkaminari and Ibarra Shiozaki then glue a bright green color and a bright yellow color, respectively. 2 hours later, they woke up and they found themselves different. Dinky found himself to be a little bit stronger than usual, but he felt more light, like he was more spiritual. Whereas Ibarra felt the similar way, but more attuned to her nature side. Okay, now that is done, Rumor said once they woke up. I have to go on a mission. Izuku, do you mind going out with Malim before you say anything? Because we're running low on supplies around here. Yeah, I might as well. Aren't y'all spiritual beings y'all don't have to eat? Rumor said, we don't, but I love food. Trust me, this dude's a glutton. I've seen him eat. He's taken out all you can eat buffet before. Remind me not to get in your wallet. My wallet's made of gold. And also platinum, so it doesn't really affect me. It affects the people. Dude, I've seen you take out more food than necessary. Where's your stomach? Endless? Yes, it is, and you know it. Oh, come on. Shiozaki, Dinky, y'all coming with? Izuku said, nah, I'm gonna stay here. I want to do something with my boyfriend. Oh, come on! Izuku said, push him into a room. Get a room and I'm leaving. Ay, caramba. He then looked around and he started walking away from the room, but started bolting once he heard moaning come from it. He heard Shiozaki say, oh, harder, Dinky, harder. He was like, nope, and he bolted away. He eventually ran up to Malim and said, oh, let's just get out of here already before I deal with anything else around here. Because I promise you this, I am going to need something to drink later. Oh boy. Well, I can promise you I can get some sake, Malim said. Really, you'll do that? Yes, I may be Rimuru's wife, but I don't follow everything he says. Oh, thank you, Malim. But you are going to need to actually help me out with a few things. You are a very playful woman, but you've changed a lot. I know, I have. In the beginning, I still like to play, just different types. Oh boy, why is everyone been so horny around here? Izuku said under his breath. Malim's here, Malim said. Oh great, you heard it, didn't you? Mm-hmm. Okay. They continued walking down the street when they heard a scream. Izuku looked around and he heard it again. He looked down the alleyway and he heard it a third time. He said, Malim, you know the location? Malim said, yes, thanks to my unique skill, Malim, I can find them. Locate this person with the scream and send me the information, Izuku said as he bolted down the alley. Malima did what he said, and she sent him a telepathic message saying, I think you know this person. She then showed him a picture of Momo Yaozu being assaulted by someone he really disliked. He bolted in front of them and said, Toshinori Yagi! Oh, who are you? Said All Might. Oh, I thought you would not remember me. Well, I thought you would remember me, father. Oh, brat, he said before throwing Momo down. It's about time I kill you and make sure no one knows what's going on. What? Izuku looked up to him and said, You can't fight without a heart. He revealed the still beating heart of All Might. All Might looked down and saw a hole in his chest. One entry wound, but no exit wound. I can thank the Insectar's ability to manipulate their body relatively easily. And also, all the punching you've hit, all the times you've hit me. Goodbye, Izuku said before crushing the heart, and All Might dropping dead and lifeless. He then disappeared into a puff of smoke. Oh no, Izuku thought. This is not good. Malim, Tell Rimuru that I think I know where Yuki is. Momo got up and said, Ugh. What was up with All Might right now? She said while checking the bruising on her neck. Momo, you okay? Izuku said, running over and hugging her. Yeah, it's good to see you again. You've changed a lot. Did your quirk awaken? You could say that. Who is Maline? Oh, is that your girlfriend? No, it's actually a friend. Well, it's actually the wife of a, friend of mine. A wife? How old is your friend? 20? You could say 20, but he's actually older. Zuka Midoriya, what have I said about befriending older people? Hey. He looks like our age. He looks like our age. Trust me. Okay, but if you so help me, if you're lying, I am going to give you a nookie that you would not soon forget. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Why do I like this girl anyways? Oh, no, I know. She's very kind and adorable. Izuku, not realizing he said that out loud. Momo started blushing as the realization Izuku had said that loud finally hit him in the face like a truck. Momo said, What, you think I'm cute? Yes, I do, and I can understand that you're quite fierce. I've seriously overestimated your need for help some occasions. Like, I've seriously seen you fight Katsuki off so many times, and yet I keep forgetting you can fight him off. Yeah, that arsehole deserves it. I still upset that you had a transfer all those years ago. Blame All Might. Yeah, like I said, what is up with All Might? Oh, the dude was always an arsehole. What do you mean? Izuku then shifted back into his old form. It's an ability I gained from, well, not really fighting anyone, but more of an ability I copied from a sparring partner a few days ago. Well, a few weeks ago, months ago. It's been forever. I'm going to say around a few months ago is when I actually... Well, anyways, like I was saying, I gained this ability from a few months ago from a sparring partner. And let's just say it gives me the ability to change temporarily my body back to its original state. But that was for the other original user. They had a very low amount of, well, energy, to say the least. This is what I wanted to show you. Izuku said before pulling down his shirt over his chest, revealing a few nasty scars. Momo covered her mouth and said, Oh my. Did All Might do those? With a knife. And the mental things he did, I can't say because that mentally scarred me for life. Oh, yikes. Are you okay? I met someone, that friend I told you about. He helped me a lot. Along with Aizawa. Shoto Aizawa? Eraserhead? Your uncle? Father now. Adoptive. What is he like? Surprisingly horny. What was that? Surprisingly horny. Oh, I can understand that. I already knew about them being a swinger couple with, him and Emmy being a swinger couple with Izashi and, Nemure. How? I walked in on them when I was looking for you one time. Yeah. I need mind bleach for that one. Oh, do we ever. They then walked out of the alleyway and walked back to Malim. Izuku introduced Malim to Momo, and they then walked back to back to the Reamer's place. Reamer said, once they got there, So I'm assuming you're Momoya Rozu, correct? Yes, I am. And I've heard about you too, Rimuru Tempest, aka Satoru Megami. And before you say anything, I don't want to be a human anymore. Wow, that was certainly fast, Rimuru said. I didn't have to say anything. Well, your wife Maline here, and your great-great-great-grandson, or should I say, brother, told me everything about you. I don't want to be a human anymore because my mother and father aren't necessarily the best person. Okay, I can understand that much. Well, we are going to need pretty much everything we can. So, what race do you want to be? Make it a hybrid of two humanoids, but make sure one can pass for more of a human. So, Saint and Pharaoni, got it. Momoya Rozu. You are now Momoya Rozu, aka Creatura, the Saint Pharaoni hybrid. Momoya Rozu then just blinked and she found herself enveloped in a golden light and her body changed. She looked around herself and found that she had horns, but other than that, she was normal. So how do you know it actually worked? She said to Rimuru. Oh, trust me, I can tell because you are now a saint. You are extremely powerful. She then looked in a mirror and said, wow, I definitely didn't change that much. Just because you already were a saint in my eyes, Izuku said. Mama turned around and said, alright, that's it. She then walked over and gave him a kiss on the lips. After she broke the kiss and said, Izuku, you are a boy I have loved for years now. Alright, don't get so sappy around here. Someone with white hair came in. Hey Tensura. Hello, Izuku. Hello, Momo. How does everyone know me? Oh, he talks about you all the time. Also, how cute you are, which I can agree with. Momo said while blushing. Okay. Tensura, go mess with your husband. Exactly what I was here to do, Tensura said before grabbing a Rimuru who was trying to run away, and Rimuru used his enhanced strength to fling her into a wall and said, I ain't getting stuck dry today, before running out of the room. Tensura then got out of the wall and said, that was fun, and she ran after Rimuru. Izuku said, well, she's a masochist, I can tell you that much. Momo said, I have a few friends I want you to meet. She then pulled Izuku and dragged him back outside into town. While running down the streets, they started hearing whispers about someone that was needing help and someone that was trying to help the person. They also heard some interesting things about some people. Like about how Tensura was outside, about how some man resembling All Might was spotted harming people, which Izuku was not surprised at all about. And they continued walking. Izuku finally asked her, who's these friends you're going to meet? Oh, you know the other girls you've always had a crush on. Nejire Hado, Kajiro, and Toga Himiko, Izuku said while blushing. Yep, and you're meeting all of them. Oh, great, this is gonna be fun. They then looked up to a billboard and saw Tensura on it. Momo said, I didn't know she was a model. Oh, yeah, she is and a pro. If I remember correctly, Rimuru, sorry. Rimuru is actually going to be one of our classmates along with a handful of other people, like Malim, Guy Crimson. Trust me, this is going to get very chaotic, I can tell you this much already. Well, let's hope we do well at the entrance exams. How many months? 10. Now, let's go see the people you were telling me about. Izuku and Momo made their way back to Momo's house, and Momo introduced him to her parents. She then said that they're going up to her room so they could see her friends. Momo's father, before they went upstairs, walked over to Izuku and said, "So you're the Izuku Midoriya, was it?" "Izuku Yagi," Izuku said. "Izuku Yagi, wait, you're All Might's son?" Izuku said, "Unfortunately, yes, I am." "Oh dear, what did All Might do?" said Mr. Yaozu. "Wait, you don't like All Might?" Izuku said, "No, the guy is, I can tell you, he's a massive jackass." "Oh boy, we can agree there," Izuku said. "Okay, Izuku, I know you're dating. I know you got a thing for your daughter. I'm pretty sure you'll start dating today." Izuku, Miss Miyarozu said, walking in. Izuku, blushing, said, "How did you know?" She said, "Oh, a woman's secret." She then left the room, and Mr. Yarozu said to Izuku, "Son, trust me, that woman would surprise you, and Momo too. She takes after her mother way too much." Momo, sneaking up behind them, said, "What are you talking about?" Both Izuku and Mr. Yarozu jumped, and Izuku said, "Yep, I see what you mean, Mr. Yarozu." Momo said, "See what exactly, Zu?" Izuku said, "Momo, can we go meet your friends?" Momo said, "Yeah, they're upstairs." "They're already at your house?" Izuku said. They were actually spending the night already. I wonder who they are." "Well, let's go up, shall we?" They walked up to Momo's bedroom, and on the bed was a handful of people. And the first person Izuku saw was someone he actually recognized. "Nejire Hato, you're a second year student at UA right now, correct?" Nejire looked up from another girl, a blonde hair. She said, "Izuku, it's been so long. I haven't seen you forever. Where have you been? And last time I saw you, you were covered in scars. You've changed." Izuku said, "Yeah, things can change at a rapid pace when you've been gone for a few months. I am now Izuku Tempest. Call me Izuku Aizawa for now. I'll explain everything else later on." "Okay." Izuku then continued talking to them for a little while, and eventually it came out that Nejire actually had a thing for Izuku, but while they were sharing the middle school, while he was a first year and she was a second year, and she was a third year. Izuku was actually a blushing mess when he found this out. He always found her quite attractive, but never had the guts to tell her any of this before. After a little bit more talking, they eventually came to the conclusion of who their new favorite pros are. Momo actually said hers was the pro hero known as Tensura, or as her hero name was, Belial. And Nejire said that hers was someone she couldn't really, meet because she was always very busy. A person that went by the name of Amaterasu. Izuku said, "I actually know him." Nejire said, You do?" "Yeah, he's actually a person that stays at the house of a relative of mine. Momo did a neck chopping motion because she's already figured everything out about Izuku. Well, it's about time I told you anyways, Izuku said, understanding what Momo was doing. Tell us what exactly, Izuku, Nejire said. It's about time I tell you the truth about what happened to me. My biological father is All Might, aka Toshinori Yagi. My biological mother, who was a very good parent, to all the way up to her death. Wait, death? Momo said. Get to that in a second, Izuku said. Anyways, but I've recently been adopted by Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, and Nemuri, aka Midnight. As for what I mean by my mother's death, I mean that she was killed. Any guesses? I don't have any, said Nejire. I'll tell you, All Might killed my mother and his wife. What do you mean? Said Momo. All Might's a very corrupt man, Izuku said. He wanted me to be he wanted me to have a very powerful quirk, but I was born without one. And he, from what I can understand, is extremely power hungry. But I've also met my grandmother, who should be dead, if you understand me. Okay, what does all this have to do, exactly? Suddenly, a blonde-haired person appeared next to them. She bowed to Izuku and said, Izuku-sama? She then looked over and said, Izuku, who are these people? Izuku looked over to the person and says, Kaira, this is Momo and Nejire. He looked over to the blonde-haired girl with messy buns. He said, I never got your name. My name is Himiko Toga. My quirk is transform. Izuku said, that's interesting. He then closed his eyes and opened them for a split in a second. Your quirk is transform, and I'm guessing that by drinking a cup of blood, you can turn someone for a full day? Is that correct? Toga took a step back in surprise, saying, how did you know that? Izuku said, that's another thing. It appears that I have a very powerful ability. As in a very powerful quirk, said Nejire. Izuku said, actually, it's more powerful than that. It's actually something called a skill. What is a skill? Momo said. Kaira said, it's best if you meet this person himself. Meet who exactly? Meet my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, Izuku said. AKA Sato Megami, aka the first person with a quirk. Or better off, his reincarnation, Rimuru Tempest. Izuku, after saying those, opened a portal in front of them. He said, walk through and you'll find yourself at what I call my home for now. They walked through and Carrera walked in afterwards. Izuku then answered a few questions that Nejire had. A few of them being, who is Kairi? What is she to you? Who is Rimuru? Izuku said, I've already answered the question about Rimuru. He is my great-great-great-grandfather's reincarnation. Kaira is actually more of a relative, actually. And as for what is Kaira and who is she? She's married to Rimuru. And she's not even human. What do you mean by that? Toga said. What I mean is that what he means is no one in this house right now is even human. Except for you three. But if you want, we could change that. If it's really up to you if you want. What do y'all mean by that exactly? Momo said. You will see in a minute. And as for my full name, it is Izuku Midoriya. It's Izuku Aizawa Yagi Tempest. Or Izuku Tempest for short. Toga had many things racing through her mind. What do you mean by not human? What does Izuku mean by his new name? All these questions came to a halt, and suddenly she said, "Are you a monster?" Izuku looked at her and said, yes, I am. And I'm technically a hybrid of multiple monsters. Toga, you had a very bad childhood. Toga took a step back and said, How do you know this? Izuku said, well, it's a skill of mine. It's better off if I explain to you right in a second. But from right now, I can tell you that I know everything that's happened to you. I know what would have happened if you took a different path. And needless to say that the track you're on right now is not going to lead down the right path for you. It's going to end off with you getting killed or something, or worse. Momo took a step front and put herself in between Izuku and Toga. She said to Izuku, you're scaring all of us. What is going on here? She then heard everyone in the room heard the door slam open, and a silver blue haired person walked on in, and Kara said, "Honey," and ran over to him. Izuku knelt down and said, Rimuru. They could tell that this person that was very powerful just by their sight alone, just by the person of themselves and the posture they walked in on. The posture they walked in with. Rimuru looked at Izuku and said, Izuku, quit with the kneeling. I've told you this thousands of times. Quit it. You are more of a son to me than anything else. Izuku looked up and said, I can't. You are so much more powerful than me. He said, quit acting like this. We all know that you don't act like this in reality. Izuku then got up and said, finally, you can actually talk to me like that. What's going on here anyways? Rimuru said. Who are you? Nejire said. Nejire Hado quirk is energy waves, Rimuru said. Your family is a relatively well-off family, and you are a second year in UA right now. Nejire took a step back in shock of how much this person knew about her. Rimuru said, I'm not even a human. I'm not a bad slime slurp. Nejire actually laughed at this, and she said, so, what are you exactly? Rimuru said, I just told you what I am. I'm a slime. Toga walked up and said, prove it. Rimuru then shapeshifted back into his true slime form. The girls looked around and couldn't find him until he said, down here. They looked down and they saw him. Kyoka said, what's going on exactly? Rimuru then retook his human form and said, what's going on here is Izuku wants to explain everything in full. Izuku then turned to Momo and said, Momo, you already know what's going on around here. So you can really cut it out and stop pretending like you have no clue what's going on exactly. Rimuru said to Momo, fine, you got me, Rimuru. Momo then turned to Nejire, Kyoka, and Toga and said, Izuku is not even a human. He's, like he just said, a hybrid. He did this to get rid of his genetic ties to his biological father of All Might. What do you mean by that, Momo? Said Kyoka. Momo said to Kyoka that, well, I've already met Rimuru, and I can tell you, he's a very kind guy. Matter of factly, he's already helped me with something that I have been worrying about ever since I found out what happened to Izuku. And what is that exactly? I am technically myself no longer human. Izuku took a step back in surprise at this and looked at Rimuru. Rimuru said, practically reading his mind, that, yeah, in fact, and he said, yes, I have actually changed her. She wanted to be with you so much that I pretty much did it before even knowing what happened. Someone else then appeared behind Rimuru and said, actually, that was me, honey. Rimuru turned around and said, Ciel, what have I said about turning people into, Onis or saints or whatever without my express permission about that? For me not to? But how could I not? She was just so, wanting to be with someone she cares for so much. Momo turned around, blushing. She said, Ciel, was it? Can we talk in another room? Ciel, understanding what was going on, agreed, and they walked out of the room. Izuku then turned to the other girls and said that, well, I guess I owe you all the full explanation of what's going on, correct? Jiro took a stand and said, yes, you do. Tell the rest of us exactly what is going on and what is up with Momo all of a sudden. It's like she's changed drastically already. Yeah, I'm just not seeing that too. Rimuru said before leaving, it's actually her ultimate skill, God of Creation Neath. She created a illusion ability that can bypass any defense as long as someone is weaker than her. And Izuku, you pretty much are weaker than her because you like her so much. You can still like her, but you can also surpass her and be able to see through her illusions now. Namely because she allows you to see them. As for you three, Rimuru said to, referring to Toga, Kyoka, and Nejire, you three are actually now able to see through them because she wants y'all to as well. And Ultima is here to keep an eye on everything to make sure no one breaks anything in this house. Is it? Rimuru said while looking at Kara. Kara said, honey, we all know that you can easily change the laws of reality and replace anything that breaks in here with that or with the money you have. Rimuru said, "It's not that. It's the principle of the matter of you constantly breaking the stuff I have made." And also, Ultima is going to be here to make sure that Izuku does not leave off anything, and does not forget to tell y'all about anything that he is missing out on. Fully. Rimuru said before leaving, "Kaera, actually, you know what? Come with me. Ultima, you're just here to make sure that Izuku tells them everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. From what happened to him, minus the All Might details because they already know, all the way up to what has recently happened with that bloody clone of All Might." "I will do that, honey. Babe, I will do that." Rimuru then left with Kaera. Ultima then stood back and said, "Izuku, go ahead. Tell them everything that's happened." Izuku took a breath in and then breathed out. "Okay, well, it's best off I start where Momo left off. I am no longer human because I wanted to break my genetic ties to, break off my genetic ties to All Might, who is my biological father. Anyone have any questions about that?" Kyoka piped up and said, "What do you mean by breaking off your genetic ties? I know you're not human, but don't you still have any genetics that relate to All Might?" Izuku said, "Matter of factly, I don't. All the people that were there when I was in the room when I was still changing, for the record, I was unconscious when this happened. I turned into something that would be classified as a Majin, but then later became a hybrid due to all of the different auras of the different people that are in the room." Okay, anyways, I woke up and I later gained technically 2 unique skills. I say 3 because, well, one is technically not even a skill, it's just I can use both of them at once to make a devourer of knowledge like armor, which, trust me, is not very pretty. Kyoka said, "Okay, what are your 2 skills then?" "Well, my 2 skills are as follows. The first one I gained is power armor. It pretty much allows me to take any attack up to and reduce the injury down to 5%, and then use the remaining 95% and empower that into an attack of kinetic energy, magical energy, or matter of factly, even stinking and frickin' use different elements. I can also enhance my body." Izuku then lifted up his arm and shapeshifted into his armor form. This is power armor. And my other one is Devourer of Knowledge. It allows me to absorb memories and copy them, which is what you used on me, isn't it? Toka said, walking forward. "Yes, it is. Rimuru also gave me access to the ability of time manipulation, so I use that to stop time and use thought acceleration to also speed up the process. Once after I looked at you, I immediately had Devourer of Knowledge start analyzing your past, which was extremely helpful in tandem with mind reading. Looking through your memories, I saw everything that happened to you. Now, as for why Rimuru can do all this without even stopping, it's because of his wife, CL. Okay, you're getting off topic right now," Nejire said. "What happened exactly? What does it mean by no one else in this room, or even the house, besides us, or even humans?" "Well, Momo was still a human up until a few seconds ago. Her evolution was finished by then. But y'all three are the remaining humans in here because, well, Mr. Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, Nemre, Miss Joke, and even President Mike are no longer humans. Yeah, I have recently saw that Midnight has drastically changed. I thought I should just have new skincare. Nedre said, well, it's the fact of her evolution. She is now classified as a cryptid, and she is extremely powerful. Now, does anyone have any questions about the monsters here? Toga said, what is a cryptid exactly? Izuku said, cryptids are different monsters altogether. They can drastically vary from size and shape, and also varying powers. Now, what about pharaohs? Okay, how do you know about that one, Nejire? Just a guess? Well, pharaohs are a evolution of Kijin that are extremely powerful ogres. And needless to say that they are very powerful altogether. So, you said evolved earlier about Miss Joke and, well, mainly about Midnight. What do you mean by that? Kyoka said. What I mean by that is that, well, Zuku renamed all of them, and as for Midnight, I'll take her as an example. He renamed her Nemure Aizawa, which now might seem like, oh, it's just as simple as changing your legal name. It isn't. For Zuku, names hold powers. And whenever he renames someone, it can override the name given to them at birth. And due to them being humans and due to his magicals, he can alter the genetics of people and even change their spiritual race. He can change them from a human to a monster. He can even turn them into inanimate objects, all while keeping their souls intact. Kyoka did an audible gulp, and she said, will he do that to any of us? Izuku said, no. No, he wouldn't unless y'all were to do something that would severely piss him off. What would be something that would severely piss him off? Kyoka asked. Simply as saying that you would kill one of his subordinates or one of his citizens. Trust me, you do not want to take off Rimuru. It's not going to end pretty, I can tell you that much already. So, can you tell us anything else? Well, like what? What about your Devourer of Knowledge skill? Kyoka asked. Devourer of Knowledge allows me to absorb the memories, powers, and battle experience and battle knowledge of anyone that I use. Well, not use, but I see or use a skill on. I can even absorb the soul of said person if I really dislike them enough. Said all three girls gulped. Izuku said, don't worry, I won't do it to any of y'all. Besides, I've looked into y'all, and y'all are either too nice or way too traumatized to do anything like that. So, I have a question for y'all. Would y'all rather stay human and eventually die with no clue how, or be able to change your race and become something different and know or not die? Know when you're going to die or not die at all? Izuku asked. Three girls pondered, but the first one to pipe up was, not surprisingly, Toga. Toga said, I'd much rather be able to be alive and not know when I'm going to die, and mostly to forget my family. Izuku said, well, you can't forget your family, or else you won't be able to remember who you truly are. But we can't erase the genetics. Good enough for me, Toga said. Rimuru walked back in and said, I heard everything. Toga, if you would come with me, I could do that right here, right now. Toga said, I would like that. They left, and Kyoka and Nejire were still thinking about it. Kyoka was thinking about the inevitability of death, and this made her decide to change as well. She walked over to Izuku and whispered in his ear, I would like to go through with it. Izuku then took her back outside, where she found Rimuru picking up the unconscious Toga and carrying her to a side room. Rimuru saw them and said, Don't worry, she's just unconscious. Izuku then and Kyoka then waited for Rimuru to come back, and once he walked back out, Nejire joined them. She said, if I'm going to change my race, I might as well have my friends change their race too. My family are all sick. Rimuru said, they're all sick with a very nasty disease. I've only seen something similar to it in my world. Wait, what do you mean your world? Izuku, did you not tell them? Ay, caramba. Okay, the thing is, skills, monsters, and all that, they're not quirks or anything. They're literally different creatures. Rimuru here is from a different world. The world's called Tensura. And this world is called Universe MHA -1-5. Rimuru said. And that's really all I understand from this. But, so do y'all want to go through with it? Okay, Nejire asked, can I call to my friends first? If there are people I know and I'm thinking of, Tamaki Yamajiki and Mario Togata? Izuku said, finishing off Rimuru's thought. Rimuru then said, then yes you can. Nejire then walked back into the room and called them. Nejire said to Tamaki on her phone call, Tamaki, can you come over to this address? Tamaki shakily said, why? She asked, Nejire said, there's something I want to talk to you and Mario about. Mario said on the voice call that he will come along. She sent them the address, and around a few minutes later they arrived. Rimuru asked how they got there so fast. Togata explained after understanding who Rimuru was, this being a friend of Izuku, who he was close to, that he explained that they have an acquaintance or someone that has a teleportation quirk for Tamaki, and that Togata does not live that far from them. Then Rimuru asked them if they would rather change their race or stay human. Rimuru said, so, Tamaki, Mario, would you rather stay human or become something more than human? Rimuru asked them. Tamaki asked, what do you mean by something other than human? What I mean is that I'm from a world that different creatures, and I have the ability to change someone's race easily enough. And I'm asking if you would rather stay human and die unknowingly how, or be able to save anyone you want and anytime you want for pretty much as long as you want to. Mario jumped at the opportunity and said that he would. Rimuru then said, do you want to keep your old name or change it. Mario said, I'm going to keep my name. Rimuru then said, Mario Tagata. Mario then fell unconscious, and Tamaki asked what happened. What did you do? Is Tagata gonna be okay? Don't worry, Tamaki. He's gonna be perfectly fine. He's just unconscious. Rimuru then snapped his fingers, and Mario disappeared. And don't worry, he's in another room asleep right now. His body's changing, evolving, if you will. Oh, evolving like Pokemon? Tamaki said. Try a little bit different. Oh, you mean like a leveling system? Once you reach like a level cap, you evolve into something else, or you change. In this case, you're changing race. Reimer was actually quite surprised at this. Wait, you understand this already? Yeah, it was a very simple concept. I've read lots of manga, and yeah, basically, yes, I can understand it. Okay, that's good. So, do you want to change your race or not? Reimer asked. I would like to, so I can be with my friends. Reimer said, Tamaki Yamajiki, that is your name. And then next thing Tamaki knew, he blacked out, and when he woke back up, he found himself on a bed next to Mario. He blushed at this and immediately got up. He looked over his new body and found that it was quite different. Mario got up and he looked perfectly the same. Mario, although, had a somewhat more interesting personality. He was still his regular self, but what he said was, "Oh man, what happened?" Oh, hey, Tom. Mario was trying to stop a nosebleed. When Tamaki was asking what's wrong, why is his nose bleeding, Mario pointed down and Tamaki looked at him, revealing he was not wearing a shirt. Tamaki then immediately got up and grabbed a shirt nearby and put it on. Izuku walked back in and walked into the room and said, "All right, you two lovebirds, get up." Mario asked what was going on and why does he feel so much different, so much stronger. Rimuru walked in behind Izuku and said, "You're a saint now. A spiritual race that evolves from the human. And trust me, you are no joke when it comes to how powerful you are." Rimuru then left the room. Okay, Rimuru told me that your quirks have actually stayed intact, but have also changed. Tamaki said in a straight voice, "How? And how am I able to talk without stutter anymore?" That's another thing. Due to your race change, you've also gained more confidence. That's your soul for you. And as for your quirk, it's a skill now. It's a unique skill known as Mimic Predator. Anything you eat, no matter what time, even if it's just a chicken leg, you can mimic the entire thing. Even shapeshifting your entire body if you want. So my Chimera Kraken ultimate move is a lot more powerful. Is that correct? And yep, Izuku said. Horror, Mario said. Tamaki looked over and said, "Oh, shut up, pretty boy." Mario then continued blushing, and got up and ran out of the room while grabbing a shirt. "So, Tamaki, you are gay, huh?" Izuku said. "Yeah, I cannot even drive straight." Believe me, I ride with y'all sometimes. You can't. Oh boy, isn't that the truth. They both then walked out and bumped into someone that Zuko was actually quite surprised to see. Oh, sorry. Oh. Sayay, where have you been? Zuko-sama. Sorry for the hold up. Who is this? Oh, this is Tamaki. One of the new people that had their race changed recently. You look a lot stronger than last time. Yeah. Wait. Last time. He was the one in charge of keeping y'all under law. Keeping an eye on y'all. Well, at least one of his body doubles was. Tamaki looked over to Sayay and said, "So you're the reason why I did not have my shirt on." Yeah. Rimuru did want to make sure y'all were comfortable. And to make sure no clothes got interfered with the process of evolution. Trust me, you'll be surprised how simple as a small object can immediately change what you are. So, Sayay, was it? What race are you? Tamaki asked. I am a Dark Spirit Oni. And what about Izuku here? Izuku is a very complex hybrid. Now follow me, I must bring y'all to my master. Who is your master? Tamaki asked once they started walking. Izuku said, Rimuru Tempest is his master. And one of his wives is Shoka. Shut up, Izuku. Oh, dude, we all know how much of a crush you have on her. Well, had on her until y'all got married. I'm surprised she's not pregnant yet. How much y'all go at it every single night. You're almost as bad as my parents. What do you mean as bad as your parents? Tamaki asked. Believe me, you do not want to know. He's right there, Shinzo said, joining them. Shinzo? Where have you been? I've been with Aizawa, training a lot recently. Izuku, can you tell me why there are 2 girls unconscious in the female evolution room? Well, oh yeah. Kyoka Jiro and Nejire Hado. They wanted to have their races changed. And Tamaki here, he was along with them. But he was with the group that came in later. Oh, so you mean, the group that Nejire brought in? Bingo! So Izuku, Tamaki said, Nejire Hado was here. Well, how? I know that, but she changed her race too? Why else do you think she called y'all here? Izuku said. Very good point. And what is this about 2 other girls? Izuku said, listen, they came here along with Momo and Nejire. And trust me, I was surprised when they wanted to have their races changed as well. Oh, come on, we all know that your charm had most likely had a good chance of charming them over to doing that too. Oh, shut it, dude. We have a long time ahead of us still. Yeah. So, where is Rimuru? Right here. So you said stopping in front of a door? Rimuru's right behind here, Izuku said. Okay. Hitoshi can't go train with father still. I'm going to take Tamaki here to meet Rimuru for formal introductions and full explanations of what his skill is. Shinzo then left, and after saying goodbye, and Rimuru opened the door using his telepathy, using his telekinesis, and Izuku and Tamaki walked in. Rimuru had finished talking to Togata, who was walking out. He then said, Tamaki, I'm going to wait right here for you. The door then closed behind them, with Soye walking in right as the door closed. Because Rimuru sent me to get you two, Izuku said. Okay. Glinda said. Hawk said, finally, it's about time I see this guy. I've only seen him once, and he was hiding behind a cloud of his own aura. It was so hard to see him. Yeah, how did the interaction with Rimuru go? Izuku said. Well, he appeared to me with a deal. Hawk said. And what was the deal? Remain a human, and most likely die from old age or a villain attack, or save people with much more powerful abilities. He's honestly sounding like AFO at this point, Izuku said. Yeah, and the way he just gathers people to follow him, it's kind of hilarious. Yeah, but we all know Rimuru won't use us. I can agree there, Glinda said. How's that? I may not look like it, but I'm over 40 years old. But I've only got the body of a 20-year-old. We're all immortal, said Lidus. And technically, you are now 2 Hawks, Izuku said. Okay, let's just go so I can meet this guy. Do his face. Okay, Glinda was the first one to walk through the portal Izuku had reopened. Izuku followed up after Hawks and Lidus. Hawks was actually very surprised to see, after he walked through the portal, to find someone that was very feminist sitting on the throne. He said, are you sure this is a guy? Rimuru said, yes, I am very much sure I am a dude. Matter of factly, I have multiple wives, Rimuru said. Hawks looked over to Izuku and said, I have more grandmas. Well, I had more mothers, honestly. They're more like my parents than anything else, because Aizawa and them are just so busy all the time. Aizawa still counts my dad, but I call Rimuru here my dad as well. Mainly because he's the main guy who gave me this new life I've been living. Well, anyways. Yes, I've got multiple of them. He said, oh, so it's about time I finally met you face to face, huh? Yeah, it has been, Hawks. So, how's it going so far? It's been going good. And trust me, and keeping an eye on Endeavor has not been fun either. Also, All Might recently reappeared. Why does he have to be here? Izuku said. Okay, I am guessing that you have some sort of Never mind, I remember now. Hawk said, remembering that everything Izuku has told him while living with All Might. Yeah, that dude's a giant jackass, and you know it. Trust me, I can never get those images out of my head from what you've told me, Izuku. Anyways, Rimuru said. So, moving on. We're going to be training Izuku and his friends for the next few months. Glinda, you're in charge of making sure the girls are... You and Lidus are, since they are both having water-based skills, and y'all both can heal with them, you're in charge of making sure everyone is well hydrated and also healed. And also, y'all are in charge of training the girls, along with the help of Miss Joke and Miss and Miss Yamada, aka Midnight. Hey, Lettuce and Gelda said. Hawks, you are helping all of them with their speed and agility. Izuku, you don't really need any help whatsoever, so you're going to be helping all of them with their combat training. And who am I going to be helping? Well, who's going to be helping me? That would be me. Someone said with hair. Someone said with red hair, walking out of the shadows. It's about time I meet this Amaterasu guy, Hawk said, looking dead at him. That would be me, a girl said, walking in. Oh, isn't it the masochist of the 3 wives of the emo boy? Izuku said. Wait, 3? Say, Tamaki said. Yep. Izuku said. Didn't I say that he had 2 other girls? Sokka said. Soye said, yes you did, before kissing her. Sokka was shocked, but she went into the kiss, and they started making out. Lettuce said, he's always so affectionate towards her. Most likely because he's the first person she ever's been with. And they've also known each other for so long. Yeah, he's also usually very quiet sometimes. Most of the time. Yeah, when he's usually around us, he's actually very talkative at times. It's quite freaky, Rimuru said. Ain't that the truth? Sokka finally broke up the kiss and said, this is Lettuce. I am also the pro hero known as the Water State Lily. I am a saint. So you're the same race as Mario. Oh, you mean the muscular boy the blonde muscular boy outside who's a blushing mess? Motoring about a cute, shy-ish, was once a shy-ish, blue-haired boy in here? Tamaki started blushing and said, yep, that definitely sounds like him. Yeah, that dude's definitely got a major crush on you, Izuku said. Don't you think I know? Tamaki said. Then why haven't you acted on it? I don't want to throw him off. Izuku said, I legitimately got with Momo this morning alone, and yet I am trying to compartmentalize it. But it's nice, trust me. It really is nice. Okay, fine. I'm going to go ask him out. Tamaki then said as he left the room. So, how much do you want to bet they actually start kissing, right? Right as he says that. Izuku said to Rimuru. I'm betting $5. Soy said. I'm betting 20, Letta says. I bet 70 that they don't. Okay. Izuku says, well, I'm betting 200 that they start making out, and then Mario drags Tamaki off into a secondary room. The other people in the room looked dead-eyed at Izuku and said, really? Izuku said, yep. And if this happens, y'all all owe me that money. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded, and Rimuru said to Izuku, bet taken. Rimuru then opened an all-seeing eye screen in front of all of them. And then it showed the outside of the room. Tamaki walked up to Mario and said, hey, Mario, we've been good friends for a while, right? Mario, who was visually blushing, said, mm-hmm. I was wondering if you would go on a date with me? Tamaki said. Mario took taken aback, and he said, yes. He then grabbed Tamaki's shirt and actually pulled him into a kiss. Izuku said, Part 1, done. Then he looked back to the screen, and he saw Tamaki pulling Mario into the nearest room. Part 2, done. Hand over the money, you four. Izuku then walked over to each one of them, who reluctantly handed him his money. Rimuru was just laughing the entire time. Okay, should have seen that coming. Yes, you should have. Mr. Ice can see the future in a mind, but God. Oh, shut up. Didn't you look at the future to see what would happen? Didn't you? Yes, I did. And I enjoyed every second of it. Izuku said, while carrying the money before heading out. He then walked up to the next room and he knocked on it. Hey, don't keep it down, you two. We can hear y'all out here. He heard something hit the door. He's like, okay, just keep it down. He then walked out. Back to Soye and Litis. They walked out of the room a few minutes after, mainly to talk to Izuku, mainly talking to Rimuru about a few things. Mainly they talked about what Soye was going to be doing for the next few days. And it turns out Rimuru wanted Soye to infiltrate a group of bad guys known as the League of Villains. Soye was kind of against it at first, mainly because it would separate him and his wives. But Rimuru can explain that if they don't do this, this could lead to Yuki gaining a mask that could take over the world, and they would actually have to leave because they are just there to deal with Yuki alone. And if the every single villain, entire world's taken over under them, they can still take out Yuki, but it would just be a different problem. So Ye reluctantly agreed, but deep down he was actually very excited for this mission. He wanted to actually have some action because this was going to be a relatively long stay in this world. Litis was then said to Rimuru, wait, can you tell me where Glinda is? I haven't seen her for a while. Rimuru then showed another all-screen eye, showing Glinda, next to a guy named Hawks. Rimuru said, she's with Hawks. Litis said on it, can you teleport me there? Izuku nodded, and he teleported Litis away to Hawks. Hawks had taken up a different form, and he also taken a habit up with flirting with Glinda, not knowing she was already married. So Glinda, why don't we just go on a date already? Trust me, it'd be very nice. Glinda shot him down again. Ay, caramba, Hawks, I've told you I'm already seeing someone. Come on. Trust me, this might be a little more interesting than him. Litis then appeared in front of them. Hawks, how many times do I... Whoa! Hawks, on reflexes, some had formed some of his feathers into a sword, pointing it at Litis' throat. He suddenly retracted the blade and said, sorry, reflex. Hey, caramba, Hawks. You really gotta deal with that fight or flight instinct on you. Hey, the Hero Commission made me into a living weapon. That's how I'm only 22 and the number 2 hero. Like, number 3, 4 hero right about now. Keep forgetting your own rank, huh? Glinda said. Oh, shut it. Glinda, babe, why always with this dude? Okay, go. So, wait, you're married to her? Glinda said, technically, yes, but not with her by herself. Our husband is Soye. Oh, you mean the Dark Shinobi? Oh, yeah, never mind. Okay, I'm going to stop flirting with you for now, because I do not want to turn into a roast chicken. Told you you don't want to. Trust me, if you continue that, you would definitely be a roasted chicken. Sooner rather than later. Oh, trust me, I know that. Very much so. Okay, so, Hawks, how's keeping an eye on the, flaming trash can of Endeavor been? Recently finding out that he is a very gross man? Finding that he's abused his family? Finding that he's put his wife into a mental hospital on top of all that? It's been lovely working with him. Not. Glinda laughed and said, and that's what you get for actually flirting with me for so much now. Oh, shut up. So, you have any eyes on anyone? Izuku said when he walking out of the portal. Hawks looked over and said, how many people are going to be showing up all of a sudden? Trust me, I'm going to be the last one showing up all of a sudden, Izuku said. And how is that? Hawks said. Because Reamer sent me to get you two, Izuku said. Okay, Glinda said. Hawk said, finally, it's about time I see this guy. I've only seen him once, and he was hiding behind a cloud of his own aura. It was so hard to see him. Yeah, how did the interaction with Reamer go? Izuku said. Well, he appeared to me with a deal. Hawk said. And what was the deal? Remain a human, and most likely die from old age or villain attack, or save people with much more powerful abilities. He's honestly sounding like AFO at this point, Izuku said. Yeah, and the way he just gathers people to follow him, it's kind of hilarious. Yeah, but we all know Reamer won't use us. I can agree there, Glinda said. How's that? I may not look like it, but I'm over 40 years old. But I've only got the body of a 20-year-old. We're all immortal, said Lidus. And technically, you are now 2 Hawks, Izuku said. Okay, let's just go so I can meet this guy. Do his face. Okay, Glinda was the first one to walk through the portal Izuku had reopened. Izuku followed up after Hawks and Lidus. Hawks was actually very surprised to see, after he walked through the portal, to find someone that was very feminist sitting on the throne. He said, are you sure this is a guy? Reamer said, yes, I am very much sure I am a dude. Matter of factly, I have multiple wives, Reamer said. Hawks looked over to Izuku and said, I have more grandmas. Well, I had more mothers, honestly. They're more like my parents than anything else, because Aizawa and them are just so busy all the time. Aizawa still counts my dad, but I call Rumor here my dad as well. Mainly because he's the main guy who gave me this new life I've been living. Well, anyways. Yes, I've got multiple of them. He said, oh, so it's about time I finally met you face to face, huh? Yeah, it has been, Hawks. So, how's it going so far? It's been going good. And trust me, and keeping an eye on Endeavor has not been fun either. Also, All Might recently reappeared. Why does he have to be here? Izuku said. Okay, I am guessing that you have some sort of Never mind, I remember now. Hawk said, remembering that everything Izuku has told him while living with is while living with All Might. Yeah, that dude's a giant jackass, and you know it. Trust me, I can never get those images out of my head from what you've told me, Izuku. Anyways, rumor said. So, moving on. We're going to be training Izuku and his friends for the next few months. Glinda, you're in charge of making sure the girls are... You and Liz are, since they are both having water-based skills, and y'all both can heal with them, you're in charge of making sure everyone is well hydrated and also healed. And also, y'all are in charge of training the girls, along with the help of Miss Joke and Miss Yamada, aka Midnight. Hey, Lettuce and Gelda said. Hawks, you are helping all of them with their speed and agility. Izuku, you don't really need any help whatsoever, so you're going to be helping all of them with their combat training. And who am I going to be helping? Well, who's going to be helping me? That would be me. Someone said with hair. Someone said with red hair, walking out of the shadows. It's about time I meet this Amaterasu guy, Hawk said, looking dead at him. Izuku said, finally you show up, Benimaru. Yeah, where have you been this entire time? I have been busy. Let's just say that. Okay. Everyone, you understand where y'all are going. Hi, Izuku said. Okay, everyone, let's get this training done. We have to get all of them in UA. Izuku, I already know we're going to get into UA. You, Hitoshi, and me as well. Okay, let's go. Fast forward a few months, and Izuku has been helping, along with the help of Benimaru, with the training of Mario, Tamaki, who have been dating these few months, who have recently started dating these few months as well, along with Nejire, Kyoka, and Toga, who have also started to have feelings for Izuku while he's been helping them train. Momo has fully mastered her ultimate skill, and Hitoshi has a little bit more to learn, but he's mostly learned everything about his ultimate skill. Now we go to them at the morning of the UA entrance exams. Oh man. Hey, caramba. Hey, caramba. Okay, let's go. Izuku then got up and walked over to the doors of Momo, Kyoka, Nejire, and Himiko. Himiko answered to her door first. Hey, Izuku, she said while rubbing her eyes. Oh, thanks again for letting me stay here. It was nothing much. We have plenty of rooms. Nejire finally got up and answered her door. Yeah, I'm surprised my parents actually allowed me to stay here, too. Yeah, I'm surprised they actually turned down the option to become pretty much immortal. Momo then answered her door along with Kyoka. Momo said, Babe, my parents already know everything that's happened to you, so I'm not surprised they allow me to live here at all. But Kyoka, I'm surprised your parents aren't even freaking out about Izuku here. Actually, they're big fans of the isekai genre. They've read a lot of, manga, Izuku said. Yeah, they've also made a handful of songs about being isekai to another world. That's why I hear so many people singing those opening songs. Yeah, my family's actually the main company that helps making the anime openings. Okay, everyone, let's for the isekai anime. Okay, everyone, let's get ready and get to UA entrance exam. Fast forward a few more minutes. Fast forward about an hour, and Izuku has gotten ready, and so has Tamagikia, Hitoshi, Mario, and Nejire, Momo, Kaioka, and Himiko. They then walked through a portal that Izuku had created, effectively landing them 1 block away from UA. They started walking there, and they stopped right at the entrance. Izuku was trembling, not with fear, but with anger at the first person he saw staying there. Why does this brat have to be here? Izuku said. Himiko walked up and said, "Oh, what's going on?" "Get out of my way, extra!" Bakugo said. "Quit with the attitude or I'll kick you out right here, right now, you little Pomeranian," said Benimaru, who had actually joined UA as a teacher of combat training. "Oh man, what? I want to beat this kid senseless right now," Izuku said. "Izuku, control your rage." "Fine," Izuku said, while blushing a little. Izuku calmed down and he started walking past Benimaru and Bakugo, who was being blocked by Benimaru. "How many times did I tell you, extra, to get out of my..." Katsuki stopped as he saw Izuku walking right past them. "Oi!" Izuku looked over at Katsuki and giving him a death glare. Katsuki then shut his mouth and looked down. Shutting up, he then walked around Benimaru and speed walking into the building. "Any clue what that was all about?" Nejire said. "I think I gave him some slight PTSD from our last meetup at school," said Izuku. "Yeah, I can agree with you there," Hitoshi said. "Okay, you're going to explain to us later about what happened exactly?" "Okay, we'll do that afterwards." They then headed into the first part of the entrance exam, the test. President Mike took the stand and he said, "Hello, my little listeners. Who's ready for the UA entrance exams?" The area was dead silent. He then continued saying, "Well, we've got a few new people joining us today, especially with working at UA. First off, we have the person who's going to be taking my place for this right now. Give it to the hero, Golden Snakehorn. Okay, Albus." Albus then walked onto the stage and took the microphone from President Mike. She then said, "Hello everyone, I'm Snakehorn. I am Golden Snakehorn, a new pro hero that has recently came through some recommendations from some pre-existing and some very powerful people. I am happy to announce that I am joining UA as one of your combat teachers. Now, let us begin with part 1, the written exam." She then proceeded to quickly and hand out each exam to each person. She then continued, I just handed y'all each an exam. Any question before we start? One person raised their hand, and she said, yes. The person said, are you single? No. Yes, no, I'm not single. I'm actually happily married to someone right now. And if you try anything, he will roast you so hard, not even a corpse would exist. Is that a threat? Trust me, I met the dude, Izuku said to the person. You do not want to flirt with his wife, he said in a deadpan voice. Okay. Is that all? No one answered her. Good. You may all start your exams. Everyone flicked to the first page and started on their exam. Izuku, taking one step to look at it, said, my crumb, this is child's play for me. He then went through circling and solving every single equation and answering every single question. He then soon got up around 15 minutes in and walked down to Albus, who, without saying anything, took his paper and placed it down on the desk. And she said, you may go into the next room. Everyone was shocked and saw this. And soon, Hitoshi followed his lead along with Momo and Himiko, Kyoka, and that all following their lead as well. Everyone was surprised to see these people just starting to finish the exam just right off the bat like that and that and that. They then saw someone else get up and actually fly, pretty much turn themselves into a bolt of lightning and strike down in front of it. Albus had to reserve to kneel before this person. The person had golden eyes and silver blue hair. They handed Albus their test exam and walked into the next room. Albus then passed the paper down, and a few more people followed their lead as well. Some people had pink hair, one person had pink, one person had purple hair. Another one was wearing pigtails. Someone snickered. I thought UA was only allowing high school students in, not some little... Whoa! They nearly dodged their head, right as a blast of energy hit the wall behind him. The person with pigtails said, next time you say anything about my hairstyle, I will send that to your soul. She then walked into the next room. Right as the person walked in the next room, the silver blue-haired person grabbed the pigtail person and said, Malim, how many times do I have to tell you, quit threatening people in this world? They made fun of my hairstyle. Malim said, hey, Carmen, you're so childish, which is why you love me so much at times. Alright, Carmen, I hate you. I hate you sometimes because you're so cute. And I take that as a compliment. Ay, caramba. Ciel walked in to the room next. And Zuka said, I'm surprised y'all two, referring to, while pointing at Rimuru and Ciel, one of the first ones done. Well, Master wanted to get the exam done fast, but I wanted to make sure no one was thinking that he was cheating, so I may or may not have made him take it slower. Yes, again, why did you want to do it on your own? Rimuru said to Ciel. I just wanted to see what it was like taking a test. Trust me, if this is all that it is, it's just child's play. Okay. So, fast forward a few more minutes. And Albus walked into the room and said, "Okay, it's time for the secondary part." All of them walked back into the main room and sat down back at their seats. Albus, once seeing they were all back in their seats, said, "Now welcome to the second part of the exam. This part is the physical exam. You all will be fighting robots. Each person will be designated a fake city to fight in. There are 4 different types of robots. The 3 that are worth point are the first pointer, second pointer, and then the 3-pointer. But in each of them is harder than the last. The first pointer is easy still, but it is quite difficult. You need a decent squirk to break it, or skill for that matter. Next is the second pointer, which is a little bit more powerful than the first pointer. And finally, the 3-pointer is the strongest out of all of them that are worth points. Now, moving on, someone got shot up and said, "Ma'am, you are missing one. You're missing a 0-pointer," said, referring to a pamphlet. "I know, I was about to get... Now I must insist you continue with that robot." Izuku shot up and said, "Tinya Ida, sit down." Ida then looked over and said, "Oh, isn't it the quirkless boy?" Izuku then proceeded to summon lightning onto his head. "Not quirkless anymore. And so if you don't sit down right now, I will blast you so hard your engines won't work for a month." Ida shut up and sat down. "You may continue now, Albus." Izuku then sat down, and Albus continued. "Like I was saying, then now we should move on to the 0-pointer. This robot is not worth anything. It is purely an obstacle. Now I will have my assistant and the rival pass out everyone's fake city designation." A small person with fox ears walked onto the stage and said, "Hello, I'm the pro hero of Matriarch, and I will be the one I'll be the one making sure each of y'all get your fake city slips. Everyone, please walk over and form a line, and I'll hand you a randomized city." Everyone walked up and formed a line in front of the desk. Momoji, also known as Matriarch, passed out a slip to each person, and the person read it and walked away. They then went to their designated gate, and Izuku, looking at his, saw that he got gate S. He then walked into the secondary room, waiting for his friends. Soon after, Izuku's friends came into the room, and he went with them to their gates. He went to gate S, whereas Momo Nejire, who was with them, but she headed to the viewing room, whereas Kyoka and Momo just went to gate 3, aka gate C, and the others went to gates F, J, and B. They all did pretty well so far, but Izuku was a very interesting case. Izuku walked to his gate and found that he was the only person there. So, when he asked why, he saw one person he was actually not really expecting to see, who was one of the combat trainers of his, mostly in hand-to-hand combat, and also training for how to deal with his battle armor, besides Malim Nava. It was Kyrian, Malim Nava's subordinate. Well, one of them. his wife Freya was actually in the viewing room with Nejire, Mario, and Tamaki, who were intently watching Izuku's match. Karen said, Izuku, you have 5 minutes to destroy every single one of these robots, including the zero-pointer that Momoji went over. And if you do, you're guaranteed a spot in Class 1A. Izuku to himself thought, really? Only 5 minutes? Ay, caramba. That is way too much time for me. Carrion said, in 3, 2, Izuku bolted over the gate right before it even started open. He immediately blitzed in and destroyed every single robot, using switching between his power armor to crush a few, and even taking some physical hits and using his own physical strength to crush them by ripping off the robot's arm and then whacking around with it. He then blitzed one, ripping its arm off, bashing it in with the arm, and then completely demolishing another one by throwing the severed arm into it. He then, when as you saw this, he pushed the zero-pointer button for Gate S, and it immediately came out of the ground. Izuku thought to himself, you've got to be kidding me. Nezu knows what I am. Hey, caramba, and this dude thought a robot could defeat me? It should be fun. He blitzed it and ran up its arm, summoning a gauntlet of his armor, slashing it upwards, severing the head. He then lifted the head up and threw it back down into the robot's chest, crushing it from the inside. He then jumped out and bolted right out. Carrion was standing there with a stopwatch. He stopped it and said, 5 seconds. Wait, correct. 1 minute, 55 seconds. My finger was covering some of it. Izuku said, could have went faster. I just wanted to make sure y'all could actually see it. Izuku then walked back to the entrance to wait for his friends. But as he got there, he heard screaming about someone being trapped in gate F, A, and B. Someone being trapped under rubble. Izuku bolted over to each gate, and he found that each person was... One was Momo, another one was Toga, and another person was Kyoka. Izuku made a clone of himself, and he had it bolt into one, and he bolted into the other. He ran to gate A, where his clone went to gate B. The gate B clone ran up the arm and slashed through it, and then went inside of it and destroyed it from the inside out. It then ripped its way out and picked up a rock that was on top of Toga and ran out. While running, it also healed Toga. Once it set Toga down, it ran away and then vanished. Izuku, the real one, wherein he was in gate A, had a little more interesting interaction with the zero-pointer. Izuku's interaction with the zero-pointer was, like I said, interesting. Izuku ran into the gate A section and he bumped into his mentor, Frey, who helped him with his flying. She had the ability to interfere with magic, but this also incorporated electricity when she accidentally activated her first unique skill, and kind of disabled a good chunk of the electricity and Tempest before Rimuru managed to help her control it because it was an out of control skill. due to it just being awakened at that moment. She and Izuku quickly came up with a plan, and Izuku bolted up the Zero Pointer's arm. She then flew in beside him and flew up to the head, casting her magic interference unique skill to disable the head, but its main electronic source was its core in the chest. Izuku ran in and bolted into the chest, and then proceeded to literally claw his way into the core and shattered it immediately. The Zero Point, then became unstable and started to fall. Frey proceeded to fly down and managed to get the rocks off of Momo and Kyoka. Izuku then bolted out of it and helped Kyoka up, whereas Frey managed to get Momo to safety. Izuku proceeded to fire a bolt of black lightning at the falling Zero Pointer to completely obliterate it. Back in the viewing room, needless to say, All Might was surprised to see someone that resembled his son. Aizawa, who was there with Hisashi, as well as Midnight and Emmy, were just smiling the entire time. Rimuru, on the other hand, was already in there. It was matter of factly, it was because he did have to take the entrance exam, but he didn't have to take it. He just decided to see how simple it was for the the written exam. Due to CL and him passing with flying colors pretty much immediately, he decided not to break a sweat and just completely skip over and not do the physical exam. We then cut to Izuku meeting up with Rimuru outside along with Kyoka, Momo, Nejire, Mario, Tamaki, Hitoshi, and Toga. Shuna and the others were already heading back to the house. They told Izuku that Rimuru wanted to talk to him. Izuku agreed to talking to Rimuru, mainly because he was wondering why he didn't see him at any of the gates. Rimuru arrived and Izuku immediately asked, "Why weren't you at any of the gates, Rimuru?" Rimuru said, "It's because I didn't even need to take the physical exam or the written one. I was pretty much recommended automatically." "Sort of like me," Momo said. "Yeah, but you turned it down. I partially turned mine down." "So who recommended you?" Momo asked. "It was actually your dad, Izuku." "Aizawa?" "Mm-hmm." "Why?" "He knew I was powerful, but he decided that I was too powerful and didn't want me to destroy anything. I said I would do it as long as I get to take the written exam, and then decide if I will take the actual full exam, including the written and the physical. And needless to say, I found the written to be a little too easy, so I completely skipped that." "Oh, that's actually surprising, considering..." "Not surprising, actually, now I think about it, because you are really smart. Especially with the help of me," CL said, appearing beside Rimuru. "Okay, let's just get home. We have classes in a few weeks." Izuku said, "How do we know that we're even going to be allowed in?" Rimuru said, "I control time and space. I can see the future. You did not seriously expect me not to see this coming?" "Also, Izuku, you're going to find something interesting. I have a little surprise for you in a few days when we first go to class, Rimuru said. Fast forward a few weeks, and Izuku was not really surprised to find that Rimuru was indeed correct. Rimuru had told them that each of them would be getting a point value. Izuku would be getting 50,000 rescue points due to his fast, quick thinking and not destroying a single building, and he would have gotten pretty much triple that in villain points. And he was dead right, including all the way down to the last number. Now we fast forward even further into the future, right at the first day of class. Izuku walked into Class 1A and saw a handful of students. Some he was happy to see, some he loathed to see. And right in front of pretty much everything, Izuku saw both Tenya Ida, Mineta arguing with another person he hated named Tenya Ida. Izuku walked in and said, "Shut it, you dog." Bakugo said, "What do you want, you extra?" He then looked Izuku dead in the eyes, shut up, and looked down. Mineta looked over and said, "Who's that pretty girl behind you, new guy?" Izuku said to Mineta, "They're my friends and my girlfriends and my girlfriend. You do anything." Izuku proceeded to summon a sword. "I will gut you like a pig and feed your intestines to a dragon. You got that, punk?" Izuku said while getting into his face. Mineta said, "I'd like to see you try." Izuku then proceeded to go to grab Mineta, managed to dodge and run over to Kyoka trying to grab her. Tsuyu came uncamouflaged by the wall and flicked her tongue at him, knocking him into a wall. Bremer said to Izuku via telepath, "That's a surprise for you. I renamed her, and she's now a cryptid." Izuku looked over to Tsuyu and sent a thought message to her, saying, "Tsuyu Asui, you are a cryptid now?" Tsuyu looked at Izuku and thought, Mainly thanks to Rimuru. My parents are not the best, honestly." Izuku said, "Oh, and do I see Tokiyami over there?" Tsuyu looked over and blushed and said, "So, have y'all gotten together yet?" "Not yet, and Izuku, how do you know I even have a crush on him since 3rd grade?" Izuku said, "Girl, we have been friends for who knows how many years, and I've been friends with Tokiyami almost as long as you. So I can tell when you've gotten a crush." Soon after, everyone shut up and got to their seats. Aizawa woke up and said, "Took you 5 minutes to be quiet." Ida got up and said, "Who are you, homeless?" Izuku got up and sent a shadow tendril to pick up Ida by the neck. Izuku said to Ida, "That is my father. You talk anything bad about him, I will snap those engines legs right off of you, right here, right now." He then dropped him and said, "Continue, Dad." Aizawa said, "Thank you, Izuku. Now, as I was saying, I am Shoto Aizawa, aka Racerhead. I can erase any quirk, skill, that I want, including mutant types," he said, glancing at Ida, who proceeded to shut up and sit down. Now everyone get outside. We have a physical exam. And no orientation. This is my class, my rules. He said, slamming his fist down while proceeding to drop a duffel bag full of clothes on top of it. We now cut to the boys' locker room. Izuku and the other boys in Class 1A were getting changed, and after grabbing a set of gym clothes from Mr. Aizawa's duffel bag for boys on the boy side, and Izuku was talking to Tokiyami. He said to Tokiyami, "Hey Toko, how long have you and Tsuyu been dating?" He said, "Around 3 years now." He said, "Ha! You owe me $5 still." Tokiyami said, How the fuck do you remember that?" Izuku said, "Dude, a dude no." He then proceeded to tell him via thought that, "I know you are not even human anymore, and your quirk, Dark Shadow, is actually a skill now." Dark Shadow proceeded to pop out and say to Izuku via thought, "How did you know? Oh, wait. You're the new Tempest that rumor told you about? The new Tempest. Does that mean Veldora's out?" Izuku said via in the thought communication. "Oh, great," said Dark Shadow. Tokiyami said to Dark Shadow, "What is it?" Dark Shadow replied, "It's just Veldora Tempest, aka the Storm Dragon, and he's out. And he's actually here at UA," Izuku said, "as long as with his brother and sister." "You mean Velgrin and Velzard are with Veldora?" "Oh, great, I need some more magical drinks later." Tokiyami said to Dark Shadow, "What is going on?" Dark Shadow said, "Well, before becoming your quirk, I was a monster in the universe known as Tensura. And needless to say that Veldora Tempest, was it?" Izuku said, "Correct. Veldora Tempest, originally known as Veldora, is the Storm Dragon, aka a true dragon, one of the strongest beings in the world. Whereas he has two sisters named Velgrin and Velzard. They are stupidly powerful, and if you took one off, you pretty much took off a living natural disaster. When I'm saying they can bring calamity to different continents easily, I am not kidding," Dark Shadow said seriously. Tokiyami took a step back mentally and said, "Noted, do not piss them off." Izuku then heard Mineta say, "Hey Bakugo, look. Our friends left us a peephole." Bakugo said, "Nice." Bakugo then proceeded to try and make the hole bigger with an explosion, but he got an eyeball full of an earphone jack instead. Izuku said to him, "I wouldn't do that next time, Bakugo, because the next time I'm pretty sure I will be breaking a bone." Bakugo pulled the plug out before another one got sent directly into his junk. He said, "Oh!" Izuku said, cranking his neck over to Mineta, "Now I suggest you leave the girls alone before I do what Kyoka did to you." But with this instead. Izuku said, proceeding to summon his armor. Who are you, dude? Izuku said, you'll find out later, you midget. Before desummoning his armor, putting the rest of his clothes on, and walking out. Tokiyami soon followed him, along with Dinky and Hitoshi. Izuku walked out into the field and waited for the other boys. Aizawa sat down beside him and said, Bakugo and Mineta. Aizawa said, oh, that's just great. I have to deal with those fuckers. And trust me, I am looking forward to ending their lives, Izuku said. Aren't we all? Sasuke? Izuku said, thank you. It's not Sasuke, Dad. It's, Sake. Yeah, whatever. Aizawa then proceeded to start drinking the entire bottle of sake that he brought. Izuku took his shot and downed it in a go. Whew. Oh, man, I'm surprised Reamer actually made something that can actually make me feel it. Same here, son. Same here. Aizawa saw the other students come out and said, hello, you mistakes. Mainly Bakugo and Mineta. I heard what y'all did. One more slip up and you're expelled practically immediately. Got it? The boys straightened up, not wanting to exactly lose their situation this fast. Zuki proceeded to say, actually, Dad, as a punishment, why don't we allow them to go first and see how strong they are? Bakugo said, that's already an easy no because I already scored it first in the exam. Izuku said, actually, punk, I scored first. I was a gate ass. The only person there. I finished with a record of 1 minute and 55 seconds. Bakugo said, I could have cleared in 1 minute, punk. Izuku said, I only went that slow so people could see. He said, move out of my way, extra. He pushed Izuku out of the way, grabbed a ball and activated his quirk and threw it. Aizawa, knowing this would happen, had already turned on a device to measure the distance. 705 meters. Not bad, Bakugo. Son, why don't you take a throw at it? Izuku said, physical power or with my quirk? Physical power only for now. Then do your quirk, he said in a mocking tone. Not towards Izuku, but directed at Bakugo. Izuku lifted up a ball that actually weighed around 50 pounds. Bakugo said, that's a bowling ball, idiot. The tennis balls are right. Izuku proceeded to wind up and throw it like it was nothing. Bakugo's jaw hit the ground as he heard it break the sound barrier and then saw it disappear. Aizawa then turned the device towards him and said, Infinity Plus. Break that record, Bakugo. Bakugo proceeded to stammer, he's cheating. Aizawa said, Izuku, did you even use some of your quirk? Izuku said, maybe a little, revealing his gauntlet. Take another one. Aizawa proceeded to lift up another 50-pound ball and throw it to Izuku. No power this time at all, he said while activating his own skill. Eraser. Izuku said fine and proceeded to chunk the ball again, still breaking the sound barrier. Aizawa proceeded to re-show and said, 5,000 miles. Now try beating that. Everyone in the class, minus Izuku's close friends, were in complete shock at this. How about we, instead of doing this kind of training, Izuku said, How about we do some combat training instead? And I know just the guy to help us with it. And who are you thinking of, Izuku? Son, as it all said. Izuku said, I am thinking of Higakuro. Everyone became dead quiet because they knew this name. Higakuro was a new teacher at UA who made his name known immediately amongst the entrances. They all had their own messages with Higakuro saying, I'm your new combat teacher, and I don't take any slackers. I'm also referred to as Old Geezer, so don't take that lightly, he said while his eyes were glowing red. Higakuro said, walking out of the shadows nearby, hello, I'm going to be teaching y'all how to deal with people that use swords and not their quirks. So let's see how y'all fare against the master swordsman first, shall we? Izuku was trained by Higakuro along with Zigion and Benimaru, so he was quite confident he could hopefully beat Higakuro this time around. Higakuro scanned the area and looked for his first victim of training. He pointed to someone with a tail and said, you there. You're the first person that's fighting me. The person with the tail introduced themselves as Ojiro and got into a fighting stance. He activated his quirk, which was already pretty much always active, but a new aura appeared around it. Izuku thought to himself, Rimuru, did you seriously have to do this to another guy? Rimuru thought back, yes, and he's actually a monkey lycanthrope. Trust me, you'd be impressed with what he can do. What do you mean, Rimuru? Izuku thought. Watch. Ojiro proceeded to blitz Higakuro, swinging his tail directly at him. Higakuro dodged and grabbed the tail, singing and flying back. Ojiro proceeded to land on his tail and turn one of his arms into a monkey leg, gripping the ground. Then proceeded to turn the rest of his arms into monkey arms, and then proceeded to run and maneuver around Higakuro, who had proceeded to draw his blade. Higakuro proceeded to do multiple slashes directly aiming at vital organs. But all of these were pretty much nullified by Ojiro pretty much blocking the blade or hardening his body, or even using some techniques that he learned from his quirk. Izuku said, what did you give him? I gave him the ultimate skill known as Kung Fu King Sun Wukong. Izuku said, you did what? You gave this dude an ultimate skill? Rimuru said, trust me, this part's interesting. Ojiro then proceeded to summon a crown on his head, which suddenly boosted his power, and proceeded to rush Higakuro. Higakuro managed to see this coming to his third eye, dodged, and actually managed to land a blunt strike to Ojiro, knocking him into a tree. Ojiro got up and blitzed him again, right after cracking his neck. Ojiro ran up and clotheslined Higakuro. Higakuro took the impact, got up, and swung his sword directly at Ojiro's feet. Ojiro got tripped up, and Higakuro slung his sword directly towards his neck. Ojiro was not able fast enough to react, and nearly got his head decapitated. Higakuro stopped directly in front of his throat. He said, And that is how you do not fight a master swordsman. He then proceeded to help Ojiro up, and as soon as Ojiro deactivated his ultimate skill, multiple wounds started to appear on his body. That is actually a new function of Hagakuro's skill, martial arts master. Martial master, unique skill, Raymond said to Izuku. He can now inflict injuries after something happens. So in the battle, his opponent won't be able to feel them. But as soon as he deactivates his skill, you're going to feel every individual hit. Izuku gulped and said, "Well, let's just hope we don't have to deal with that. I don't have to fight him." Everyone else proceeded to fight Hagakuro and pretty much lose immediately. But there was a few outliers. Izuku himself was actually a very talented fighter and managed to disarm Hagakuro within a few seconds. Hagakuro pretty much immediately admitted defeat, saying, "This was one of my students. He's already surpassed me in swordsmanship. I had to use my own quirk on him. Trust me, you do not want to see what I can do with my quirk." Izuku said to him, "You used your quirk, which is third eye, to see and predict some of Ojiro's attacks. So you knew what was coming. You just allowed it to happen, you old geezer." Izuku proceeded to get a swift chop to the head, which resulted in a nasty bump. Hagakuro's eyes glowed red and he smiled. "Yes, I did. Now, final student, Toru Hagakure." Toru stepped forward and said, "Don't go easy on me, Hagakuro. I know how much of a teacher you are, and I know you are my martial arts teacher." She cracked her knuckles and turned invisible. Hagakuro managed to dodge a few of her hits, but he got hit like 90% of the time while dodging 10%. He tried activating his unique skill to predict where the next hit was coming, but due to her being invisible, he couldn't predict it. He took hit after hit after hit. Eventually, he saw that there was always a shine before she redirected the hit at her. He deduced that this was her magicals leaking off, and that her ultimate skill, God of Light Apollo, was wearing off. He took action of this and proceeded to nail her in the ribs where he saw an opening. She got hit and became visible once again. He crouched down and said, "You've definitely gotten better, but there's always room for improvement. Try surrounding your quirk onto objects." Toru said, "That is actually something I'm trying to do. I can only do it to clothing, but weaponry is still something I'm trying it on." Hagakure said, "Trust me, keep trying, and you will eventually succeed." "I know, Master. Thank you for your help." "You are welcome, Toru. Now, who is going to be next?" Rimuru stepped up and said, "We already know where this is going to happen." Toru said, "Trust me, so do I," she said to Rimuru while walking back to the group. Hagakure dropped his blade and said, "I surrender." Bakugo said, "You old extra, why are you not fighting this guy?" Hagakure looked at him and said, "I also taught him. He's already surpassed me more times than I have seen anyone surpass me in my entire life." Bakugo was a little unbelieving at that. He said, Who is this extra anyways?" Rimuru turned around and said, "I am Rimuru Tempest. My quirk is ultimate slime. Bakugo burst out laughing. That's just a weak quirk for a weak extra like you. Izuku proceeded to step up and say, Bakugo, you know exactly who I am. But for the ones who don't, I'm Izuku Midoriya. The area outside was dead quiet, except for one person. Mama said, about time you tell them, Izuku. If you allowed them to keep going, I would have eventually made a weapon and ended them myself. Izuku said, Babe, you don't need to worry about that. I can easily take all three, well, pretty much everyone here who's not my friend, out in a single fight. Now, let's see how you'll deal against someone that is relatively trained at fighting. Katsuki Bakugo. I challenge you to a duel right here, right now. Bakugo walked up and said, and what are the stipulations exactly? If I win, you have to leave you away. First day, I am now leaving. I'm going to win this fight. I still remember your reaction when I appeared in my true form, you old douche. You want to go right here, right now? Huh, Deku. Izuku said, I will take that name as a compliment right now. It can mean Deku, meaning can do. So yes, I challenge you to a duel, first day, right here, right freaking now. Gakuro stepped up and said, Okay, how about this? We do this fight at a later date. How about this Friday? There's going to be a lot more time to prepare for each other. Izuku looked at Gakuro and said, fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. I can wait to beat his butt. Bakugo said, just give me more time to train and eventually inevitably secure my victory, which is already secured. Izuku turned around and said, I'm going to go to Gobta to Rimuru. Who's Gobta? A weak extra? Izuku turned around and shot a lightning bolt directly at his feet. Izuku said, Gobta is a student here. He isn't in this class because he is actually too strong. Very much like me, but I decided to be in this class. Him and a few other people I know are not here. They're in class 1S. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to go talk to them. Izuku proceeded to leave, and he was soon joined by Momo, Kyoka, and Toga. They all asked, so, you are really going to go see Gata? Izuku said, well, I haven't seen the dude for a few weeks, and he's actually one of the few people that is kind of a pervert that I can tolerate. Besides Dinky, said Kyoka. Yeah, especially besides Dinky. and also because Dinky is only a pervert to his girlfriend, Ibara, which was kind of hilarious when they... Yeah, I know, I'm still trying to get that mental image out of my head, Izuku said. They arrived at Class 1S and knocked on the door. The door was answered by Kurobe. Izuku said, can I see Gobta? Izuku got Kurobe said, "Sure, why not? Matter of fact, you go ahead and come inside." Izuku walked in and he saw Gapta along with the likes of Mirid, Garm, Shuna, Dord, and as well as surprisingly Koda, along with Zonda, Ajira, and Venom, along with a few other people. Izuku walked in and said, "Hey Gapta," sitting beside him. Kurobe said, "Okay everyone, you'll have an hour break until for our next lesson, a lesson of blacksmithing." Gapta got up and collected a few books that he immediately stored in dimensional storage. "Still abusing your unique skill, huh?" Gapta said, "Yes I am. And trust me, it makes a lot of things easier. Especially getting the drop on Hakakuro during training." Ugh, he said while shivering. "Okay, you've been his student longer than me. How have you not been able to defeat him?" "Trust me, I do have no clue, but he is just strong. He's got that freaking old man strength, for crying out loud." Hakakuro suddenly appeared behind Gapta and said, "What was that about me being old?" Gapta turned and said, I didn't mean you old geezer." Hikakuro's eyes proceeded to turn red, and he summoned a wooden sword. "I'm gonna teach you manners." Izuku watched on in horror along with Momo, Kayaka, and Toga as Higakuro proceeded to mercilessly beat the living snot out of Gapta. Izuku managed to stop him from whacking around 100 times in 1 minute. Venom said, "And that, Ajira, is why you do not piss him off." Ajira said, "I know. Believe me, I have seen what he can do to someone like that. This is way too much. And I'm still trying to get a lot of that mental image out of my head. Believe me, I have seen a lot of bruises, but nothing as bad as something like Higakuro can do." Kurobe proceeded to walk back inside and saw Higakuro with Gapta laying on the ground. Higakuro said to Kurobe, "No need, he's perfectly fine." Kurobe said, "Well, your weapon's almost done." "That's good. Can you bring it to me when you are done with it?" "Sure." Kurobe left and Izuku ran up after him. "Hey, what kind of weapon are you making exactly for him?" "For Higakuro? Yeah. Oh, it's just a blade made out of a few different materials." "Like what?" Izuku said. "Well, some scales that were shed by Veldora, some old, Charybdis scales that we have laying around, along with a little bit of Godsteel and Insectar carapace, and exoskeleton." No. "Yeah, remind me not to deal with that again." "Why are you making him such a monster of a blade?" "He needs an ultimate weapon just in case we have to fight Yuki sometime soon." Izuku, yeah, Yuki. I believe that he is still trying to figure out how Yuki managed to get into combination with that guy. The guy that can steal quirks? Yeah. It's almost like the perfect lineup, Kurobe said. A guy that can steal skills and a guy that can steal quirks. It almost sounds like it was fate for this to happen. Izuku shivered and said, Yeah, don't remind me. And I'm still surprised that you and Kaijin actually got okay from Nezu to build an actual fully functioning forge down at the down to the port quarters area. Kaijin walked out of a room and said, not really surprising for my end, especially with how easily it was to convince him. You two bribed him with cheese and tea. And fruit. Yeah, that cryptid just really enjoys that tea. Zuko shivered and said, don't remind me, I've been friends with him for around 2 years ever since I learned my dad was All Might. And trust me, he's one of the few adults that I trusted back then, next to my mom. Kaijin said, Reamer can still bring your mom back to life, right? Izuka said, I know, but I just want her to rest in peace right now. All Might was not the best dad. Oh, I know how that is, Izuka fully. Yeah. So, anyways, how is everything going on for y'all? It's been going fine. The forge has been going fine. Kirby says, okay, Gene. Yes, sir. How is Hagakuro's weapon coming along? It's almost done, actually. Just gotta quench it real quick and then refine it a little bit more. Kirby walked into the forge and said, you mean this blade? He then proceeded to grab the blade that was in the forge, bring it out, immediately quench it, and then use his own unique skill on it. His unique skill is known as Golly Craftsman. He has the ability, using the skill, to store different type of materials in it, but also some weaponry. He may not be a fighter, but he can certainly deal some decent damage. Kirby walked out and said, okay, I'm going to go give this to Hagakuro. Kaijin, I will be right back in a few minutes. Especially with how much I know he's wanting to try it out on a few other students. Izuku shivered and said, yeah, we all know how that's going to end. They all shivered and said, reminder, never take off Hagakuro. They were pretty much in sync at that moment because they knew how much of a beating Hagakuro could surely dish out on any one of them at a given time. Kirby then walked off and Izuku turned to Kaijin. He said, Kaijin, okay, what was your name again? It was Blacksmith. And I keep forgetting, what is your unique skill at the moment? It is actually an ultimate skill now. Really? What was it originally? He said, it was just known as Forge God. Wow. Okay, that is definitely an ultimate level skill. So what caused it to evolve recently? I don't really know fully. Maybe my proximity to Reamer so much recently. Sure, we have been living in the same household for a while, so I'm pretty sure you absorbed some of his excess magic kills. Yeah, that's most likely it. I've also, my magic killing capacity have drastically increased along with it. So what can your new skill do? Izuku said. Kaijin looked around and said, we better talk in the forge about this instead. He said. Izuku said, agreed. They walked into the forge, which was fully operational, and sat down on some stools. So what can it do? So what can your ultimate skill do? Well, it can do everything that Kirby's unique skill, Golly Craftsman, can do, but with a few other things for me. It can pretty much instantly make a legendary tier weapon that has a few different abilities in one swing, but I still prefer doing it the old-fashioned way. You've always been like that, unless we have to produce multiple weapons for war. Now, that is definitely something that you would definitely use the skill for. I'm not a very war-type person, but if it's to protect Tempest or something like it, I will definitely make weapons to help protect it. Izuku said, huh, and how do you know this place is, secure, no one's going to hear us what we're talking about? Gaijin said, simple enough. Rimuru and some others have helped me cast a full-on barrier around us that mutes pretty much anyone from hearing what we're talking about. That's actually pretty good. So, Rimuru, how much training have you gotten from him recently? Not really training per se, but I have definitely gotten the help of him by actually helping me in the forge. He's actually surprisingly learned quite a bit recently. And surprisingly, he didn't know how to tell the difference between different settings, like how to mainly tell the forge is ready for a different metal or different temperatures immediately. Yeah, Reaver may be a god, but there are some things he doesn't really do, and forging is one of them. But I thought he actually listened to all my stuff when I was talking to Kurobe about this. Izuku said, Rimuru actually just did that to get away to help cure his boredom a little. That would make sense. You're not mad? I've known Rimuru so long. He's been my master for nearly 50 years now. Nothing can really shock me anymore. Izuku said, how old are you anyways? You see, well, when Rimuru found me, I was like, I'm gonna say around 50, and say, add on another 20, 50, around 120 by now. Izuku said, how are you out dead? He said, Reamer's magic kills keep me alive. Trust me, my life is very weird now that I've met him. Izuku said, oh man, that is true. So what are some other functions of your ultimate skill? Well, I can store weapons, as well if I really focus and put about 15% of my magicals into each swing. And about 5 swings, I can actually easily make a god level weaponry that can only be wielded by whoever has enough magicals to actually activate it. What do you mean by activate it? These swords I have created all require a magical count of more than 5 million to activate. And most of the 12 patrons, as you said, don't have only around a few thousand magicals. Well, some only have around maybe 6 million. Well, they've definitely gotten higher, definitely into the billions by now. Yes, but they've already all got their own weapons, Kaijin said. But I haven't. May I see one of them? Izuku said. Kaijin said, that is relatively interesting. Izuku then said, well, I wonder if Rimuru would even allow me to have one. Kaijin said, why is that? Izuku said, because I am already powerful enough to form my own arms into weaponry. Izuku then shifted his arm and using his carapace from Insectar and turned it into a blade. Kaijin said, Well, that is true. You might need to have more maneuverability with an actual blade. I'm basing off of actual Japanese weaponry that we have made for people and some of the other weaponry. I'm going to guess a katana would be best, namely because Hagakuro is what he trained you with. Well, a katana is what Hagakuro trained you with. Well, that is true. Nezu then came in and said, Izuku, that's the guy I was looking for. Izuku said, why were you looking for me? He said, Murd is quite a hard guy to understand what he's talking about. Izuku said, well, it's quite simple for me. I just go off of whatever he needs. He usually writes down a list of what he needs if you want him to make something. So, I'm guessing you want him to make something. Nezu said, yes, I do. Izuku said, okay, what do you want him to make? I want him to make the dorms. The dorms? I didn't know UA had dorms. Izuku said, well, UA's going to. I want to turn UA into a private school with more security. But I am also going to need dorms so the students have a place to live. That makes sense, Izuku said. So, why do you need my help? Like I just said, Nezu said, you understand him? And I just said that he writes down a list of whatever he needs. Yeah, but he's asking for magicules. Seriously, Nezu. Rimuru's already told you this multiple times. And your quirk IQ should have implied this by now. Nezu said, well, I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. Nezu, you were born a monster, okay? Rimuru just gave you a name that caused you to turn into a cryptid, which is what increased your own power and caused your quirk, which is made from magicules, to increase to a literal powerful skill. I forget what your skill was called. But trust me when I say that I know for sure it is powerful. Fine. Okay, I should know this by now. But yet I am still learning as much as you are. Izuku said, I'm actually relatively faster adapting this to you. And you're more close to a naturally born monster than I am. Oh, shut up. Ay, caramba, Izuku said. I know you're not going to be able to expel me for this. You know that, right? Nezu said, I know, because if I do, Rimuru is leaving too, and yeah, we just might lose our strongest soul, or some of our strongest people, in case villains ever do attack. Especially Yuki. Ugh. I've heard about what he did, but still have a hard time understanding just what he can do. Izuku said, okay, that's enough. Let's talk to Murd, and I can see if I can get anything done. Okay, that works for me. Come on, Izuku. Hey, Kaijin, I'm going to go with Nez right now. Kaijin said, okay, I'll talk to Reamer about getting you that blade. Thank you, Kaijin. Izuku then got up and walked out of the room with Nezu. He then asked, okay, Nezu, you want Murd to create the dorms, but what about Garm and Dord? Well, I know that Kaijin's in charge of the Forge, okay, the support course, even though he's technically a student, classified as a student here. Teacher student, actually, Nezu said. Yeah, whatever. But what about Garm and Murd? Murd's pretty much mute, Nezu said. So, we have Cementos helping with building. Isn't Cementos already in architecture? Yes, but he's also your English teacher. Wait, no, was his mathematic teacher? Nezu, you really gotta keep in contract with, keep understanding what your people are doing. Yeah, I understand. Let's just get to the topic of what their jobs are. They found Murd trying to have a conversation with Cement Toss. Izuku saw Cement Toss and said, "Hey, Cement Toss." Cement Toss said, "Hey, Izuku, can you help me understand what Murd is saying?" Izuku looked at Murd, and Murd made some movements with his hand, and Izuku turned to Cement Toss and said, "Murd wants you to incorporate some more rooms into each dorm room." "Like what do you mean?" Cement Toss said. "He wants you to incorporate a bathroom, a small kitchen, as well as a little personal room. Not that kind of room, for the record. So, a bedroom, kitchen, and a bathroom all in one? How'd you get all that from the simple hand movements?" "You live with the dude long enough, you're going to learn a few things about him." "Hey, caramba. Yeah, I'm still not getting used to the fact that he's from another world." "Yeah, same here," Nezu said. "Hey, Nezu." "Hey, Cement Toss." "So, what about Garm and Dord?" "Well, Garm and Dord," Nezu said, "they are going to be in charge of working in support course as well. Garm is going to be in charge of making hero costumes, and Dord is going to be in charge of making some more fashionable accessories for the weaponry and anything else that can be used." So basically, Garm is in charge of making good clothing and our hero costumes, whereas Dord is in charge of making sure our weaponry does not go pretty much kaboom in our faces sometimes. Yeah, especially with Mei Hatsume. "Don't remind me about that," Izuku said. "I'm surprised she managed to create an explosion that was centralized enough to break through a little bit of your exoskeleton on your arms." "Believe me, so am I," Izuku said. "Okay," Cement Toss said, "what are y'all talking about?" "Well, we're talking about what exactly each of the dwarves' jobs are. So, Murd is in charge of helping you with creating the dorms," Negu said. "Garm is in charge of making the hero costume for the students, and Dord is in charge of making sure any unstable machinery has a drill put in place that can actually centralize and hopefully make sure they don't pretty much blow up and break down." "Well, that's really helpful. So, what about Shuna, though?" Izuku said. "Shuna?" One of Rimur's wives. I keep forgetting that Rimur is married. How many wives does he have? Let's see, there's Ultima, Shuna, Kara. I don't know. Yeah, don't remind me to that end. Ugh. Believe me, I know," Izuku said. Anyways, so Shuna is going to be helping Garm with making the hero costumes. Whereas Garm is in charge of creating like the armor padding for the armor and other parts of it, Shuna is more important to making sure it's actually fashionable for, actually being able to be worn. And don't forget a comfortable, as Zuka said. Ned said, well, that is pretty much already built into what her job is. Garm said, "Well, me and Shuna already work together." Izuku looked over and said, "When did you get here?" "Actually, I got here a few minutes ago, but I was wondering what y'all were talking about, so I just stayed back to listen. And I have to agree that what y'all's plans are actually quite good. Murd, we're helping Cement Toss with the dorms. Me and Shuna making the clothing. I make the armor padding and all that, whereas she makes the silk and other clothing parts. And Dward makes sure any unstable machinery is perfectly fine with a power crystal put into place. That does make more sense, Ezekiel said. Now that you say it, at least, Garm said. Garm turned to his brother and put a thumbs up. Murd responded with a thumbs up himself and said something with his hands. Ned said, okay, is he mute or something? Garm says, no, yes, but he just chooses to be like that. He never really wants to talk for some reason. I think he saw something he was mentally scarred for the rest of his life. Izuku said, I'm pretty sure he has. Shin'en then walked into the room and asked what they were talking about. Izuku said, I'm just wondering if Murd has seen anything that made him not talk at all. Shin'en said, I have believed he does. He did see something that did scar him, which was his mother getting it on with his father, I bet. Murd turned a deep shade of red and nodded violently. Izuku said, I'm guessing it was so violent that you pretty much shut off your mouth? Murd nodded his head rapidly again. Okay, we got our answer for that problem. And trust me, it is not the best answer I was looking for. Nezu said, I agree with you there, Zuko. So, how much did you hear of our conversation, Shin'en? I didn't hear any of it, actually. So, what were y'all talking about? Before we got to the subject of why Murd doesn't talk, we were talking about what y'all's jobs were. Jobs? I've always worked as a person who makes Silk and Tempest. Yeah, and we were going to use that to our advantage and help. See if you wanted to. Well, we decided if you wanted to, you could help Garm with making the hero costumes. Oh, I'd be more than delighted to. I really like to see what the next generation of heroes would actually like to wear. She said, Thank you, Shuna. Nezu said, You're welcome, Nezu. So, anyways, who is going to be the person to create the dorms? Is it going to be Cementos or Murd? It's going to be both of them, actually, Nezu said. Oh, this is going to be a train wreck and a half to see. How's that? Nezu said. I have seen how they work together, and they cannot really understand each other. I already told Murd how to actually... Well, I told Cementos how to actually read what Murd wants done. Nezu said, When? Izuku looked over and said, I can stop time. You don't think I would have told him by now? Cementos said, Believe me, that was the longest 5 hours and suspended time I've ever spent. Nezu looked over and said, How many times has it happened exactly? He said, Too many times for me to count. If I aged, I would be 95 right now. And Nezu said, And you are 35. He looked over to Izuku and said, How are you? Still like 15. And Izuku said, Ageless, and I can control my own aging. Dude, you are old enough to literally be a pro hero who has years of combat experience. How? Just how? Answer me that. Izuku said, Simple. Laws in this country prohibit me from doing it. From even drinking until I'm 18. Nezu said, Fair enough there. So, let's see. Where are we going to go with anything else? Shuna said, I think we should talk to Dort about what we all have for him. I'm guessing since he can create types of jewelry and crystals that can keep things stabilized, y'all want him to help y'all create some jewelry or jewels that can make sure machinery is stabilized. Yeah, that's special for Mei Hatsume, as you said. Oh, believe me, I'm surprised about that explosion, too. Ugh. Okay, let's go. Izuku left with Shuna and Nezu down to Dor's room, and then knocked on the door. Dord answered, and they walked in. Dord said what they want because he was busy trying to actually do what they were exactly talking about. He said, "What do y'all want? I'm busy. I'm trying to make sure May knows to quit blowing stuff up." May shouted from across the room, "Not my fault." He said, "You literally took one wire and snipped it, knowing it would cause it to blow up in 5 hours. She said, "Yes, but that did require more energy for the core to work functionally correct." Doris said, "Yes, but even with lower power, we would have eventually been able to fix that." "Well, not my fault. I always want to make sure everything is working functionally at highest capacity," Doris said. "May, you are the most stubborn-headed partner I have ever had. You almost want me to become a fighter, and I don't like fighting that much sometimes." Dora looked over to Izuku and said, "You see what I gotta deal with right now?" Izuku said, "Yep. And so what's going on exactly?" May said, "We've been arguing about a power armor I've invented that nearly broke someone's spine earlier. And I may or may not have caused it to blow up." Izuku looked around the room in the corner and saw some black scorch marks. He said, "I'm guessing that's where the explosion was," gesturing to the corner. Dord said, "Yes. Believe me, I have told her multiple times to quit with that, but she never listens. I've told her that constantly, to never remove one wire from the core and put it and send it directly into whatever part of the body that needs to be functionally working. We can easily create a power adapter for that." May said, I just want to make sure this thing is operational as fast as possible." "That's a problem," Izuku said. "May, you need to stop rushing stuff. I know you like inventing, and you can make some really cool inventions, but still, take your time and make sure things are functional." Dord, let her try and see if anything will work. Give her input, yes, but also just make sure nothing will really destroy the room. Caramba. "So, do y'all think you'll be able to work together at all to create armor or robots that will be able to actually take some pretty powerful hits? Because I want to try some training exercises to blow off some steam now." Dord said, "Well, we've been lucky enough to agree on a few things. If we've invented a new generation of robots, that could be useful in a few different scenarios." Izuku said, "Thank you." "They are what we call adaptoids," Dord continued. "Adaptoids are made from a specialized crystal I created. These crystals," he pulled one up and showed them to the class. To Shuna, Nezu, and Izuku. Maeve jumped in and said, "These crystals he created allow the robots to fully work and actually take in magicals for the air and also the effect of quirks and use that to power themselves. And in some situations, even can copy the quirks. The robots themselves are made from nanobots and are able to reproduce the explosions of Bako Katsuki's quirk." Izuku said, "Thank you for that example alone. I already want to see these robots in action." Dord said, "You really hate that dude, huh?" Izuku said, "More than you think." Dord said, "Okay, so anything else?" Izuku said, I'm curious. Could you actually use your own skill on yourself?" Dord says, yes, I can. I've actually made my own armor just for this situation alone." "Well, that's cool," Izuku said. "Thanks, but it's actually an invisible set. It's actually my regular clothing, what I'm wearing right now. It's just a lot more improved. Trust me, hit me with your best shot." Izuku said, "Okay." He powered up a fist and winded it up and punched door directly in the chest. The gourd got sent into a wall with some scratches. And he said, okay, how much did you use? Izuku said, around 50,000 magicals in that one punch. He said, no wonder I can feel my kidneys busting right now. Dord managed to get up and said, whew, good thing I had a healing property to that crystal. Izuku said, I'm guessing the crystals were woven into your clothing? He said, ugh, yep. Ah, finally. He snapped his arm back into place. Izuku said, did I dislocate my arm? Yes, you did. He looked over at Shin'en and said, thank you again, Shin'en, for helping me wove that into the armor. You too, Garm, because without you, I would have lost that arm from Izuku. Mei said, oh, trust me, you're about to lose more than that from me. Dord said, I created this clothing. I worked for Rimmer for 20 plus years. What you can do to me would not even make me flinch. Izuku and Nezu quickly left the room, and Shuna left with them. Izuku said, okay, I'm gonna go see what Geld's up to. Nezu said, okay, tell him that I said hi for the record. Izuku said, okay, got it. Izuku left and went to the security office. On his way there, he bumped into a few students and he talked to them for a few minutes to see what their opinions were of some of the new faculty. Some of them called them monsters, and some of them said that I'm surprised they were even heroes because they look like they are freaks. Izuku was halfway tempted to punch their lights out. He thought, why do I have to deal with these people? I just want to rip their throats out at times. He managed to calm down and he left, while proceeding to give them the middle finger as he left. He continued to walk down the halls until he hit the security office. He knocked on the door, and Geld answered. He said, hey Geld, how have you been? Nezu says hi for the record. Geld said, hey Izuku. Yeah, Nezu talks to him constantly. The dude's always wanted to see how well I am at chess. Believe me, I am more of a defense fighter, but I am not that intelligent when it comes to strategy for a game like that. Izuku said, you want to talk? He said, I'll be happy to. They walked inside and sat down. So, you are going to be working on the defense outline for the UA gate? Yeah, I can tell someone's going to be planning to break in sometime soon. How's that? Reamer told me that some people from the media will be coming in and somehow get through the gate in a few days. Oh, that's just great, Izuku said. Well, let's just see what's going to happen in the next few days. Izuku then got up and left. He said, thanks for that, Geld. I'm going to go back to my room at the dorms. He said, don't think we don't got dorms yet. Don't forget, I can easily create a portal and go back to my room at the mansion, okay? You know what I mean. Geld said, yeah, I do. See Izuku. Izuku then opened a portal in front of him and walked through it and appeared in front of Nejire and the others. Izuku said, hey Nejire, how you doing? Nejire said, I'm doing better now. And also, when did you manage to convince Tamaki and Mario to start dating? It's actually been a few months, Izuku said. Really? Mm-hmm. Well, that's actually not surprising much, because they have been flirting on and off for years now. And I'm surprised they managed to keep it a secret from you. Believe me, so am I. Izuku then looked around and said, where's the others? Momo is talking to Kyoka, and Toga is talking with Kariara. Well, I'm going to go talk to Rimuru about something real quick. Izuku said, Nejire said, okay. Izuku then turned around and headed to Rimuru's room. He knocked on the door and Rimuru answered. Rimuru said, hey Izuku, what do you want to talk about? Izuku said, I'm not surprised you knew that. So, when are the meteor coming exactly? Izuku said, going to say around 2 days. Can't you give me a more accurate prediction? Dude, I don't want to give you too many spoilers of what's going to happen in the future. I can tell you exactly when and where something's going to happen, but something's funky going on with the timeline exactly. It's constantly changing, and I can tell you different futures, but nothing's really set in stone at the moment. It's like this world is trying to adapt since we came here. Aren't you a powerful god exactly? I am. I'm a bit over the concepts of time and space, even my own concept, but some things are just a pain in the headache to completely understand. Seal can tell me, but she says, I say that I don't want to tell him and ruin the fun of it. Seal said, appearing behind Rimuru. Izuku said, well, I am going to go to my room. Seal said, you do that, Izuku. Now, Rimuru, she said, her hearts appearing in her eyes, let's have some fun. Rimuru said, no. Seal then grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him into the room, slamming and locking the door behind them. We now fast forward to the next day. Izuku woke up and got ready for school. He had then to open a portal for everyone to walk through. Guy Crimson was actually the teacher for his class that day. Guy Crimson walked into the class and introduced himself, saying, hello everyone, I am the pro hero Crimson. My name is Guy Crimson, for the record. Bakugo stood up and said, what are you, a weakling? He said, my quirk is Devil Lord. Well, technically, Devil Lord of the Abyss. Katsuki gulped and said, I could still beat you out. Guy then shot a flame directly at Katsuki, missing him by an inch. I can easily evacuate that soul from your body right here, right now. But as a pro hero, I don't want to lose my license so soon after getting it. You got it, punk? Katsuki kept his mouth shut, but he thought, I gotta tell Master about this guy. He looked over to Mineta, and Meta said to him, I agree. We have a thought communication Izuku hijacked. So y'all are working for Yuki, Izuku thought. This is gonna be interesting. Katsuki said back to Mineta, so, any plans for how to deal with that Rimuru guy? Mineta said, I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure Master can easily find a way to beat him. But I call dibs on that girl right over there. Mineta said, pointing to Shuna. Katsuki said, I call dibs on that Shin'en girl we saw a few weeks ago. But I also called dibs on a girl named Chloe Albert. Mineta said, good choice. I wonder how she will be. Izuku then snapped his pencil, thinking, can't I just end there, right here, right now? He then sent a thought communication to Guy and said, Guy, if you don't take me out of this classroom right now, there is going to be more blood in here than there will ever be in the entire human body. If anyone in this entire school. Guy looked at Izuku and said, Izuku, Rimuru Nezu wants to see you in his office right now. Izuku got up and said, thank you, Guy. Izuku then left to go to Nezu's office. He then sent thought communication to Guy saying, "Thank you, because I would have definitely ended them right there." Guy said, "So you heard their conversation and thought communications?" "Mm-hmm. Way too easy to hijack," Izuku said. "Yeah, believe me, I'm disgusted myself." "So how's Velzar doing?" Guy blushed and said, She's doing fine." Izuku said, "This has always been fun to tease you about that." Yeah, shut up, dude," he said. "Oh, shut up yourself, Guy. Or should I say, gay, Crimson." He said, "That was one time!" Says the dude that can turn into a female for his wife. And I heard she really enjoys that form. Guy said, "Oh, you are you." Izuku could practically envision what he looked like. He says, "You do know I can see you exactly." Izuku said, Yeah, that all-seeing eye copy skill you have is pretty annoying." "So, any plans for what exactly to do to them? Well, specifically Mineta and them?" Izuku said, "Well, I definitely want to rip their spines out later, but for now, give them the punishment of having to run extra laps. Make sure it's actually understandable, though." I got an idea." Guy then said, with still in thought communication, but also out loud to the class, "Okay, everyone, we are going to be doing a 5 laps around the building with weighted jackets on." Guy proceeded to pass out weighted jackets to everyone, while making sure Mineta's and Katsuki's were heavier than the others. Not noticeable at first, but as soon as they started running outside, Katsuki and Mineta were noticeably slower than them. Now, as you can see all this from his third eye, he then deactivated the skill after seeing Mineta and Bakugo trip up on one another and lay on top of each other kissing. He said, "Okay, that's way too funny for me. That's enough to see right now." He then deactivated and walked into Nezu's office, where Luminous, also known as the vampire hero Valentino, was. He said, Hey, Luminous." Luminous turned to Izuku and said, "Hey, Izuku, long time no see. Where have you been?" He said, "Training?" And Nezu said, "And Izuku, what are you doing here?" Izuku said, "Nearly ripped these freaking spines out of Mineta and Katsuki." Nezu said, "Hey, Rumba, I am looking forward to expelling those two." Luminous said, "So, any full plans on how to get rid of Yuki?" Rimuru walked into the room and said, "I'll deal with him, but Izuku, you could if you wanted to right now." Izuku said, "AFO's body's a little tricky. He's most likely morphed himself into a different human due to Yuki being fused with him at the spiritual level. He's got a different appearance, so people will think he's an innocent guy with just an interesting mask and relatively villain-like quirk, but so I'm not going to test it. But maybe if we can get him committing a crime, or get him on a crime, I could actually kill him for that." Izuku said, Nezu said, "Dude, you are thinking more and more like a villain." Izuku said, "Well, not my fault. My dad, everyone here is practically like a dad to me, has also taught me to think in some pretty dark ways." Nezu looked over to Izuku and to Rimuru, from Izuku to Rimuru, and said, "Rimuru, did you really teach him this?" He said, "Well, when you gotta plot how to deal with some enemies of your nation, you've gotta think of some pretty interesting ways to deal with them." Nezu said, "And yes, said that, hey, Karamba, you are right there. Luminous said, well, so what teacher am I today? You're technically a student teacher, and as I said, you are supposed to help fill in whenever you're needed. Izuku said, why is Guy teaching my class again? Guy said, simply because he wanted to see what it was like teaching and having to deal with a bunch of young people. Pretty much fetuses, as he said. Izuku said, he does know I can easily fold him like a Christmas tree. Like me punching a Christmas tree, right? Nezu said, yes, he does. Which is another reason why he told you to leave. Because that weighted jack would have not really done anything to you. Izuku said, yeah. Ay, caramba. Okay, so I'm going to go see what's up with the others. Illumina said, what do you mean by others? Izuku said, she means she's going to go see how her wife is doing. Oh, you mean Hinata? Oh, yeah. When is the wedding exactly? Illumina blushed and said, what do you mean? Izuku said, I know y'all have been dating almost for like 20 years and have yet to actually get married. You'll call each other your wives, but there is technically nothing official. Luminous said, fine. We've been playing it since we came here. We wanted to have it a wedding between Almost and Tempest, actually. Reamer said, we can have it as soon as we get back. Luminous said, really? Izuku said, I'm perfectly fine going to Tempest for the first time. Reamer said, and I'm perfectly fine with it. You don't even have to have it in a church, which is going to be quite ironic if you do. Izuku said, yeah. Luminous said, why is that? Izuku said, you see, in this world, if you haven't seen popular media recently, vampires are seen as creatures that hate churches. More specifically, the cross. Oh, you mean Christianity? Yeah, I've seen it. Garlic, really? It's really flavorful for a vampire, actually. Izuku said, believe me, I know. Some people have seen me be able to use blood and think I'm a vampire every now and again. They throw garlic at me thinking it will do something. Hey, caramba. It's quite flavorful. Nezu then pushed a button and it made a buzzing noise, and a few minutes later, Hinata walked in. Izuku said, hey Nezu, why'd you call Hinata in here? Nezu said, Izuku, I want you to help Hinata here with her sword training. Izuku said, oh great, I have to help her. Hinata looked at Izuku and said, hey, not my fault. She said, oh, quit it. You are literally you're quite a copycat if you think about it. She said, how's that? Izuku said, you literally copied the hero name of Chloe. I'm Kronos, she's Corona. Actually, Nezu said while flipping through some papers, where is it? Let me see. Chloe, yeah, she did take up the name of Corona, and Hinata did take up the hero name of Sword Hero Kronos. Izuku said, still both mean time. And trust me, hey, Corona, it's going to take a while to get used to you and Luminous being together and still you having a thing against Rimworm. Well, a small thing. And also, didn't you have a crush on him at one time? Rumor said, wait, what? CL said to him while appearing at his side and said, honey, you didn't even know that? Izuku said, seriously, even your main wife right here knew, and you didn't. Is it? Reamer said, no, I did not. Hinata said, I'm pretty sure I made it blatantly clear that I have more of an obsession with you. Izuku said, Rimuru is just quite blunt at times. And also, sometimes he can also be very, very dense. Believe me, Seal said, I know. I've been flirting with him for about 5 years before I said, dude, I want to marry you, to his face. And we were together as technically as partners, as well as Raphael and Great Sage at that time, for around an additional 5 years. So we were together for 10 years before we even started actually being official, if you will. Izuku said, okay. So Hinata, do you want me to actually help you with your training right now, or later? Hinata said, right now, actually. Izuku said, okay, meet me outside at the testing ground of Field Gamma. Izuku then opened a portal and walked through it. Hinata tried to run through it and managed to actually get through it before Izuku closed it. Izuku saw the Class 1A group turning the corner right there and he said, Hinata, let's begin with this. Izuku turned one of his arms into a blade and Hinata drew her sword. Izuku rushed at Hinata and Hinata managed to counter with a blade with her own sword, but with the flat of her sword. Izuku then turned his other arm into a blade and shoved upwards. Hinata maneuvered the flat of her blade downwards, causing Izuku to actually manage to chip away from her blade and stab right past her. She dodged by cutting her head to the side, and she blocked the other blade. And Izuku then deformed the blade from his hand and grabbed her and threw her down. He said, Rule 1, always expect the unexpected. Especially, you may be fighting someone with blades, but I have the ability to morph my body into weaponry. He then, before punching the ground beside her, she kicked upwards as Izuku blocked by hitting her foot, and he managed to block and punch it back, but then sent his other arm forward, grabbing her blade to get down and putting his fist up against her neck, before then proceeding to wrap around his tail and restrict her movements. He said, another thing, when your opponent has multiple appendages and body parts, always make sure you maneuver and get rid of the extra ones first. He then released her and got up. He turned to the class, and all of them minus the ones who knew him personally and knew what he was doing, stood in dumbstruck awe. Kirishima said, dude, how? You just fought a pro hero. How are you not getting arrested right now? Hinata said, he's actually a lot stronger than me. Mina said, girl, you are known as Kronos, the sword hero, and yet you're being fought by a high school student and you got beat by him. How is that possible? Hinata said, anything's possible. He's just a lot stronger than me. Kirishima said, believe me, I'm surprised majorly too. Someone jumped down from the roof and landed beside Class 1A and said, believe me, I know how strong he can be. They turned around and Ochako said, Atlas? Ochako was a big fan of the pro hero Atlas, aka Daggerel. Daggerel said, yes. And Ochako, from what Izuku could hear, she was saying, finally could possibly get myself some money from this guy. Izuku thought, oh great, instead of a Ochako, it's a Choco. Ay, caramba. He then looked through her mind and said, and she is dating Bakugo. Oh boy, this group's just full of hoes. It's gonna be a hoe down soon, though. He then told Hinata all of this, and thought communication. She had to restrain herself from laughing from this group is full of hoes joke Izuku made. Daggerel looked at Izuku and understood what he was saying, or more practically thinking. His ultimate skill, World Holder Atlas, gave him some ability to read the particles in the air made from magic and quirks alike. Even regular particles he could read. His most easiest one to read was sound, but he could also read lights and dodge incoming attacks using the magic tools and sound particles in the air. He said to the class, this guy Crimson is a good teacher, but I'm now going to teach y'all how to deal with someone that can dodge with incoming attacks. Izuku said, I ain't fighting you because we both know I would win. He said, good point. I may be able to dodge stuff, but Izuku can hide his presence with certain abilities of his quirk. Baku said, what is his quirk exactly? Izuku said, I actually have 3 quirks. Hybrid, Devourer of Knowledge, and Power Armor. And Power Armor's quirk allows me to copy some abilities, but like mimic some abilities from people by converting some energy I can store up from the main ability of the quirk. But I'll get onto that in a second. My main ability allows me to create armor, and any armor I summon, I immediately resist any incoming attack. But without the armor, I can reduce it down to 5% and absorb the rest to kinetic energy. The rest will leave me with a mark or some sort. But with the 95% of remaining energy, I can turn it into anything I want. Devour Knowledge, I can rip out your soul, copy your battle knowledge, your quirk, or skill if I wanted to. Practically anything I wanted. Everyone minus Izuku's close friends gulped at the thought of what Izuku could possibly do if he was a villain. He said, y'all are just lucky I wouldn't do that. That girl said, believe me, I know what he can do. We've gone to a fist fight once, and I barely managed to dodge a handful of attacks. My jaw was dislocated for a while. How did you manage to dislocate my jaw when I can practically snap it back into place immediately? Izuku said, the last punch I hit with when I dislocated your jaw, negated any healing abilities except for natural and time ones. He said, of course it was. Achaga walked up to Izuku and said, so Izuku, how exactly can you manipulate time and space with that punch? Izuku said, simple. I can copy any technique from anyone using my quirk. She said, do you want to go on a date? Izuku said, sorry, I'm already dating someone. Ochako scoffed, who would want to date a former quirkless nobody? Momo popped up and said, actually, she walked over to Izuku and kissed him on the cheek. I would. Toga walked up and said, me too. And Kyoka walked up beside Izuku and hugged his arm and said, me as well. Izuku was proceeded to become a blushing mess. He said, Kyoka, let's talk about this some other time. Momo said, I'm perfectly fine with it if you are, Izuku. Izuku said, then I guess I am too. Otaka was pretty ticked and stormed off. Bakugo was perfectly fine with this because he was the one he thought in charge of everything next to his master. Bakugo thought, if only those girls weren't in the way, we could have used a Choco to become a spy and see what Izuku is up to right about now. Izuku looked up and saw someone else who was halfway tempted to come down, and he said, Ramorous, make sure your husband does not come down here. In a thought communication, Ramorous said, you got that, Izuku? Why'd you gotta be so mean, nephew, someone said. Valdora, you would literally level half of the battle of this training area with how strong you are and how little restraint you know. He said, I have been learning. Izuku said, dude, you are sometimes worse at Malim at holding back. A Malim is almost as mature, if not more. Sorry, a Malim is almost as mature, if not more, than you. Vadora said, fine, you got me. He then left the roof and walked back into the building. Ramorous flew down to Izuku, invisible to everyone else minus the ones with unique skills. Mainly being a few people that were so unknown to Izuku, and he would learn of later on. But he knew of one person that was staying among them that would actually surprise a few people. Izuku called out to Soji and told him to come up. Izuku said to him, you met Rimuru already, didn't you? Soji morphed one of his hands into a fist and said, how much did you know? Izuku said, I'm Izuku Tempest. What did you expect? Soji deformed a fist and said, of course. And I'm guessing you can see Ramorous right here. Soji looked up and thought, yes I can. How'd you know I could see her? Dude, you were staring right at her. Okay, you got me. Anyways, why is the pro hero known as Spirit here? She wants to... she was here with her husband. Who's her husband again? The truth hero, Nyar Last Hope. Vadora Tempest, the Storm Dragon? Izuku said, yep, you are just lucky I managed to tell him to get his butt back into the building. Oh boy, I can only imagine how bad it would be. Believe me, I would too. I'm surprised I haven't seen him for the past few weeks. Ramorous said, well, he has been busy making sure all these school security systems are fully operational. Really? Yeah, he's also been reading a lot of manga lately. Of course, the dude's a shut-in practically. Believe me, I know. I've been having to tell him constantly to get his butt up and start cleaning, for crying out loud. The dude would literally eat pizza like there's no tomorrow, creating multiple dirty dishes from actually making the pizza himself, which is surprising. As you can say, I've tried his pizza, it's actually pretty good. But how does he not know how to clean up himself? Ramona said. I don't know, Izuku said. And ay caramba. Then Atlas said, guys, class almost over? Guy looked at a watch that materialized on his arm and said, yep, everyone get back to class. Class is almost over. All y'all can take off your vests. Except for you two. he said, referring to Katsuki and Mineta, you two, I know what y'all did in y'all's past, and I'm making sure you're all punished for it now. Bakugo mentally started to crap bricks, wondering if he was about to be caught and exposed for almost all the crimes he had committed. I say almost because there were some that he committed that were so atrocious, not even Rimuru allowed him to live. Bakugo said, what do you mean? Guy got to his face and said, you know exactly what I mean, Katsuki. You bullied the quirkless, and you assaulted a few people. I'm not letting you go unpunished for that just because you have a powerful quirk. My quirk was called a villainous quirk for years. I will make sure that you do not go unpunished like a handful of people that had powerful and heroic quirks bullied me. I will make sure you get punished for what you did, unlike the people that picked on me. Bakugo reluctantly said, yes, sir. He looked over at Mineta and said, same goes for you, Mineta. But on top of that, you are a peeker. You spied on naked girls in the girls' locker room. I still remember when Izuku told me. Well, Izuku and the principal told me about your little eyeful of an eye jack. I'm surprised Kyoka did not completely shish kebab your eye. Everyone else, you can take off your weights and you go back to class. Whereas Katsuki and Mineta here have to run 15 more laps before they can go to their next class. Rimmer saw all of this and was like, wow, Guy can be quite creative with some punishments. Izuku said, you think that's creative? I seen him nearly shish kebab a copy of Rudra once, just because he wasn't the real Rudra. What do you mean? Izuku said, you see, Rimuru made a copy of Rudra to see how Guy would react a few days ago. Guy wanted to play chess with Rudra, but Rimuru edited him to be a little bit different. Guy understood that this was not the real Rudra, but he did not know that Rimuru did not make him almost exactly like the real Rudra. He completely annihilated the clone. He said to Rimuru actually, that if he were to do that again, he would try to dethrone him from power. Rimuru said, you do that, the entirety of Tempest is going to be on your butt. He then said, true, but you do that again, I'm off the octagram, dude. I'm more powerful than you. Pretty much, Guy tried to make multiple threats to Rimuru, which Rimuru shot down all of them down practically immediately. Yes, Guy became creative with his punishments. Eventually, Guy said, well, then I can simply not allow your people to make sure they pass through my pet area safely. Dude, you would not allow that because Velzark would not allow that. And the final one, as Izuku said, he said, then I will simply not look over all the people that are capable of becoming demon lords. Rimuru said, if you don't, I will level them myself. And trust me, all the threats were relatively creative, and they were all within his power of doing. Rammer said, yeah, remind me never to take off a guy. Izuku said, you've been his friend for years. I'm surprised you don't know that already. Oh, shut up, Izuku, Rammer said. Ramorous, Izuku said, you yourself really need to learn to control your temper. Why is that? She looked down and saw that she was visible once again. She looked over to the people and said, oops. Cosmone said, Izuku, why do you know so many pros? Izuku said, you'd be surprised. Believe me, Rimmer said, he knows a lot. And some of them are even more powerful than I am. Yeah, I know. Mineta walked up and said, hello, you're a spirit, correct? You want to go... Someone punched him across the face, but when Mineta looked around, he couldn't see who did it. He said, alright, whoever did that, come... He got punched in the face again, and eventually he got knocked out from the third punch, landed directly in his crotch. He said, Murmur said, that is going to be one of my abilities. From my quirk known as Labyrinth, one of my quirks known as Labyrinth Creator, I can edit the surroundings around me to create a labyrinth that is fully within my ability to control. Even creating small areas around myself to enable traps. All those invisible punches were actually invisible gusts of air caused from a blow trap. She snapped her fingers and some solidified images, which were actually illusions, appeared, and he said, all of these are technically illusions, but Izuku punched one and it broke. They can technically break. They're technically kind of real. They're an inching. They're like a power ring from DC Comics. Exactly like that, Rimmer said. So, if you choose to pick on me or harass me, you're going to get a face full of one of these things. If not, something far worse from me or Izuku. Izuku then cracked his knuckles and said, you do not want to know how bad black and blue I can get you. Everyone said, got it. Everyone left, and Izuku left with Ramorous because she said that she had someone that she wanted Izuku to meet. Izuku walked through a portal that Ramorous created, and they found themselves in the basement of UA. They then saw someone that Ramorous said was named Beretta. Izuku already knew who Beretta was. He said, Scarlet Steel Hero DS, correct? Beretta turned around and said, hello, Izuku? How have you been? Izuku said, I've been good. How have you been? I've been good as well. Now, for the person Ramorous wanted you to meet. Beretta walked out of the way, and someone with a metal body walked up. He said, hello, my name is Tetsu, Izuku said. Nice to meet you. You're from Class 1B, correct? He said, yes. How did you know? He said, believe me, I can read minds. I can detect people's auras. I can meet multiple things. And I'm guessing you heard about what I am? Yes. How exactly? I may or may not have eavesdropped on one of your conversations with Principal Nezu about something referred to as him being a cryptid. You heard the conversation between me and him in the support course classroom while meeting with May yesterday, I'm guessing. He said, yes, sir. Izuku said, okay, tell me everything you know that you heard from that interaction. Tetsu said, well, I know that you're technically from this universe, but also from a different universe. I know that Rimuru is technically like a father to you, and also that Beretta here is something called a Chaos Metalloid. Metalloid. Rimuru said, I told him that part. Izuka said, okay, continue. He said, I know about monsters, and if you gain a name from one, a particularly strong one, you can actually change your own race. Izuka said, and I'm guessing that is what you want from here? Tetsu said, yes, I don't want to be human exactly. Izuku said, why is that? That if you get a name, and that is what I want. Izuku said, why? I already told you I don't want to be human. Izuku said, why don't you want to be human, is what I'm asking. Tetsu said, my parents, they are not the best people on earth. Izuku said, I know that much. Izuku said, continued with, but my friend Rimuru, technically, your father, actually, someone said, they looked over and said, and saw someone with a tail and white hair. He said, hey, Sophia, where's Phobio? Phobio is busy training with a Gakuro. He said, oh man, is it going to be priceless to see. Okay, let's continue, Izuku. What were you saying to Tetsu? Izuku said, well, Tetsu, what were you saying? My parents are not the best, and I have actually been quite heavily abused, but I've also been able to defend myself thanks to my quirk. So, who do you want to be named exactly? I want to keep my first name, but not my last name. So you just want me to call Tetsu? Izuku said, yes. Izuku said, okay, from this day forth, he'll be called Tetsu. Tetsu's body started to morph, and he fell unconscious. But for a split second, right before he hit the ground, his body reacted and planted a fist directly into the ground, and it pushed himself back upwards. His eyes flared open and said, oh, I don't really feel different. Izuku said, well, I can already tell you that you have changed. He said, how's that? Your body, look at it. He looked down at his body and he saw that his body had indeed changed. His body was actually stronger and more dense than he originally remembered. He said, oh man, what happened exactly? Izuku said, I'm guessing, since you are in company of multiple different species, it completely overwrit and changed whatever. I was going to guess you were going to originally turn into a cryptid, but turned you into a modern, which is closely related to a human, but it's sort of a between point, turning into whatever monster you want. But due to your unique skill, which is actually called Metal Body, which is based off your quirk, you can easily become a metal spirit. But I just want to say I'm watching for now. It's actually a lot better than being a human, honestly. And being a monster, personally, I'd much rather be closer to a human. So Sophia said, "You do realize you're talking to a beastman, right?" "Yes, but I'm not like that. I'm talking about like mindless monsters." She said, "Oh, that makes some sense." Izuku said, "Hey, who do you live with now?" He said, "I'm technically on my own. I am not living with anyone." Izuku said, "How would you say if you were adopted?" Tetsu said, "That would be nice, but who would adopt someone like me?" I actually would," Sophia said. Tetsu said, "Really?" Izuku said, "Yes, funny enough, she's actually been wanting to have a kid, but Phobio has been a little bit, how do you say, busy." "Cheating? No, just training," she said. "So, y'all still married?" "Yeah, we've been married for around 2 years now." "I just want a kid." Tetsu said, "And you're perfectly fine with adopting me." She said, "I may not look like it, but I am over 50 years old." He said, "I fully expected you to say to over 100, honestly." She said, "Why's that?" Izuku piped up and said, "Because anime makes everyone who's old look really, really young." She said, "Prove it." Izuku whipped out his phone and showed her a picture of an anime character. She said, "Yeah, that girl is way too short. She's easily 5. He said, "Nope, that's a 40-year-old." He then tapped on the picture and then went to a web page and showed her. "Age 43. She read out loud. "Wow, anime does not do us good." Izuku said, "Believe me, I know, and you would not believe what I have seen online." Ugh. She said, "I'm guessing it's something quite disturbing." Izuku said, "Very disturbing. You do not want to know." She said, "From your expression, I can agree." "So, Tetsu, what would you say about being adopted by Sophia and her husband Phobio?" "That would actually be, personally, really nice." And she said, "Good, because from now on, you are now my son, and I don't care what you say otherwise." He said, "Perfectly fine with that, Mom." She said, "I'm going to get the adoption papers done." Izuki said, "Good, because to explain this to the courts is going to be a pain in the butt." "Wait, can't Reimer easily just rewrite reality and give her adoption papers that say for me?" Izuku said, "Or I can do that." He then solidified 2 pieces of paper and handed them to him. He said, "Once you write your name right here, and then have Sophia and Phobio write down their names on these other 2 lines." Izuku said, pointing these two, "A spell will be triggered and cause everyone who should see this paper to have a copy immediately. And they will fully acknowledge that y'all are technically, legally related to him." Sophia said, "You are way too powerful." Izuku said, "Don't blame me. Blame Rinro for giving me this power exactly." "Daily Master, you have gotten this power from your own free will. Rimuru is just the one that was closest to me." "Yes, I know. But technically, he also gave you the name, so yeah, I can see how it's his fault. But you also wanted the ability to copy abilities as well. And you directly copied his reality warping ability from him." He said, "Oh, Devora, just be quiet." She said, "Sorry, not sorry. Bye now." He said, "I haven't talked to her in a few weeks." "Try a few months," so Devora said again. "Oh, come on. All right." Izuku said, let's go see how Phobio's training with Hagakura was going. Beretta pushed a few buttons on a computer setup and she said, right here. She then pointed to a picture, a video showing, live feed video showing Hagakura was training with Phobio. And trust me, Izuku said, oh man, this is gonna be good. Sophia said, it looks like they're starting. Oh man, this has gotta be good. Tetsu said, I want to see how bad my daddy can get beaten by an old geezer. Hagakuru's eyes then shot up to the camera and said, with it, he'll lip, Tetsu, I can hear you. Izuku said, yeah dude, you are fricked later. He said, yeah, I know. They then paid attention to the camera, and Phobio activated his unique skill, Flaming Leopard. He then ran at Hagakura. Hagakura dodged and swung his sword, meeting blade met armor, and the blade bounced off. Hagakura activated his Martial Master unique skill and rushed him in return. Phobio managed to dodge a few hits while blocking some of the others using his Flaming Leopard armor, which is an armor created by his sulfide flames and his flame manipulation sub-skills. He then counteracted by grabbing onto the blade and quite literally turning up the heat. The blade melted, but Hagakura withdrew another blade. He said, thank you, Reamer, for giving me a blade that replenishes itself. He then ran at him again, ran at Phobio again, going for his head this time. Phobio ducked down and delivered a punch direct to his gut. Hagakura barely flinched as he hit the hilt of the blade down on Phobio's head. Phobio's hair on the back lit up in flames, which Hagakura barely dodged. Hagakura closed his eyes and focused. Phobio then took the chance to try and attack him. Hagakura dodged, with the fist going exactly where his head was. Hagakura tried to sweep below him, but Phobio managed to jump up and dodge as well. They continued dodging each other's blows, blow for blow. Whenever Phobio went for a flaming punch or a flaming kick, Hagakura moved out of the way and tried to hit him with his sword. Hagakura was definitely more battle experienced, and Phobio may be more cocky, but he had changed over the few years and had actually been trained by Hagakura. He was thinking, oh man, this guy has trained me for years, and yeah, I can still not beat him in a fight. Hagakura then took this chance as Phobio was thinking this, and he managed to actually get a back end of his katana up against Phobio's head, knocking him unconscious. Then, after the fight, Izuku said, yeah, that was a lot fast. That was a lot longer than I thought it would be. Same here, Sophia said. I thought it would be a one-sided massacre on his side. They looked back up to the screen, and they saw Hagakura grab onto Phobio and then disappear. Izuku said, hey, Tetsu, you remember what he lipped earlier? He said, Tetsu, you are dead in a few minutes, or something along those lines? He said, yeah. If I were you, I would not turn around. He turned around, and as he was turning around, he said, why is that? And he then got a fist to his face from Hagakura. Hagakura said, what was that about calling me an old geezer? You, me, training grounds, later. And also, you can bring any one person you choose, and I will still mop the floor with them. So, go ahead. Choose any person you want. Izuku said, you choose from Class 1A. Class 1B is way too easy to be beat. He said, who's the most recent person you've met that has a unique skill? Izuku looked over and said, that would be Soji. Izuku then looked over to Tetsu and he said, I choose Soji for my fight. Izuku said, okay, I'll tell him. Izuku then sent thought communication to Soji and said, hey Soji. Soji thought, yes, Izuku. You and Tetsu have a fight against Hagakuro later. Soji said, oh man, I am so freaking aren't I? Izuku said, yes, I have, because Fobio just got folded. He just got turned into Foldio. Soji said, oh boy, I know. I'm so dead later, aren't I? He said, yes, you are. Izuku then shut off the thought communication line to Soji, and he looked at Tetsu and Hagakuro. Izuku said to Hagakuro, so when should the match be? Hagakuro said, I wanted to give him as brutal as a beatdown as possible for calling me an old geezer. Hagakuro glared at Tetsu, making Tetsu flinch. Hagakuro looked back at Izuku and said, so tomorrow in front of the entire Class 1A. Izuku said, I'll see if I can talk to Rimuru and Nezu about that. Hagakuro said, I'm fine with that. Izuku said, and I'm also going to see if I can fight Mineta and Bakugo myself that day. Wait, isn't tomorrow combat training? Izuku asked Hagakuro. Hagakuro said, yes it is. You little arsehole. Hagakuro glared at Izuku, and Izuku didn't even flinch. He said, you've glared at me so many times, dude. I can give you one of these. Izuku proceeded to give him a middle finger, and you won't do anything about it. Tetsu was staying back in shock at this. Izuku said, so tomorrow? Am I correct? So what time? After combat training or before combat training? Hagakuro said, after. Let them see how well they can fight and see how confident they can be. And then they fight, and then Soji and Tetsu have to fight me. Izuku said, fine by me. We now cut to the next day to Izuku's combat training. He got paired up with Soji, and he was facing Katsuki and Mineta. Izuku looked at Soji and said, you know what to do? Soji said, yes, I'll sprout multiple limbs and maneuver one with a snake body to see if I can find the location of the bomb, and also with an ear to see if I can hear anything they're talking about. Izuku said, good thing about your unique skill, it actually allows you to create little clones of yourself. Soji said, trust me, it's a very useful, unique skill. Izuku said, I'm thinking about, what about Leviathan for your hero name? Soji said, that good fit because of an ultimate move I've been working on. I hope you don't have to use it this round. Soji said, so do I, because it could utterly devastate Bakugo. Izuku said, never mind, I'm looking forward to seeing it this round then. All Might then said over the intercom, heroes may enter. Everybody thought to himself, I hope this kid dies. He understood who Izuku was. He understood that Izuku Midoriya was Izuku Aizawa Tempest. Well, aka his own son. Izuku and Soji walked into the building, and Bakugo did not spend any time finding them. Izuku literally one hit KO'd him in the face, not even having to dodge an attack. Bakugo practically sprinted at him. Izuku countered with a right hook when Bakugo went for a left hook. Izuku then grabbed Bakugo after Bakugo got punched into a wall by Izuku's right hook, and he threw them into the floor. And Soji proceeded to lift Katsuki up and fling him around, and directly into Mineta, who was coming around the corner throwing his sticky balls all over the place. Yeah, Soji just threw Bakugo at Mineta, and it was a 1-2 knockout. And All Might then said over the intercom, "Heroes win with a time of 30 seconds. Oh, frick. Why can't they just kill this kid? I just want to see him dead. If he stays alive, my entire reputation's on the line." Izuku and Soji then walked out and stayed there. Hitoshi walked up to All Might reluctantly and asked, "All Might, why are they standing out there still?" All Might thought to himself, "Why do I have to deal with this villain brat?" Because, young Hitoshi, they have another match in a second. Who are they fighting this time? One of the new heroes, known simply as Old Geezer. Higakura then appeared behind All Might and whopped upside the head with a wooden katana. All Might proceeded to get knocked unconscious. A few of the Class 1A students were getting ready for a fight, but Hitoshi looked at him and said, "Don't even try it. I saw what this guy can do. Yeah, y'all are going to get folded in 5 seconds." So, Higakura then disappeared and reappeared with Soji and Tetsu. Higakura said, "These two will be fighting me." Izuku said through the intercom after hijacking it, and a good friend of mine, Tempter, is going to be the referee for the battle. A few of the Class 1A members flinched at the name Tempter. Tempter, real name Diablo, has become a very notorious hero that is very loyal to a few other heroes. Some heroes have tried to bribe him to get away with crimes, but none of them have fully been able to do that because Tempter easily folded them in any fight there was. Izuku walked into the viewing room and he warped Soji, Higakura, and Tetsu out to the fake city. He said, "Y'all two may begin the fight anytime y'all want, but Tempter will step in if there's any near-death attacks." Soji and Tetsu rushed Higakura first, but Higakura countered them, both using his blade and martial master skill. Soji managed to get a blow in by morphing one of his arms into a snake body and then stabbing Higakura through the back. Higakura managed to move out of the way just enough for the blade to pierce his side by grazing it a little. Higakura grasped his side and healed it instantly. Higakura then proceeded to use the flat edge of his katana and whopped Soji aside the head. But Tetsu used this moment and ran and jumped and punched Higakuro directly into the head. Higakuro went down to the ground. Tetsu was a little cocky and thought he had won. Higakuro then flipped back up, and used his katana, proceeding to make it into more of a blunt weapon, and whopped Tetsu across the head. Tetsu tried hardening his body fast enough, but he literally got knocked out because of his own armor. Soji was the only one standing, and Soji said, Okay, I forfeit. I was just his partner. Diablo flew down from a building and said, That's how the fight goes, people. Soji and Tetsu lose. Higakuro wins. Higakuro then looked over to Soji and said, When Tetsu wakes up, tell him never to call me an old geezer again unless he wants another butt whooping. Soji nodded his head rapidly, and he picked up Tetsu, who was already starting to wake up. Diablo then warped himself into Izuku, besides Izuku, in the viewing room. He said, Master wants to talk with us. A few of the Class 1A students understood who Izuku's master was, but a few of them didn't either. Rimura stepped forward and said, What do you want to talk about, Diablo? Needless to say, a few people took a step back. The people who didn't take a step back were Kyoka, Momo, Tokiyama, Shoto, Tsuyu, Toru Ojiro, Soji, Dinky, Toga, and Kirishima. Soji didn't take a step back because he was on the floor outside with Higakuro, who was carrying them to Recovery Girl's office, and Dinky, Toga, and Kirishima were all standing there, arms crossed, already knowing what was going on. The first person to step up and ask anything was actually one of Izuku's newer acquaintances. He didn't really count them as friends. The first person to step up was actually Mina Ashido. Mina took a step forward and said, Izuku, what is going on exactly? Izuku said, Mina, this is Rimura Tempest. I'm his father, Rimura said. In a way, that is. Mina said, Aren't you 16? And aren't you a girl? Rimura said, No, I'm actually a dude. Mina said, Wait, what? He said, Didn't you even pay attention to what I said on the first day? My quirk is Ultimate Slime. And good thing that Bakugo and Mineta aren't here. Diablo, secure the room. Diablo snapped his fingers and a barrier appeared. Mina took a step back and started shaking. What's going on? CL appeared out of Rimuru and said, Nothing, Mina. Mina took another step back and said, Why did CL just appear out of you? Izuku said, Karamba, this is going to take longer to explain than I thought it would. Rimuru, can you bring in Zegion? Yeah, he's the best one to keep the area cool and level-headed. I can agree with you there, Izuku. Izuku watched in satisfaction as Zegion appeared from the shadows out of his ultimate skill Illusion King Mephisto. He said, I've been here the entire time. And man, Izuku, you are... I actually knew you were here already, Zigion. Suyu said, hi, Zigion. Zigion said to Suyu, hello? Izuku said, so, how's Apito doing? Zigion blushed at this, saying, she's doing fine. Izuku said, yeah, it's good to hear y'all finally got together on that end. Mia said, okay, can y'all explain what's going on now? Now, someone else stood up and said, I can agree. Izuku said, okay. Izuku said, Yum. Can you please be quiet, dude? You are so shiny, it's giving me a headache. He said, I just want to know what's going on exactly. Rumor said, I am Rumor Tempest, aka the supreme deity of a multiverse. Tokiyami said, Master? Izuku said, actually, Tokiyami, you don't have to call him that. Why not? Rumor said, I prefer not for that to be said because I may be a god, but I am not an egotistical god. Unlike a few other gods I've had to deal with in my time. Zion said, Master, all those gods were just very, very powerful Majins, and you know it. Izuku said, yeah, and that is true from what you've told me about those fights. Yeah. Yama said, okay, can you please quit talking about stuff we have no clue what you're talking about? The class all looked on in horror as a shadow from Rimur's back started to envelop the entire room. Rimur turned around and said, Ranga, calm down. Ranga leapt out of Rimur's shadow, and one of the class students looked on in shock and said, how? Vortex is your pet? Rimur said, Sato, he is technically my pet, but he's also one of my best friends. Sato said, okay. You said you were a god, correct? Then why do you have so many followers exactly? It's because he's actually a very good and competent leader, Izuku said. Unlike All Might here. Izuku lifted him up and threw him against a wall, revealing that this All Might was yet again another clone. He said, Yuki, I am coming for you. Sato said, what was that about? Did you just kill... I did not kill All Might. He was never here. Izuku punched the floor, leaving a massive dent. Momo looked on in surprise and said, that's titanium tungsten alloy? You must have struck it with more than 5,000 tons of pressure in order to leave a dent like that. Yes, I struck it with 6,000 tons, actually. The class admires Izuku's friends, took a step back in shock. How are you this strong? Izuku said, technically, my quirks aren't even quirks. Yama said, how was that exactly? Izuku looked at him square in the eye and said, I'm not human. And these are gained from something like evolution. These powers are called skills. Mine are two unique skills, which are Devourer of Knowledge and Power Armor. And as for my third quirk, it's actually what my race is, Hybrid. Although it's a very complicated and very headache-inducing race, the best way to put it is, when I was renamed as Izuku Aizawa Tempest, the contradicting auras and all that showed up and caused me to turn to what I am right now. Now back onto the topic of Ranga. He is the leader of one of the factions of Tempest. He is the alpha of every single other Star Tempest wolf there is in Tempest. Sato said, "What is Tempest exactly?" Rimuru said, "It is technically the nation I rule. Capital city is Rimuru." Sato said, "Arrogant much?" Zekion said it was actually one of his, at the moment, secretary, now wife, idea to name it Rimuru. Shin'en, to be more accurate. Izuku shivered and said, "Never let her in the kitchen." Sato said, "Why? Her cooking can't be..." Rimuru said, "It gave one of my subordinates poison resistance. The dude nearly died from it." He said, "Okay, and what's the power difference?" This kid was already being trained by Hagakuro, like the guy who just beat their butts out there, and they're already stronger than Gata. Okay, best way to put it. Gata at that level right there was around, I want to say, half of All Might at the moment. And he got poison resistance from that. These guys would pretty much nearly die from it. Sato said, "Noted. Let her in the kitchen whatsoever." Okay, now y'all cannot tell anyone any of this. "Got it?" said Rimuru. A few people shuffled, and Ranga snarled and said, "Got it." Everyone nodded their head and said, "Hi!" Good. Now let's see where everything else is going to happen. Okay, let's see. Rimuru then pulled up a screen in front of him and said, "Okay, your next class is going to be... Okay, right here. Defense and Rescue and Popularity by Gabiru." After that class, Rimuru then left. Oh wait, I gotta get stuck through this one too. Is it good? Have fun with that. Rimuru then warped all of them back to class, and Momo said, "How bad can Gabiru be?" Back before I renamed him back to Gabiru under my control, Rimuru said, "He was a very arrogant butthole." "How so?" He literally came to Rimuru's village and said that the people who attained direwolves will be his commanders, and for them to go fetch them from him. He was talking to Kijins, which are what Benimaru is. Well, was. I'm part Kijin, Izuku said, and also part Insector. I'm a mishmash of a lot of stuff, Izuku said. Momo said, "I love every part of you." Izuku said, "Okay." Gabiru then jumped through the bed. "It is I, Gabiru!" Because he shut up once he saw Rimuru glaring at me and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Gabiru, and I'll be teaching y'all how to keep your popularity intact and how to rescue people correctly using a in water. Hagakuro walked in and said, "You better, or I'll make sure you end up like Galta a few months ago." Gabiru shaked and said, "Yes, sir." Gabiru then left and he said, Gabiru then started his lecture. Everyone in class was, by the end of it, a little annoyed with his near arrogant attitude when he forgot about Rimuru. But Rimuru always made sure to keep it in check, so needless to say, the class was interesting to say the least. Fast forward to the next day, Gabiru was in front of the school gate where he was waiting for class 1A. Class 1A stopped in front and asked what he was waiting for. Gabiru said, "Nezu wants to see all of us." "Why does Nezu want to see us?" Momo Yarozu said. "I don't know, but he just wants to." Izuku then opened a portal to Nezu's office and they all walked through. Nezu then turned around in his chair once they all got there. He said, "Thank you for bringing them all here, Gabiru. You may leave." Gabiru left the room, and Nezu looked Rimuru square in the eye and said, "You didn't tell me that you brought all 3 true dragons here." Rimuru said, "And I can keep them all in check." He said, "Dude, you have any clue how much boiling hot water I would be in if it wasn't for literally any one of the people that are able to keep these lunatics in control?" Shato said, "Who are the true dragons?" Izuku said, "You know the Truth Hero, and Scorcher and Icer?" Shato said, "Yeah, why, great. The Truth Hero is Valdora Tempest, my uncle and Rimuru's brother. Well, in words. And Velzard and Velgrin are his 2 older sisters. Needless to say, Valdora is the weaker of the 3. And I am in so much trouble when I'm having to call these 2 in here just to make sure everything is going according to plan." Izuku then looked around and said to Nezu, "Where is Katsuki and Mineta? Aren't they supposed to be here too?" "Well, technically not supposed to be here, but like I'm saying, in this group." Nezu said, "Due to how thoroughly they were beaten yesterday, they're still recovering in Recovery Girl's office." Izuku snickered and said, "Score on my end." A girl in blue hair appeared behind Izuku. A few of the Class 1A members got into a fighting stance when Izuku heard, "Ada Ada, Izuku, why didn't you tell me you were coming here?" He turned around and said, "Velzard, nice to see you again." The Class 1A stood down and they all looked to Rimuru, and Rimuru said, "I'd like to introduce to y'all Velzard, Guy Crimson's wife." "And you know it," Velzard said. "Well, technically 1 of 3. Oh, yeah. How's Misery and Rain doing, by the way? Izuku said. Oh, they're doing lovely. They can't walk because of me. Izuku coughed up a little. Didn't need to know that. Reamer said, definitely didn't need to know that. Whereas everyone else in Class 1A just laughed a little. Izuku said, it's not funny, especially when I know what to get up to. You try having enhanced hearing in a room that is shared. That am I on? Okay, I have enhanced hearing. I can hear them that are 5 doors down with soundproofing magic. My hearing is that sharp. You have no idea what it's like. Kyoka said, I might. Izuku said, yeah, I understand that. Your hearing is so enhanced, it's hard to get past you. Kyoka said, mm-hmm. And I know you can't keep a secret from me, babe. Izuku said, ay caramba. Anyways, Nazu, I'm assuming that everything else is going to plan so far. Yes, it is, Izuku. But the downside is that we are literally trying to keep so many different creatures from fighting each other. And some of the other ones are trying to be act like they're still superior than the others. And all that. It's quite literally a pain in the butt. Izuku said, hey, Reamer, call everyone here. Reamer nodded his head and sent out a thought communication to everyone. Reamer said to everyone who has been in Tensura, please report to Principal Nezu's office now. Cut to a few minutes later, a few more people showed up. Mostly among them were Velgrin, Gazodorgo, Trainee, and Triad, as well as Dinky's girlfriend, Ibarra. Ibarra walked in, and Dinky ran over and hugged her, picked her up and spun her around before kissing her. He said, babe, it's about time I saw you again, before planting a kiss on her cheek. Ibarra blushed and kissed him back, and she said, my 2 sisters are here. Dinky looked over to Trini and Triad and said, they're still not as beautiful as you. Izuku said, Dinky, now's not the time. Dinky dropped Ibarra to the ground, on her feet, and Izuku said, so everyone, I've figured out who Yuki's gonna be with. And it's not the relationship, you Gabiru. Gabiru shut his mouth. Izuku said he's gonna be fused with a guy named AFO. Everyone looked at one another and trying to figure out who AFO was. Izuku said, AFO is a villain that my father, aka all Arse, had to fight. Needless to say, AFO did supposedly die, but in reality he didn't. Vilgrim said, what do you mean by in reality? Izuku said, by that, it's simple as the dude supposedly died, but he actually survived. And what he did exactly, I have no clue. But I'm going to guess he managed to somehow enhance his body and make a shield that was just barely able to withstand All Might's punch before he got completely potato-faced. Vilgrin said, how do you know about this potato face? Izuku said, I have a mental map of this entire world, so I understand where everyone is. I can also see where they are. Reamer said, I blame my old CNI for that one. Izuku said, dude, I know you use this to spy on your subordinates to make sure they're all following their commands, even though you know they're going to be listening to you. Especially with how much we respect you, Gazelle said. Reamer said, sorry, just force of habit mostly because CL like to go out and make sure some things are blocked and off limits for me. Izuku said, can't you just see right past them? I mean, I may also be a supreme deity, but so is CL. She has access to all my skills and all that, along with her own ultimate skill, so she can pretty much do anything I can as well. And trust me, as easy as it would be to go and deal with Yuki right here, right now, and how simple it would be to pretty much and wipe him off the face of existence, I can't, mainly because Izuku here has to be the one to do it. Mina popped up and said, why does it have to be Izuku? Why can't it be someone else? Because if Izuku doesn't do it, this world is going to go into, how do you say this, utter crap. Velgren popped in and said, Rimmer filled me in on this. If Izuku isn't the one who kills AFO, it'll be someone close to AFO. Someone like Shigaraki. Shigaraki is a good guy, yes, but he will go kind of mad due to AFO giving him AFO before he died, which will cause a Shigaraki to go insane and the court to take him over, which will in turn cause this world to go into utter chaos, nearly destroying it and reversing humans back into the Stone Age. That doesn't seem so bad, Kirishima said. Quarks still exist, and the Doomsday Theory will kick in within a few months. Quarks will pretty much be the end of humanity if Izuku isn't the one to take out Yuki this time. Izuku's Reamer said, and if I do it, same thing will happen. I can manipulate fate, but this world is kind of always doomed to nearly destroy itself. Pretty much wiping humans out. But I did find one way with the help of my good friend and hard to say at times, wife. She's also kind of my daughter. It's really complicated. Chloe Albert. Chloe Albert. Kirishima said, wait, you mean the time hero? Yeah, her. Kirishima said, wait, you're married to her and she is your daughter? Like I said, it's very complicated. It basically boils down to her human form. Her adult form is what I'm married to. But I'm technically married to her younger self, but she's technically older than me. Caramba. Best way to put it, she has two forms. Her adult form and then her more young and naive form. But she's cute in both. Reamer said, well, blushing while looking down. Nezu perked up and said, hey Chloe, what is your ultimate skill again? My ultimate skill is Time and Space God Yoggoth. It is a part of the how do you say? It's part of the Lovecraftian series for ultimate skills. Gazelle said. Rumor filled me in on a few different layers and different branches of ultimate skills. You got the two more well-known, which were ones that were created by Villanova. You got the Sin series and the Virtue series. Rimuru here had two Angel series and one of the one of the sin cities, Beelzebub, and the virtues were both Uriel, Lord of Vowels, and Raphael, aka me, which was before I gained my name and full sentience, Ciel said. As well for Beelzebub, he gained, and that one evolved into the ultimate skill of Void God Azazoth, as Zuki said. Thank you, Gazelle. And isn't your quirk Rumbling Heaven Elemental Tyrant? Yeah, it's an ultimate class skill. A very powerful and potent one, too. Kirishima said, wow, that is manly. Gazelle said, thank you. Kirishima, was it? Kirishima said, yes, sir. Gazelle said, you're welcome. Thank you for that, Kirishima. As for what it can do, Gazelle said, looking towards the class that had quizzical looks on their faces, it allows me to summon elemental spirits as well as manipulate the elements to my own free will. I can also imbue myself with said elements. Like this. He then summoned a fire spirit and then snapped his fingers, causing flames to erupt into his hand, while also coating the hand in rocks and also down his arm in ice. A very powerful skill, and trust me, manipulating the elements to my every will is kind of fun when I'm bored, but trust me, once you master an ultimate skill, it's kind of boring. Guy said, you won't believe. I agree with you there, Gazelle. Wait, didn't you create a new evolutionary line for yourself? Gazelle said, yeah. Rumor said, wait, really? Is it because, how do you not know this? Ciel said, he's smart, yes, he knows everything, but he prefers to not know everything. I would pretty much go insane if I knew everything, trust me. So I select to only know what's going on in Tempest. Everything else I can know if it's very important. And apparently, Ciel, you didn't think that Gazelle creating a new evolutionary line was important. Yeah. My evolutionary line I created is called Dwarf Saint. Mina said, Dwarf Saint? What does that do exactly? It's simply another version of Saint for, well, dwarves. It's a very powerful, high-class species race. Basically, we are full spiritual beings with a physical body. Much like me, Veldora said. Yeah, Veldora. Can it? Veldora saluted and said, okay, Rimuru? Gazelle drew his blade and said, everyone outside. I am going to be teaching y'all how to dodge blades from the forest. Cut to them walking outside, and Izuku said, so who's going to be helping us with this training? Gazelle said, why, the two sisters, in words only, sadly, of our good friend Ibarra, who actually is going to be joining us in Class 1A in a few months. Dinky said, looking at Ibarra, why didn't you tell me this? Ibarra said, well, I wanted it to be a surprise. And couldn't you read my mind with your skill? Dinky said, yeah, I could have. She proceeded to punch him in the shoulder playfully, and Dinky took it while chuckling. He then grabbed her and kissed her on the lips. They started to make out. Izuku walked over and said, You two lovebirds, cut it out. Dinky and Ibarra quit kissing and were looking down, blushing. Momo walked over and said to Izuku, "You know we do that every single night, and you really enjoy it." Izuku was pretty much a blushing tomato after that, and he said, "Okay. So, Trini, Jiraiya, create a forest, and Jiraiya, you make sure that we manage to actually have some creatures for us to fight. Well, we need to make them out of plants. That's pretty much all you can do." Tria said, "Pretty much." Gazel said, "Okay, everyone, into positions." Trini proceeded to use her ultimate skill, Plant Goddess Gaia, to create a giant forest, as well as a tree for herself to inhabit. Whereas Tria did the same, but in a smaller area, surrounding the outside of Trini's forest, while also making a tree right beside Trini's to help protect it. Class when they walked in, and Izuku looked around and heard the clunking of armor. He activated power armor and jumped up into a tree, punching Gazel directly out of it. Trini jumped down of a tree nearby and used some of the nearby plants of Triad's area to grasp Izuku and slam him to the ground. Izuku managed to take the hit and got up and cracked his neck. "Whoa," Izuku said. "That felt good. Thank you. I've been meaning to get my neck popped." Izuku then proceeded to rush Trini, but Triad got into the way and took the hit. Right as Izuku's hand went through her body, Izuku's eyes widened, but then he realized they turned into flowers. He said, "Try, you clever girl." He looked over and said, "Dinky, head to the center. That's where the real ones are. They're going to be located into 2 trees, right beside each other, entangled with one another. Make sure you fry them. Don't fry them too hard. We don't want to damage them." Dinky nodded, and Ibarra rushed off with him to hopefully help negate some of the skills that they would be thrown inevitably. Izuku decided to follow them using his Insectar abilities to cut through the trees and limbs. Trini herself appeared in front of Dinky and Ibarra, and she proceeded to summon multiple vines and snared them, but not before Dinky managed to use his lightning and pretty much nearly scorch her tree. She gasped in pain because this tree was a part of her. She could absorb the tree into her body, but once it's out, it's quite vulnerable. Triad tried to help out, but she was tricked by Ibarra pretending to struggle to get out, and Triad sent more vines upwards to ensnare Ibarra even more. But Ibarra managed to twist and turn to the point where the vines cut Trini's vines, sending her free. Ibarra then rushed and wrapped her own vines around her hand and said, "Ultimate move, Crucifix Capture." She then formed the vines on her fist into a cross and then punched Tria in the face, ensnaring her in her own vines. And Trini looked on in shock as Ibarra managed to take out her sister using her own unique skill. But that shock was cut short by literally being shocked. Dinky had taken the time to get out of his restraints and walk up behind her, sneakily, and shock her using his unique skill. She passed out and the trees disappeared. Izuku walked up and clapped his hands. Very well, you two. Ibara, that was a very interesting ultimate move, by the way. Still instilling the cross and the crucifix into your ultimate moves? Ibara got up and said, yes, even though I am still now a follower of Rimuru, I still prefer to have some things reminding me of my past before I learn the truth. And the truth is that our god is a slime, a small blue slime, Dinky said. Ibara punched Dinky in the shoulder, and Rimuru walked up and said, pretty much everyone else was ensnared in a trap. Mostly by the vines. Malim and everyone else who was in class, Izuku said, Malim managed to break out, but she was just playing around, mostly punching and destroying most of the clones. Whereas Ultima, Carrera, and Tensura, they were mostly seeing who could destroy them most. Izuku said, I am not surprised whatsoever. Treya said, will help please? Ibara apologized, said, oh, I'm so sorry, and deactivated her unique skill, which caused her vine to retract and go back into her hair. Treya got up and said, I am actually thoroughly surprised that you managed to take me out using your own unique skill. How did you know that would actually work? Ibara said, I actually didn't. I thought you would actually have more control over your unique skill. Well, my unique skill is plant goddess, but I make plants. Your own plants are a part of you. Ibara said, that's the fun part of being a dryad and being attached to your own hair. You can freely manipulate it. I should really try that, Treya said. Yeah, so should I, Ibara looked over and saw Trini getting up from Dinky's shock. Why were you so easily taken out by Dinky's shock? Reamer said. Simply because I was using most of my magicals to supply the entire area and focus on so many people at once. I didn't really realize that only only two, not counting you, Izuku, were coming here to fight me. Trini said. Neither did I, even though my magicals are not as much as my sister's. I'm still very powerful, but I didn't realize how many people were coming. I only thought it would be like one. So I only calculated enough magicals to fend off and defeat the strongest out of everyone. Well, besides Izuku, which is Shoto Todoroki. But I was underestimating the level of magicals that both Ibara and Dinky Kaminari have. So, needless to say, they quite caught me off guard. And me as well, Trini said. Yeah, they caught both of us off guard, Treya said. Izuku said, oh, bravo you two. Y'all can go on a date for the rest of the day. What about class? Aizawa said, walking out of the shadows. Izuku jumped and said, Dad. Yeah. I don't really know about class. Shoto said, well, we do have the USJ tomorrow, so that will, well, technically Monday, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, y'all can have the rest of the day free. Izuku looked over to Momo, Toga, and Kyoka looking at him smiling. He said to look, then looked over to Rimuru and Aizawa. I am going to have such a long weekend. We cut to Izuku on Monday, and Izuku said to Aizawa, hey Aizawa. Aizawa said, hey Izuku, where are the girls? Izuku said, they are still knocked out. Izuku, what? Long weekend. Aizawa face turned red and he's like, okay, never mind. I know everything. Izuku and him had created the code word long weekend if anything ever happened. And needless to say, a few minutes later, Aizawa had his, what was already confirmed, even further confirmed when he saw the girls walking out of the elevator. He said to them, I'm guessing that Izuku went a little harder than usual. She said, well, Momo said, actually, he went so hard I can barely feel my legs, even though I am able to walk. Izuku said, Momo, you do realize you can create something that can give you the ability to walk correctly and give you feeling back? Momo said, I know. I made that, and also I made something to nullify it. So you... Great, I got a masochist. Momo said, and you are too. Nejire soon walked out and said, yep. Yep, that hurt. Izuku, I'm not surprised anymore, Aizawa said. A few minutes later, the rest of the class walked out of the elevator with eye bags. Bakugo looked over to Izuku, wanting to strangle him, but he said, dude, you really need to learn for those girls to keep it quiet. Izuku looked over and said, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki pretty much shut up and looked away. He said, I'll try to next time. Not? I'm going to go louder if anything. Hopefully, sooner or later we could get rid of you. Izuku then walked out, and Aizawa said, okay, everyone, get to the school bus. We're going to the USJ today. Everyone got their hair costumes on and met Izuku outside, who was already in his. Izuku got on the school bus, and he said, okay, everyone just choose a seat. I don't really care where y'all sit. He sat down, and Momo, Kyoka, and Toga followed him. Toga sitting on his lap, Kyoka sitting next to the window, and Momo sitting in the aisle seat, whereas Izuku and Toga were sitting in the middle seat. Needless to say, Kyoka and Momo weren't very happy with Toga being able to sit in Izuku's lap. They fell asleep on the bus due to being so tired from their previous night. When they woke up, they found themselves at the USJ. Aizawa had woken them up and told them, hey, it's time to get off. They got off the bus and they saw 13. Izuku waved his hand and someone showed up beside her. He said, hey, Kamara. Who's this weak extra? I am Kumara, Bakugo. I'm also known as the hero of Bahamut. My quirk is Mythical Beast. I can control mythical beasts as well as gravity, and also turn into them, as well as summon them. Like I will. Whoa! Bakugo dodged a attack from a snake coming from her hair. This is a Medusa snake. A strike from them or looking into their eyes will turn you to stone. Bakugo chuckled, saying, Still I can beat. Bakugo then fell to the ground with everyone, last 1A, looking up towards Kumara. She was holding her hand out forward, and there was an aura around it. She said, "You talk to me like that one more time, I will use my gravity to make sure your balls are crushed into oblivion." Izuku saw all this happen and was chuckling to himself. He looked over to Rimuru, and Rimuru nodded. Rimuru sent a thought communication to Alderman, Albert, and Winty. He said, Albert, you and Alderman will come in, and just in case the villains attack. Winty, you make sure no villains get out. Albert said, "Hi, Master." Alderman was like, "Yes, my lord." Winty pretty much said, "Yes, Rimuru." Fast forward to walking in, but Izuku saw there was a portal, and Kirishima said, "Y'all have fake villains?" Izuku said, No, they don't." Izuku nodded to Rimuru, and Rimuru said, in thought communication to Albert, Alderman, and Winty, he said, "Stations, now." A portal erupted next to the heroes, and Aizawa, recognizing it as one of Rimuru's due to the blue tint, didn't do anything. Ochako said, "Mr. Aizawa, they're attacking from the side." 3 people walked out, and Rimuru said, "Alderman, door. Albert, you're with me and Izuku. Winty, outside." They went to their stations, and Albert got his sword ready, and Alderman was standing in the back with his staff in both hands. He plunged his staff into the ground, and book floated up next to him. Shigaraki was watching on as the villains started to rush in. He looked over to someone in a mist beside him and said, "Kirigiri, how many villains are there?" Kirigiri said, "There's around 50 of them, sir." Well, 50 of them that are attacking now. Whoa! Kirigiri ducked down right as a villain went soaring over him. Izuku had punched a villain directly towards them, seeing as they were talking. He knew that they were being controlled, not knowingly, anyways. And he wanted to get to them to help them. But due to all the villains, there was too many. Rimuru could have wiped them out, but he didn't want to fully display his powers and possibly completely scar them from joining. Alderman sensed something. "Rimuru, there's an undead coming." Rimuru looked over to Alderman and said, "Summon yours." Alderman proceeded to plunge his staff further into the ground, and a few skeleton warriors rose from the ground. About 15 in total. Albert said, "Legion, unify." The skeleton warriors unified in a front behind Albert and charged forward in a turtle-like formation. Albert, once they got into the center of the villains who were completely going ham on the shields, they broke out, and Alderman sent a decay wave directly towards them, knocking the weaponry and all the armor and all that from the enemies pretty much disintegrating into dust. Alderman leapt up and swung his sword to flat end and struck a few villains, knocking them unconscious. He then kicked one, sending it directly into another who had 4 arms. The 4-armed person caught the villain and hurled him directly towards Alderman. Alderman removed his staff and turned it around and batted the villain who was flying directly at him out of the way. He then ran at the person who threw him and threw his own staff at him. The staff got lodged directly in his shoulder, and Alderman managed to get directly up to him, grab his face, and slam him to the ground. The villain then got up, using his forearms pushed upwards, and Shigaraki said, "What are you doing? Attack him!" The villain turned around, revealing his eyes blackened over. Alderman said, "Mind control magic. Part of my quirk, if you will. I am the Gehenna hero, Necro. Get him." The villain then rushed at Shigaraki, but Kurogiri warped him away. Kurogiri proceeded to warp a few more villains around them. And Shigaraki started scratching his neck. "Kurogiri, bring in the Nomu." Kurogiri said, "But Master, the Nomu was made to kill All Might." "I don't care. Bring in the Nomu." Kurogiri nodded and warped in the Nomu. As soon as the Nomu was warped in, Izuku said, "Made to kill All Might? I don't care." Shigaraki was like, "Isn't All Might..." "Hey, Karamba, y'all are way too naive." Izuku rushed them and slammed his foot down, putting up a barrier around them that was pretty much interfering with all quirks and magic. Kurogiri couldn't create a portal anywhere, and Shigaraki's wounds were starting to heal. You could feel his neck starting to close up from all the marks on his neck. "Albert, keep guard." Albert was outside the shield when it went up. He nodded to Izuku, and he looked over to Rimuru, and Rimuru nodded to him, and he plunged his sword down, putting up a dimensional air barrier around them, pretty much summoning a few clones to help him. They fended off more and more villains. Izuku said to Shigaraki, "Shigaraki, aka Tomoe Shigaraki, aka Tenko Shimura, grandson of Nana Shimura, am I correct?" Shigaraki took a step back and said, "How do you know that name?" Izuku looked at him and said, "I am a cousin." Bakugo, hearing that, said to some of his classmates, "Y'all heard that? The Yakuza," before being plunged in the face by Momo. Momo said, "Just because he's related to the dude doesn't mean he is a villain, you idiot." Momo then created a bat, knocking out Bakugo. Mina looked over and said, "What was he saying?" That person in there is Izuku's cousin. Nana is Izuku's grandmother, which so happens to be the villains. He didn't know about this until a few weeks ago. So, Izuku's unknowingly related to a villain. Yes. "You were abused by my uncle, who I'm happy he's dead. My father is All Might. But Gago is working for you along with Medetta. Am I correct?" Shigaraki managed to contemplate a few things and nod his head. "Yeah, they're the trio of traitors. What's it with you? And since All Might's your son, I'm guessing, and since All Might's your father, I'm guessing you want to turn us in?" "Actually, no, I don't. I want y'all to join the heroes." Shigaraki scoffed, saying, "Why would I join the heroes when they didn't want to help me?" "Oboro Shirokuma," Izuku said, looking at Kurogiri. "You were supposedly dead from a villain attack. Am I correct?" Kurogiri said, "I have no memory at all." Izuku said, "Of course." Snapped his fingers, and he grabbed a hole, and Shigaraki watched on in fascination as Oboro's head turned into a solidified mist, was still swirling around. Izuku then placed his hand on Kurogiri's head, and after a few seconds, his eyes flared open and said, "That was me. But Oboro is pretty much dead, but I am Oboro. This is so confusing. Shigaraki. I know you won't believe me, but trust me, there are still good heroes out there. And I want to be one of them. One of them that will help even villains if they weren't wanting to be villains. You were forced. You have a choice. You can make it better. How can I fully trust you? You can't, Shigaraki. But you can have faith. I promise you that. Izuku then put down the shield, and a portal then flared open, summoning the Nomu. Right on schedule, too, Izuku said. You knew the thing was coming, Shigaraki said. No, I always knew. I can see the future. Izuku then rushed at the Nomu. The Nomu slammed its fist down at Izuku. Izuku grabbed a hold of it and ripped it right off. Shigaraki said, It's got hyperspeed regeneration. Izuku said, Thanks for that. Izuku then cut his hands over in black flames and slashed at the thing's arm again. The stump flared up and burned. This creature was starting to scratch at it, trying to pull off the flames. Eventually, it ripped off the stump before regenerating the arm. Izuku said, Magicula. I can work with that. Izuku then rushed up, jumped, and grabbed a hold of the thing's head. Grabbing both hands around the beak, he managed to subdue it and cracked its neck, violently. The thing slumped down, and he jumped down. Izuku then grabbed a hold on the brain, and his eyes flared open in green energy. The green energy then turned into blue as Magicula started flowing from the creature off of him and into Izuku. The creature started shriveling up and screeching. It managed to lift up an arm and rip Izuku off. It struggled to get up, and weakly, it ran at him again. Izuku said, So little Magiculas, but so few can actually make you really strong. Izuku then summoned his arm around his fist and struck the Nomu directly through. Winty flew in after being kicked in by All Might. She screamed in her dragon form. She said, You foolish mortal! Winty, that's enough, Rimuru said. All Might was smug, thinking that he managed to get an upper hand on a villain. He said, Thank you, young Rimuru. And I'm technically older than you. Arsehole. Rimuru thought that, but didn't say it. Yes, she's one of my friends. You're friends with a villain. No, she was warped in by me, and she was guarding the door to make sure no villains escaped. What about them? I saw All Might said while pointing to Shigaraki and Kurogiri. They're gone, Izuku said. They disappeared. And All Might looked over again and saw there was only a purple wisp left behind. That mist guy has the ability to teleport people. You got here too late, All Might. All Might shrugged and said, Not my fault they were hard to... Dude, you are still pretty much in your prime. You have no excuse to say that they were weak. My grandmother would be ashamed of you. All Might scoffed and said, Who's your grandmother? Nana Shimura. And you, All Might, you are a fake. Izuku then punched All Might in his weak spot, deflating All Might. Bakugo got up and regained consciousness only to see Izuku punch All Might, reverting him back into his skinny form. You don't deserve one for all, Izuku said before kicking All Might. Mina didn't do anything. She actually said, "Go Izuku!" Mineta looked over and said, "All Might's a real heat." She looked over and said, "I know what All Might did to Izuku, and I don't really care. If All Might dies now, it's going to be karma." Mineta pulled off a few balls and wrapped Mina up. Take one more step closer and they get it. Rimuru then waved his hand and Mineta's balls disappeared. And so did Mineta. Mineta is no longer existing in this timeline. Rimuru said, All Might looked over and said, "You killed him, didn't you?" "No, I didn't. Simply as removing him to the timeline. He's technically still alive, just not in this dimension." "Bring him back, you villain!" All Might managed to somehow reforce himself back into his muscular form, where he rushed at Rimuru. Suddenly, someone in yellow and black flew in and grabbed the fist. She twisted All Might's arm, breaking it. "Ay, caramba, you really need to learn your place, don't you, All Might?" "Abito," Izuku said. "Thanks for coming on so short notice. Rimuru looked over and said, "You summoned her?" "Actually, I sent a thought communication to her." All Might was too much of a pain to even comprehend what they were saying. "You stupid fish! What did you..." Abito then let go of the arm and punched him directly in the face, knocking him out. She said, "I did nothing. I just simply learned your weak spot," she said before stomping on his crotch. Izuku said, "Ooh, I felt that." She said, she dusted her hands off and said, "Now that's all done." "Master," Abito said. Rimuru said, "What is it, Abito?" "I've detected 2 signatures leaving the building before seconds before I arrived here. You want me to go and apprehend them?" Izuku nodded his head, and Rimuru said, No need." She nodded her head, and she left. Mina said, "Who was that?" Izuku said, "That was Zigion's girlfriend. Technically now wife, known as Prospertina in this universe. Real name's Apito. She's a hero type insectar." "Wow, she is powerful, huh?" "You have no clue," Zigion said while flying him through the top. And this entire time, Ochako and 13 were watching on and shocked as everything happened. Uraraka never really cared. She just wants money. That's all she was thinking about. "Oh, come on. I really need Izuku. Get rid of Izuku so I can get money." Yeah. She then slammed her foot down and walked back onto the bus. Bakugo got up and walked after her. Izuku then said to Rimuru, bring Mineta back. We don't need anyone questioning why we're a student down." "Izuku, you do realize he's going to have to die either way?" Izuku said, "I know. I just want to be at my hands." Rimuru, Izuku, you are a really weird guy. Izuku said, "Oh, I know." They walked back onto the bus, and Aizawa walked out while dragging behind him using shadow restraint the corpse of the Nomu. He also carried out All Might's body, and Zigion made sure everyone was out before closing the doors behind them. He then flew off into the air back to the mansion. Same direction that Obito went. Rimuru then looked over and saw Ochako and Bakugo sleeping. They saw someone with a weird color of hair. Izuku walked over and said, "Hello, do you know how you've been doing?" Dino popped up and said, hey, Izuku. Long time no see, right?" Izuku said, "No need to be afraid. I'm not going to do anything." "Thank you." Rimmer walked over and said, "Yeah, your betrayal back in Tensura was shocking, to say the least, but hey, you've made up for it. Big time." Dino said, "Big time." "What about the others?" "Well, they're all okay. What about, Misery, Rain, and Leon?" Misery and Rain are having edit with Velzard and Guy, and Leon is sitting in his room crying in a corner about not being able to be with Chloe at all. Rimuru said, "Is Leon still seriously crying about that? Me and her have been married since, what, 5 years? Yeah, yeah, he has. It's quite hilarious to see him cry so much." "Do you know that's not nice?" Izuku said. "Well, to be fair, it is kind of funny, actually." "And how often does he cry?" Mina said. "He cries quite often." "How often are we talking?" "Trust me when I say he cries so much, it will really put the devil into a weird situation." Diablo popped up and said, "Believe me, it already does for me." "Hey, caramba." "Diablo, correct?" "Minashido?" Diablo said while bowing his head a little. "Don't all y'all have..." "Well, I'm one of the 12 patrons. And from what I'm going to guess, you are..." I'm going to say, "If we have titles? Yes, we do. My title is Magic Lord, but it also differences from every now and again. Sometimes it could be Demon God, sometimes it could be Devil Lord, multiple different things, but I prefer to either go by Devil Lord or Magic Lord. But preferably Devil Lord, namely because of my ultimate skill, Lord Temptation Zazel." Mia said, "Got it." She then walked back and got on the bus. Izuku looked over and saw that both Ochako and Katsuki were asleep. He looked over to Dino and said, "Dino, why are these two asleep?" he said while gesturing to Katsuki and Ochako. They tried harassing me for looking so sleep deprived and why I was here. Then they tried to attack me saying I was a villain. So I knocked them out using Belphegor. Hey, caramba. They really are a handful. Believe me, they are." "They put up much of a struggle?" Rimuru said. "No, not really." "Okay, that's interesting. Trust me, it is. But also quite a pain because, hey, I like sleeping." "Oh, yeah. You and Dad Zal get along really well." "Who's your father?" "Adopted father. I prefer to go by Rimuru as my father, honestly." "Why is that?" "Mainly because he's the one who gave me my name, but for legality reasons, I am the son of Aizawa, but Rimuru and said both me and Aizawa share custody over him, if you put it like that. Once we go back to Tensura, he's technically my son. Even now, he's technically my son. Namely because I am biologically related to him, which will explain my powerful soul. That makes sense. Well, I'm going to go take a nap. Okay, Dino. Dino then warped away back to his room at the mansion and fell onto the bed, passing out immediately. Back at Izuku and Rimuru, Izuku said, Dino really likes sleeping, huh? He is quite lazy. So he knows the sleeping rule for that exact reason. Why did you choose the name of Backslasher for his hero name? He chose that name because he kind of backstabbed a few people to get what was needed done, but he regretted it, and after he came back to me, I allowed him to stay in Tempest, and he pretty much works as security guards around there and making sure people are apprehended. How can you do so much when he's sleeping most of the time? Actually, it's mostly Leon doing some of this. So Leon lives in Tempest? No, and yes. We contract him to do a few security detailings around Tempest, mainly to make sure everything's intact and that most of our soldiers are trained, although we have a Gakuro and all that. We actually surprisingly have a few people who are classified as heroes living in Tempest, namely Chloe and the others, so they need someone powerful in order to train them to their fullest extent. That is very, very smart, Izuku, Rimuru said. Izuku said to Rimuru, yeah, I know, but believe me when I say, it's actually more of a pain than you think. How's that? We get so many people coming in wanting to get a closer look on the heroes that they would actually destroy a little bit of Tempest. Seriously? And so we decided to cut some of the heroes out, well, by giving them a small little land to roll over, mainly so that paparazzi can go over there and keep an eye on them. So, pretty much having a few heroes move out and making sure in exchange of making sure Tempest is more secured. But what about Leon? Well, he does come to Tempest every now and again as a contractor to make sure our people are trained. He also makes sure that our heroes are pure, namely using his Purity King Metatron ultimate skill. That's very interesting, Izuku said. Well, when you roll over a nation as much as I do, you'll learn how to make do with quite a few inconveniences. Believe me, I kind of figured that already. Anyways, Rimuru said, who are we going to go visit now? Well, we have to get back to campus first, namely because of this attack. You got any idea if your cousin and possibly Ober are going to join us? Rimuru said. Izuku looked over to Rimuru and gave him a funny look. You can see the future. You already know they're going to come back, don't you? Rimuru shrugged his shoulders and said, you're right there. Okay, let's get going. Izuku then got onto the bus with Rimuru, and he looked on the back where he saw Kirishima coming on and carrying both Achako and Katsuki onto the bus and throwing them on top of the unconscious unconscious All Might. Katsuki's face landed face first on top of All Might's junk. Izuku laughed at this, and they got in the bus and headed back to school. Izuku and Rimuru, after school, went to a press conference where Rimuru made sure that All Might knew not to tell anyone about the USJ, mainly about what he did to Wenti. Because Wenti was actually really liked around Japan for her help in aerial support, mainly for Ryoku. She was actually a very famous hero, rising in the ranks pretty fast. She was also really well known. So, All Might tried a different tactic. He brought Leon Cromwell in. Leon introduced himself as Platinum Devil. He said, "I'm Leon Cromwell, aka Platinum Devil." And All Might here asked me to come here and talk about what exactly happened to the USJ. I can't say because I wasn't there. A reporter walked up and pointing the microphone at him and said, "What do you mean by that? All Might said you were there." Leon said, "I wasn't there. I was actually at my home with myself, talking to myself, thinking of some strategies to make sure no more villains attack innocent people and take their lives." So are you saying All Might lied? I'm saying that exactly, Leon said. Are you sure that you can actually tell us that's the truth? I can, namely because of my quirk, Purity King. It allows me to see if someone's telling the truth or not. He then walked over to All Might and said, "All Might, are you lying that I was at the USJ?" All Might confidently said, "No, I'm not." Then a red aura appeared around All Might. The red aura, Leon said while looking at the crowd, identifies when someone's lying. "All Might, do you work for AFO?" All Might said, "Who's AFO? No, I don't work for a villain." All Might contradicted yourself. You contradicted yourself, All Might. You said you don't know who AFO is, yet you somehow knew he was a villain. All Might's aura then flashed red again. "Both lies, All Might. Tell us the truth." All Might said, "I am a hero." His aura flared up red again. The crowd at the meeting took a step back in shock. They all have it. All Might's lying. All Might, are you truly a hero at all? Leon said, "Yes, I am." His aura flashed a deep crimson. "Oh, that's the biggest lie you said yet." Rimuru then walked over and he said, "Leon, ask me something. What is your name?" "Rimuru Tempest." Rimuru's aura flashed green. "What are you?" "I'm technically a slime." His aura flashed green again. A few of the crowd were confused and asking what was they talking about. Rimuru said, "Technically my quirk makes me a slime." His aura flashed green. "And I can tell y'all, definitely, that All Might is lying about being a hero. He knows who AFO is, and All Might is a villain." "How can you say that?" a reporter said. "I have evidence that points to All Might being a villain. But since y'all won't believe me, I can have my teacher show you all the truth. Aizawa got up and walked over. Shota Aizawa. My hero name is Eraserhead. And I can verify everything that they are saying is true. How is that? A reporter said. Believe me, I've worked with All Might and I've worked closely with these people. I've worked closely with Leon, Misery, aka Ozai's, Guy Crimson himself, even Kumara, Alderman, Albert, Wenti, Apito, and Dino. I've worked closer with those than any other hero I have. I've worked closer along with my wife. I have met people that are in higher places than All Might. I can tell y'all without a certain doubt that All Might is a villain. Leon looked over and said, he's correct. Rimuru then snapped his fingers and a quirk or an orb floated out of All Might. All Might then fell to the ground weakly. What did you do? Rimuru said, you do not deserve your quirk. Misery. Suddenly Misery appeared beside him. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Take All Might to prison. Which one, Master? Take him to Tartarus. Let him rot there. Suddenly a few police officers said, you can't do this. Rimuru said, actually, according to laws under section 3-1, a hero must be hero of pure heart. Yes, this law is mostly bent for a few people, but All Might has shown that he has committed multiple crimes. Rimuru then lifted up his hand and a flame peered up, revealing a screen that showed All Might assaulting a few people. He then clenched his fist and said, this is more than enough proof. Misery, take him away. Misery proceeded to grab him and disappear. Rimuru snapped his fingers once again and showed a live feed from a security camera of Tartarus showing Misery appear at Tartarus and throw him into a cell before closing it. Rimuru then turned and said, now that that's done, I want to say that I am also closely working with Rain and Charis, aka Vulcan. And I can tell you these people are some of the best heroes we have. What are y'all closely looking for? We are looking for AFO himself. And I have a strong suspicion that the Nomu that attacked the USJ was a creation by AFO. How can you be so sure? Izuku got up and said, I'm Izuku Oyagi, son of All Might. The crowd took a step back and said, so you knew about your father? No, I didn't. Well, not the full truth. I knew he was a hero, and I thought he was mildly corrupt, taking a few bribes here and there, but mostly trying to fend for the family. That was until I was 4 years old. He learned I was quirkless, and he beat me senseless from that day forward. Once I got home, it was a complete beating. I was beaten black and blue. My mother was the only person who cared for me. And needless to say, All Might resented her for that. The day Aizawa took me in was the day All Might snapped and finally killed my mother. I say that with full sorrow. And believe me, We are looking for AFO, and I know my father had ties to him because of the fact that somehow he was getting stronger without having his full power. So, what is his quirk? His quirk is a one for all, created by AFO accidentally. AFO had a brother who was deemed quirkless. Turns out he had a relatively useless quirk called Pass On. It pretty much allows the user to pass on their quirk, but pile it on top of a stockpiling quirk that was given to him by AFO. The two quirks merged together to create One for All, which at the start was a very weak quirk. But now, as it could grab the orb and absorb One for All. It's a very powerful quirk, with around 7 other quirks below it. How do you know this much information? A reporter asked. Simply put, I read a book that he had. Notes over every single hero that has ever had One for All. Nana Shimura was one of the people who had One for All. That will explain her great boost in power. And speaking of which, Nana Shimura, can you please come forth? You're talking to the dead. How? What? Nana Shimura appeared in a bright light and said, I am Nana Shimura, grandmother of Izuku Midoriya. And any questions y'all have, please direct them towards me, for I shall be able to answer them better than my grandson. A reporter stepped forward and asked, is it true that you gave All Might AFO One for All? Nana said, yes, it is. I did not know of his corrupt nature, though. Leon nodded his head and said, everything she says is truthful. I've worked with her. Rain appeared and said, Master. Izuku said, yes. All Might has been broken out. What about Misery? She's fine. She was knocked unconscious. So fast. I'm surprised Yuki was able to manage to do that. The crowd asked, who's Yuki? Izuku said, that's AFO's name. Yuki Shigaraki. Believe me, this is going to be a very hard guy to catch. Rimuru then said, so, any other questions? The crowd was quiet for a second, and then Aizawa said, if you don't give me another question the second after I say this meeting is over. A second passed, and no one said anything. He said, and then I call this meeting done. Aizawa and everyone else walked out. Then the media started going crazy with questions. Rimuru said, sorry, we can't answer anything, before leaving out the back door. Rimuru then opened a portal back to their mansion where a few people were standing outside. One of them was Shoto Todoroki, and another one was Charis. Izuku saw Shoto and asked, hey Shoto, what are you doing here? Charis said he wanted to come because he wants his father dead. Oh, Endeavor. Huh. I've been meaning to take that guy out, Izuku said. Shoto looked and said, really? Izuku said, yeah, he's also someone who abused me. How is that? Never seen him do that. Believe me, Izuku said, or he morphing his arm back into his old arm, rolling up his shirt sleeve and revealing a nasty burn mark. He did. Izuku then pulled the sleeve back down and reverted it back to his more newer arm. Shoto said, "That was worse than my burn scar." "How's Ray doing?" Izuku said. "She's doing fine." How's your sister and brother?" "They're also fine." "Oh man, I miss Toya." "Believe me, Toya's fine," Reamer said. "How can you be so sure?" "I'm a god of space and time. I'm above my own concept. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to see that he's fine?" Reamer said. Shoto said, "Point taken." "Jairus," Reamer said. "Yes, master." "You're coming with us. We're going to deal with you, and Izuku and Shoto are going to be the ones to deal with Endeavor." Izuku nodded his head, and Jairus did too. Shoto cracked his neck and knuckles and said, "Okay, time to go beat the living crap out of my old man." Izuku then opened a portal to Shoto's house, and they walked through it. Jairus was the first one to exit the portal in front of Shoto's house. Shoto walked over to a stone and lifted it up, revealing a key. He used the key and unlocked the door. He said, "After you." Izuku and Jairus walked inside, and they saw Endeavor about to punch Natsu and Fumi. Shoto bolted for Fumi and tackled her out of the way. Endeavor proceeded to grab Shoto and fling him into a room. He said, "My masterpiece, you're not to engage in anything," before being punched in the face by a flaming fist from Vulcan. Endeavor staggered back and looked up and said, "So you're the new flame hero, Vulcan, huh?" He said, "Yes, my name is Jairus. And you, sir, have made a grave mistake." Endeavor, thinking that he was more powerful, proceeded to send a barrage of flames directly at Jairus. Jairus ate the entire thing and walked directly up to him. He said, "Your firepower is useless to me." Before summoning his own, flaring up his own fist and punching Endeavor through a wall and reabsorbing the flames. Natsu got the help up from Shoto, who was staggering out of the room. He said, "Shoto, you okay?" Shoto then slipped onto unconsciousness after saying, "Yeah. Things are getting hot and cold at the same time." Izuku said, "So, CL, how long have you and Rimuru been married exactly?" "Well, I don't really know how long. Over 20 years, I believe." "Over 30, Rimuru said. "Over 30 lovable years." "So, what's your hero name?" Shoto said, "My hero name is Raphael." "Well, basically, it's based off of your original name of Lord of Wisdom, Raphael," Shoto said. Izuku looked over at Shoto with surprise and said, "How did you know that?" Shoto said, I may or may not, listened in on a few conversations, and also been interested in some, old teachings of Christians. I've learned of the virtue of knowledge and wisdom, and how that one was tied to Raphael. So, I pretty much pinned it together to Raphael, Angel of Wisdom and Knowledge, Raphael, Lord of Knowledge. Knowledge Lord Raphael. Makes sense for me. Izuku said, dude, you are more intelligent than anyone will ever give you anything for. He bowed and said, thank you. So, Shoto looked over into CL and said, so CL, what's your ultimate skill? CL said, my ultimate skill is admin. I'm guessing that's the skill that allows you to block Reamer's power sometimes. I wouldn't say fully block because he's actually far more powerful than me. He just doesn't know how to fully control it. So you act as like a mediation and medium for him to level out his powers at times. In a way, yes. I can also temporarily stun his abilities. Don't forget controlling me sometimes. We all know you. You like my dom. You have a female domination kink. Izuku said, really didn't need to know that about my dad. Rimuru said, hey, caramba. Raphael, you really need to learn there's a time and place for these things to be said. And in public isn't one of them, but in bed is. CL said. Izuku said, okay, I'm gonna leave now. Izuku then walked through the door of the walked through the door of Reamer's room in the mansion and walked back into the kitchen. Shoto looked over to Izuku and said, so can you give me a rundown of who all is working here? Reamer said, sure, why not? Well, correction, by the way. It's all who live here. There's actually a lot of people living here. So, who lives here? There's Nana Shimura. Her hero name is Namora. She's a saint, and her skill is air control. There's me. I have 2 ultimate skills. Void of God Azazoth and Harvest Lord Shub-Niggurath. And my hero name is Ultimate Slime Tempest. Race is Ultimate Slime. Shoto, Fair Oni. He actually has 2 unique skills, much like myself, that when I had them. Erase and Shadow Restraints. CL proceeded to list off the rest. There was Emi Aizawa, Izuku, Aizawa Tempest, who was his best friend, Hisashi Yamada, Nemare, Hitoshi Senzo, Chloe Albert, Shin'en, Dinky Kaminari, Ibarra, Milim, Momo, Tessarosa, Nejire, Kaira, Toga Himiko, Ultima, Kyoka, Tamaki Yamajiki, Mario, Suye, Shoka, Lettuce, Kiego, aka Hawks, Glinda, Benimaru, Albus, Momoji, Carrion, Frey, Suyu, Tokoyami, Hagakuro, Ojiro, Toru, Gabiru, Kurobe, Kaijin, Murd, Garm, Shuna, Dord, Geld, Guy Crimson, Luminous Valentine, and many more people. Shoto also was given some screens to look at from CL thanks to her ultimate skill, which allowed her to read and see people's stats and name, title, and pretty much everything about them. Izuku ran over to Shoto. Shoto, stay with me! Stay with me! Shoto said, I think he punched my chest so hard, I think it punched my lung. Oof. Izuku said, there's one thing I can do. He tried healing Shoto, but to no avail. I have other options. Shoto, can I rename you? Shoto said, what? Renaming you will allow me to heal you to a much further extent than anything else. I can heal the wounds by giving you a name. Shoto said, I don't want to die now. Not until till the old flaming trash cans are taken out. Izuku said, so, do you want me to? Just do it fast. Izuku said, you're now named Shoto Todoroki. Shoto's eyes rolled back and he turned into a glowing bright light. His body morphed a bit before landing back on the ground. He said, oh, wow, that was fast. Izuku used Devora and said, Devora, what is Shoto right now? Devora said, Shoto Todoroki. Race, Majin, skills, fire and ice storm. The fire side allows him to pretty much burn anything, and ice allows him to freeze anything. Using these together, he can also control water. He can also heal with the flames and heal with ice. Although the flame healing is faster, the ice is less painful and more thorough. So fire for a quick heal and ice for a slow but more sterilized heal, correct? That is correct. Made of the sub-skills of flame manipulation, water manipulation, and much more. Thank you. Izuku proceeded to remotely copy Shoto's skill. Shoto ran over to Endeavor. He was being beaten into the ground by Charas and said, I think you did a number on me, father. Oh, well, technically I'm not your son anymore. Endeavor, through pain and gritted teeth, said, you will always be my creation. He said, no. Shoto said, no, before flaring up his fist and engulfing an eye. No, I will not. Before plunging his fist directly through Endeavor's face, completely splattering bone and brain matter everywhere. He withdrew his fist and said, oh, Dressed is taken out now. Izuku shrugged it off and opened another portal. Shall we head back? Shoto said, yes. Yes, we shall. They then walked back through the portal, and Charas proceeded to cremate Endeavor's corpse. Izuku, with the help of Charas, also helped Natsu and Fumi through the portal as well. And Endeavor's corpse burned the house down. Much to Shoto's satisfaction of watching it burn through a screen that was being created by CL. CL said, you guys are so problematic. Rumor said Endeavor was always destined to die. It was best that he died by his own son's hand. I know, honey, CL said, but seriously, you just let him straight up kill his own father. Reimer said he needed it for freedom. Believe me, I would have done the same. Oh, I know you would have, honey. I know how violent you can be. Especially during that following massacre. Cielo shivered and said, yeah, and I was the one keeping the death score. After Reimer went over everyone, a few of them caught Shoto's eye. He asked about Kinya Misaki. Kinya Misaki, Izuku said, walking back in. He grabbed a screen floating in the air and said, he's in class 1S, same the class above us, along with Veyron and a few others. Goes by the hero name of Energy, his race is Sage, and his skill is Plasma. Kinya walked in and said, Yeah. Oh, great. We got a young Bakugo. Oh, please don't. Great. Please don't relate me to that Pomeranian. Kenya said. Wow, you are so much different from him. He drew his blade and said, yeah, I know, before swinging it and releasing some flame from it. Shoto backed away, and he said, you know you can't be harmed by flames, right? He said, yeah, sorry, force of habit. Kenya said, your father, Endeavor, correct? Yep, it is. He was. Killed him, I'm guessing? Yes, I did, Shoto said. Good job, man. Kenya, that's not cool. What can I say? Kenya said to Rimuru. The dude has my respect. He killed someone that got on his nerves. Especially one who abused him for so long. Shoto looked over to Kenya and said, how do you know that he abused me for so long? Word travels fast when your teacher and, now technically my boss, has a thought communication to pretty much anyone that he wants. Even to regular people who do not even have the skill he can talk to. Wow, that is impressive. Shota said. It's actually a lot more easy than you would think. I can easily make everyone in the world different races. I can even erase this entire timeline. Right here and right now. Rumor said. Shota took a step back. But I won't, Rumor said, seeing that Shota was taking a step back. I won't do that unless something was going to happen. Or this world was beyond saving. But this world is really easy to save. So I'm here to help. Shoto nodded and said, thank you for your help anyway, Rimuru. Rimuru shrugged and said, y'all are some of the best people in this world that has to offer. So I just want to extend my hand and say thanks for working with us. He said to Shoto. Shoto said, well, what about Natsu and Fumi? Rimuru said, they can come and live in Tempest if they want to. I can rename them if they want to. But it's up to them, not me. Shoto nodded his head and said, I'll ask him about that. Shoto then left the room and went to ask his brother and sister about possibly being renamed and living in Tempest with him after their lives in this world were done. They were no longer needed. Shoto arrived at the room of Natsuo and Fumi. He knocked on the door and Fumi answered. She hugged her brother and said, Shoto, you've grown up so much, so fast. Shoto said, yeah, I'm going to explain everything in a minute. Shoto walked in with the help of Fumi, although he didn't really need it. He sat down on a chair and said, so, where do you want me to begin exactly? Natsuo said, I'd like you to begin with how fast you have managed to change. Just yesterday you were shorter than me, now you're taller than me. I was renamed. Name wouldn't do that. Having a name wouldn't do that to you. That is unless you have some rename by someone with the primal energy of quirks. Alright, Shoto said. Wait, primal energy of quirks? Fumi said. Magicules. Shoto went on to explain everything that Izuku has told him over the time of them knowing one another, as well as the origins of quirks. We now look at Gail Gibson in his own room. He was saying, okay, so my race is sage. I wonder what exactly I can do. He then got up and went out of the room and walked into the backyard. He sat down on the ground and started meditating. He started floating up into the air, focusing on what he can do. He manipulated the earth around him and created a small figure and looked through its own eyes. He looked around and moved it around like it's on its own body. He then looked over and saw his own self. He unconsciously smiled at as the amount of progress he's been making. And through the eyes of his own creation, he saw himself smile. Gibson then proceeded to walk around the premises of the house, looking for anything and looking around. He saw a few things that he'd much rather not see. He saw Izuku laying in his own room with Momo and Toga tying him to a bed. He ran past that window after knocking on it and pretty much making a pull-down gesture. Nejire got up and pulled it down, and he ran off after that. But without them shouting, "Thank you," to the statue. He then proceeded to walk around more and more before he heard a voice say, "Gail Gibson, unique skill, Earth manipulation has evolved into the unique skill of Terra." Gibson looked around and found that his statue had suddenly grown twice in size and was actually more durable. He slammed his fist onto the ground where multiple pillars sprouted up around him. He then slammed a foot down and closed his eyes. Through the statue, he could sense multiple different deposits of material, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of miles down in the earth. He then opened his own eyes and found the statue standing there. And then the statue looked down on him and knelt down. He was confused by this at first, before he thought, walk around 5 laps around the building. The statue got up and walked around the building. Gale followed it, and it did 5 laps continuously before stopping directly at where Gale had left its body. Gale thought to himself, "Terra, what am I going to do anyways?" He decided to go ask Reamer about this. He walked into Reamer's office. He didn't find him there. He then walked into Reamer's throne room, which was the main hall. Reamer had told him that he didn't really want this room to be here, but Shin'en and Shuna had kind of just made him decide to have it here. Mainly because they were saying that a regular room wouldn't be fit for a king. Reamer decided to make them happy and have the room installed. Although he rarely ever used it, unless he was talking to some pretty important people, or he was just tired or looking formal, which eventually evolved into him using this room as a meeting room every single time he needed to talk to someone. Gale walked in, thinking all of this, and he found Rimuru and Ciel talking. Gale walked over to Ciel and said, "Ciel, I just unlocked a unique skill. Could you tell me what it does?" Ciel proceeded to open a blue screen up and said, Your quirk is Kotera. Sub-skills are Of Creation and All Creation, Universal Barrier, Earth Manipulation, and a few more. What can it do? According to this, she said while tapping and swiping on the unique skill, it allows the user to manipulate the earth around them and also create earth golems. Which is most likely what I saw in you doing out there, Reamer said. Yes. Yes, it is. Someone then burst through the door. Reamer shouted and said, Ryota, that is the third time today you've burst through the door! Ryota looked up and deactivated his unique skill. He said, sorry, and proceeded to run away. Gale said, want me to get him? Reamer said, please. Gale proceeded to run after Ryota. Reamer looked down to Ciel and said, ay, caramba. What is his unique skill again? Ryota Sakaguchi, here named Typhoon. Race, Sage, unique skill, Typhoon. Allows the user to increase their own body strength rapidly. The user can also increase their ability of control of the elements. Using it, they can easily control the wind as well as fire and water with this unique skill. Izuku said, through a thought communication, well, that is way too easy. Typhoon is a very powerful, unique skill. It has the ability to possibly even go up to, like, acquiring something like Absorption, or even Water Blade. Ciel jumped at this and said, how did you hear all that? Izuku said, you still had a thought communication going on by accident. Well, I mostly want to tell you that Alice is running after Ryota with the help of Gale. Izuku said, thank you for that, Izuku. Izuku then shut the thought communication off, and Reamer said, I wonder how Alice and Gale are doing after Ryota. Ryota was a guy with eye bags under him who was very shy and timid. But over the years, he had become more confident and more of a bad boy at times. And him breaking down doors was actually a common thing he did. He mostly liked to be chased around by his two friends. And Kenya was another one of his friends, but refused to chase him mainly because with him being chased, he would not have enough time to do his own sword training. So, Ryota always managed to try to find a way to make Kenya chase after him. Soon enough, Kenya decided that he had enough and told Ryota that he would no longer chase him, namely because he was busy trying to perfect his own sword style to be very similar to their early teachers, Shizu's sword style. We now cut to Gale and Alice running after Ryota. Ryota managed to burst through the door and used some fire to fly up into the air. And Gale, not fully understanding how he could use his unique skill, sent the golem that he created earlier after him. The golem proceeded to do anything it could to capture Ryota. Eventually, the golem jumped up and grabbed a hold of Ryota's legs, bringing him back down to the ground. Ryota used his own weapon and chopped the arm of the golem off. The golem's arm disappeared into the ground before the golem took another step forward, absorbed some more soil, and regrew its own arm. This actually surprised Gale due to him not having a decent amount of magicules, but the golem wasn't taking up any more. He was thinking to himself, apparently the golem, once I created after using my own magicules, it can absorb magicules from the surrounding area. This is interesting. Alice said, so you've learned how to create golems, huh? Yes, I have, Gale said. Ryota said, so what if you can create golems? I like to see how it does when it's made of mud. He proceeded to douse the golem in water. Gale managed to restructure the golem and harden the rocks back into place, but with the help of Alice, they were able to create a more better golem. Alice made her own golem that was made out of fire and fused it with Gale's golem made of earth. Using these two fusion, she created the earth and the volcano golem. She then proceeded to manipulate her own fingers and fuse some sticky silk threads to make the golem chase after Ryota. And Ryota really loves using fire and water, so she was able to have the golem get close to him, and the golem jumped up using the flames on its lower legs to fly upwards and grab a hold of Ryota. Ryota surprised them by using wind magic and blew the golem away. Ryota then flew back down and said, that was fun. Alice said, you do know I was halfway tempted, and still am halfway tempted, to use that golem and break your legs, right? Gale went over to the fallen golem and allowed it to dissolve back into the ground. He then shouted, yo, Ryota, make sure to put out the fire. Ryota manipulated the water and manipulated some water out of the clouds and had it flow down and strike the burning mud pile. He said, there, you happy? Ryota said. Gale got up and said, very much so now. Alice said, okay, I think most of everything is done. Ryota said, aren't you sure everything is done? Don't you mean everything is done? Alice said, not fully. She then proceeded to slam her foot down, and a few rocks piled on or around Ryota. She said, a little thing I've learned. I can actually imprison people within rocks and other material and make them into like a suit of armor. I've also learned that I can actually control suits of armor. She then used some sticky steel threads and wrapped the golem armor to his body. She then walked him inside and into Rimur's throne room. Rimuru saw this and laughed. He said, Ryota, you seriously thought that you would be able to get away after breaking down my door for the 100th time now? CL said, correction, you've been breaking down your door 5 times a day for the past 10 months? For the past 10 months. And that's just over the summer. 13, he's been breaking down your door for the past year. 365 days, So he's been breaking down the door over 1,000 times now. Thank you, Seal, Rimuru said. So, and you really thought you'd be able to go unpunished? You are on cleaning duty for the rest of this month. Now, this caused Ryota to take a step back in pure shock. Alice laughed at this and said, "Have fun cleaning up period pads." Ryota looked over to Rimuru and begged for mercy. He said, please, anything but that. I will do anything. Please. Rimuru said, "Sorry, not gonna happen." Ryota was then taken away by Gale after Alice freed him from her armor prison. And Alice said to Rimuru, "So, you miss Shizu?" Rimuru said, "I've always missed her. She was my first love interest." Ciel looked over to Rimuru and said, "You know, I can always bring her back, right?" Rimuru said, "Really? You would do that?" She said, "Yes, you are my husband. I will do anything to see you happy." Rimuru said, "If you wouldn't mind, I would really like that." Ciel said, "As you wish, master." She proceeded to snap her fingers, and a body double of Rimuru appeared. And the body soon started to morph and change. Soon enough, it had black hair and a uniform. Shizu opened her eyes and found herself back in the land of the living. She said, "Where am I? Rimuru?" Rimuru had morphed into a slime form so that Shizu would recognize him. He bounced down in front of her and said, "Yes, it's me." He then proceeded to morph back into his own human form. "And I'm still enjoying the gift you gave me." Shizu bent down and kissed Rimuru. Rimuru kissed back and hugged her. Shizu broke the kiss and said, "How am I alive?" Rimuru said, "It's a long story." Ciel said, "Actually, it's a relatively short story. You see, Rimuru here missed you so much that he wanted you back, and me, being the dutiful wife that I am, brought you back to life." Shizu looked and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry for kissing your husband." Ciel said, "I'm perfectly fine with it. You'd be surprised how many girls he's kissed." Ciel said while glancing over to Rimuru. Shizu craned her neck over to Rimuru and she said, "What does she mean by that? Have you been cheating on her?" No, I haven't. Just then, Malim and Chloe walked in, and Malim ran over to Rimuru and gave him a hug. She said, "Honey! Give me honey." Rimuru kissed, she said before kissing Rimuru on the cheek. Rimuru said, "Fine, you are still so childlike." Malim said, and you know you'll love me for it." She looked over and said, "Oh, you're the Conqueror of Flames, correct? What was it? Ifrit, was it?" She said, Shizu said, "Yes, that was me. But I have no clue what I am now." Ciel said, "You are Shizu Aizawa. Your race is demigod, and your unique skill..." Wait, it's actually evolved from degenerate into the ultimate skill of Goddess of Powers, Hestia. That's actually really powerful. It's a weaker... What does it do? It's a weaker version of Rimuru's Azeroth and Shub-Niggurath abilities. It allows you to absorb skills and mix and match them. Wow. She just said. Chloe was standing in front of the doorway and said, Master? Shizu turned around and saw Chloe standing there in her more adult form. She said, Who are you? Chloe proceeded to pull out a mask and put it on, take it off and revert to her child form. Just then, Shizu ran over and hugged, picked up Chloe, spinning her around. She said, I missed you so much. Disappeared one day. I didn't know you were my teacher. It's a long story. It's time skips, Rimuru dying so many times at different timelines, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But it's finally good to see you again. Believe me, it is. She just said while giving Chloe a hug. Ifrit soon walked in to report a few things that have happened. Namely, something that would catch Rimuru's attention. But he stopped right in the doorway when he saw his old partner, if you will, Shizu. He stopped in the doorway and looked into the room. His eyes widened as he saw his old former host, who he tried to take over so many times. After the hug was broken, Shizu looked over and saw Ifrit standing there. She grasped for a sword that was no longer there, but she managed to summon a sword, and she rushed forward, pointing the sword to the base of Ifrit's neck. Ifrit said, bowed down and said, sorry for everything I've caused you, Shizu. You can take my life if it will make you feel better. Shizu withdrew the blade and made it disappear. Shizu said, who are you? She said, Shazoi Char said, I'm Ifrit, now known as Charis. And I am a subordinate of Rimuru and Valdora Tempest. You can take my life, it will make you feel better. I'm sorry for everything I've caused you. Shizu dropped her to the ground and hugged him. She said, I can't kill you. You've changed. Ifrit hugged her back and said, mostly because of your impact you had on me. I saw what you were willing to do for Rimuru. So I saw this after he absorbed me, and after some training and being stuck with the Storm Dragon for so long, and absorbing the core of Charybdis, I evolved into a point I actually developed my own ego. And ever since then, I have been deeply sorry for everything I've done to you. I was hoping one day I could hopefully apologize for everything I have done. And it looks like you finally have. She said while giving Charis a hug. Charis got up and said, Rimuru, I was here to deliver information. Rimuru said, what is it? You are right about Yam and Majoran. They're coming back now today. And they're bringing a few guests that you would actually be surprised. If they're bringing the people from the LV, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Who's Marjoran and And, Izuku walked in and said, they are two people that Rimuru met after he absorbed you. But they're very good people. Rimuru looked and said, hey, son. Shizu said, you didn't tell me you had a son. Rimuru said, another thing, it's a long, long story. Best way to put it is, I'm actually his great-great-great-grandson, but he's more of a father to me than my own original biological father, who was complete and utter jerk. Yam walked into the room with his wife, Majoran, by his side. He knelt down in front of Rimuru and said, hello, master, I'm back. He then got up and said, glancing at Ciel, Malim, Chloe, Charis, and Shizu, who had started standing by Rimuru's side once he walked in. Majoran asked, wait, you're the Conqueror of Flames, she said once her eyes fell onto Shizu. Shizu bowed down and said, yes, I am. Now, can y'all explain to me what exactly is going on? Majoran said, we were sent out by Rimuru to see if there's any villains that could possibly become heroes or help us defeat Yuki. Shizu looked over to Rimuru and said, why are we going after Yuki? He was one of my students. Rimuru looked up and said, it's because he's actually one of the main threat for this universe. Rimuru said, and he isn't all he said he would be. He was someone willing to kill for power. Shizu said, I don't believe this. Izuku walked up and said, I know, believe me. He manipulated Rimuru. He surprisingly thought he was able to manipulate Rimuru. That dude was further from the truth than he was further from Earth. Rimuru said, I was actually the first and only person to resist his own mind games. And believe me, they were easier than stealing candy from a baby. Not like something I would actually do, though. Ciel said to Majoran and said that, so, who did y'all manage to recruit? She said, Majoran said, we managed to recruit Stain, Tinko, aka Tormur Shigaraki, Spinner, and a few more. But we still have a few more to go after. Some of them are so evil that they don't even care about the kind of destruction they're going to cause. Namely, someone like Mr. Compress. He's fully willing to kill if it means he's going to be famous one day. And trust me when I say that he is one of the most dangerous ones out of all of them. Shizu heard all of this and said, so, what's the plan of action exactly? Izuku said, train Class 1A, see the ones that want to be renamed, name them, and hopefully fight off Yuki. Yuki Shigaraki in this case now, Reamer said. And if we can steal his skill, if we can also keep him alive, I wonder how exactly he was able to fuse his soul to AFO's soul and make such a powerful, unique skill. Shizu nodded her head and said, "Fine, but you owe me a full explanation on how many girls you are with." Rumor said, "Well, I'm technically married to a few of them. And, well, technically all of them. And what about that girl that called you honey? Malinava?" Shizu looked on in shock and said, "The Destroyer?" Reamer said, "Yep." She said, "What else is here?" Guy walked in and said, "Pretty much every single one of the demons from the Octagram, Shizu." Shizu then proceeded to just about pass out from shock of Guy Crimson, Lord of Darkness himself, talking to her. And Guy said, "Don't fall, don't pass out." She managed to stabilize herself, and Majoran said, "I think we should introduce the first person now." Guy heard what Majoran said. He walked out and walked back in with someone carrying two swords at their back and knelt down and said, "My name is Chizomi Akuguro, but I prefer to be called Stain." Rimuru looked over and said, "You're Stain. You're actually someone I admire." Stain got up and said, "You are Izuku Yagi, correct?" Technically, Izuku Yagi is no more. Technically, Aizawa Tempest now. Okay, Izuku Tempest. You were the son of All Might, am I correct? Izuku said, is a better option, if you will. Okay. Can you explain to me what exactly y'all are all going to be doing here? Reamer said, "Our mission is to defeat AFO. aka Yuki. Shigaraki is to be kept alive." And Stain said, "Oh, I'm perfectly fine with killing that arsehole." Izuku said, "Really?" Stain said, "Yes, the dude tried recruiting me a few months ago, saying about how we could create such a better world free of all the heroes. I proceeded to throw a knife at his neck, which he surprisingly yanked out and healed directly back up. He then proceeded to threaten me by revealing who I am to the public and what exactly I can do, revealing my quirk, my battle strategy, and where I would most likely attack. Though it would most likely would have affected him more. So you know the location of his base?" Stain nodded his head and said, "Bingo. We also have a few other people that could tell you a better location of his base as well." Rimuru thanked him for this information and said, "So, Stain, would you like to continue your mission as a hero?" Stain said, "I'd much rather work for you. I heard about from Yam and Majoran about what you are and what you've done exactly. And I can say I fully approve of whatever you've done." So, yes, I would much rather work for you. Rimuru said, step forth and receive a new name. Stain walked forward and knelt before Rimuru. Rimuru asked him, would you rather keep your old name or receive a new name? Shizomi said, I just want to be called Stain from now on. So that way people know that I'm here to remove the stain of the evil of this world. Perfect name, Rimuru said, before placing his hand on top of Stain's head. And he said, your name is Stain. Stain then rised back up, and his eyes were a different color. They were red this time. His pupils were black, and the rest of his eye was red. Izuku said, while looking at him from the side, and said, your eyes remind me of a hungry ghoul from, Tokyo Ghoul. Rimuru said, you are now a vampire, with the unique skill of bloodlust. It allows you to paralyze people by just looking at them. Also, when you consume blood, you're able to paralyze them if you ever so wish. Stain rose back up and said, thank you for the gift, Master. Rimuru said, no need to call me that from now on. Just call me Rimuru. Leave the room, and I'll have someone guide you and the next few people to their new rooms. And Stain nodded his head and walked out. Afterwards, Guy walked in with a short person wearing a yellow hero costume. As soon as Zuko saw the person, he said, Grandpa Torino? Gran Torino looked over and said, Izuku? Where have you been? Rimuru said, you know him? Izuku said to Rimuru, yeah, he's like a grandfather to me. Gran Torino looked over and said, Who are you? Rimuru said, I'm Rimuru Tempest. And Gran Torino said, oh, so you're the guy that this guy right here was saying was so powerful. You look like a weak kid. Whoa! Gran Torino just barely dodged out of the way of an air attack coming from CL that was directed at him. CL said, I would not have my husband disrespected at all in my presence. Gran Torino looked at her and said, you don't look older than 16, girl. You have no clue. Whoa! He dodged again, where this time a lightning strike coming from Izuku. Izuku said, you do not talk to my mother like that. Well, one of my mothers. Gran Torino took a step back because he knew, even when Izuku was quirkless, he knew to never piss him off. Gran Torino thought to himself, Izuku has changed drastically. He looked over to Rimuru, who was just sitting there. He said to Rimuru, so I take it you are the boss of these people? Rimuru said, oh, more than that. Guy put his hand on Gran Torino's shoulder and said, he is Rimuru Tempest, the person I was telling you about. And he is far stronger than I am. Guy then lit his hand. This can go past any resistance, any regeneration you have, whereas Rimuru's can burn your very soul. I don't even have to use my fire to burn your soul. I can just delete it right here, right now, Rimuru said. Gran Torino gulped, and he said, so is it true you're not from this world? Rimuru said, that's affirmative. And Ciel here, the one who just threatened you with a air gust attack, she's actually the main reason why twerks exist. Ciel said, "Will you please stop telling people all this?" Gran Torino asked, "What do you mean?" Izuku piped up and said, "According to the origins, from what Reamer told me, Ciel, while still in his body, used her access to his magicules to, and altered them a little, to not fully multiply and take over the world, giving everyone magic, but to bond with genetics of people, and only awaken once they had kids. This person, one of these people later on had a kid that was born and started emitting light after a while. And that is basically a light manipulation quirk. Well, in my world, a skill, Reamer said. Typically classified as an extra skill as light emission, but it's a fairly weak ability. But with quirks nowadays, I'd say they're more on the closer to an extra level. You mean the quirk Doomsday Theory is coming true? Reamer said, Doomsday Theory? Oh, the ability you're speaking of, like One for All. Yeah, that thing, it's actually a lot further off than my world. My world, if quirks were to exist, these quirks would just be seemingly as everyday, mundane things monsters have. Now it will be shocking for heroes to have them, but otherworlders, no. Everyday people to have something like this, it would be shocking, but we would get used to it relatively fast. Gran Torino said, "So, what's your offer for me?" Reamer said, "If you want, I can give you a new name and you can break the shackles of life. By giving you a name, you can become immortal and be a hero as long as you want." Gran Torino said, "I am sold." Reamer said, "Your name is Shurihiko Torino." And Gran Torino's body started to morph and grew a tad bit taller, and 2 horns appeared on his head. After he was done transforming, Izuku saw him and said, "Oh, please don't tell me we got another Hagakuro." Who's Hagakuro? Just then, someone was kicked through the door, and he landed at Izuku's feet. Izuku looked down and said, "Hey, yo, cousin." Tomura looked up and said, "Oh, what hit me? Oh, it was that guy." Just then, someone who looked very similar to Gran Torino walked in. Gran Torino looked at the person and said, "You must have been Hagakuro." Hagakuro said, "Yes, I am. We look alike. Are you an ogre?" "No, I'm Gran Torino." "Oh, you're Shurihiko." Gran Torino asked, "How did he know that name?" Hagakuro replied, "Before your great grandson supposedly died when he was summoned. Grandfather supposedly died. He was summoned to another world, but he had a child before that. I was taught by him. He told me that in the future I might meet a descendant of him, or that. Turns out his last name was Shurihiko, his family name anyways. His name was also something similar to Torino. It was Torina. So, very close." Gran Torino said, I was actually named after him. We just call him Great Grandpa. Torino said, "Yeah, the dude was actually a really good hero. Matter of fact, he taught me how to use my swords. Gran Torino said, that's impressive. Tinko got up and said, ugh. Okay, that guy, he said, pointing to Gakro, kicked me in here after I called him an old geezer. Izuku said, don't call him that, even though it technically is his hero name. And second off, what are you doing here exactly? Shigaraki looked over to Izuku and said, I thought about what you said, and I looked into it. Turns out you were right. My grandmother is alive, and can I meet her? Nana walked down from the steps and said, I'm right here. Shigaraki looked over and said, Nana? Granny? Nana opened up her arms and Shigaraki ran over and hugged her. Nana patted him on the head and said, it's okay, it's okay. Shigaraki said, it's been so long since I saw you last. After breaking the hug, he said, how's my grandmother alive? Raymer said, after she died, she appeared in my world as a summon of sorts. I only summon people that die, and their soul is still relatively fresh from their body. Can you make me immortal too so I can be with her? Raymer said, I can do you better. I can change your race too to make sure you do spend the rest of your life with her. He said, please do. Raymer said, what do you want your name to be? Technically, you've had two names, Tomura Shigaraki and Tinko Shimura. Tinko thought for a second and said, Tinko Shigaraki. Nana said, why not Tinko Shimura? Tinko looked over and said, your son wasn't the best father. Nana said, that's fair. I'm keeping Shimura, though. It was my name before his. Tinko said, I'm perfectly fine with that. Raymer said, from this day forth, you will be known as Tinko Shigaraki. Shigaraki's body immediately started to change, but not that drastically. Once he was done, he looked over and said, I feel a lot stronger. He touched the ground and it decayed a hole in the ground a few miles down. Raymer snapped his fingers and the hole was immediately refilled. Raymer said, CL, what's his skill? CL pulled up his blue screen and said, name, Tinko Shigaraki, formerly known as Tinko Shimura or Tomura Shigaraki. Race is cryptid. Skills are your everyday skills, but also Gov Decay Physis. Allows the user to decay anything that is supposedly weaker than them. Soon after, a person walked in that had a lizard-like armor on them. They introduced themselves as Stain's apprentice. Izuku walked in, saw that Stain had walked in behind them, and he nodded his head. Izuku looked over Raymer and said, he's telling the truth. Raymer said to Shigaraki, what would his hero name be? Shigaraki said, Duster. Just to be safe, so no one really connects my name to my former self. Rimuru then dismissed Shigaraki, and Shigaraki left the room. He then addressed the person in the room that said that they were Stain's apprentice. He asked what his name was. He introduced himself as Spinner. Spinner said, I am Spinner and my quirk is Lizard. It allows me to camouflage myself and also, as you can see, gives me the appearance of a lizard. And you say you're Stain's apprentice, correct? Said CL. Spinner looked at CL and said, I do, madam. Can you please explain to us why you say this? Spinner said, I've always looked up to Stain ever since I've heard about him. He's been eliminating fakes for years, but sometimes only maiming them by breaking a few bones. I admired him. People said that I couldn't be a villain or couldn't be anything useful. I couldn't be a hero with my kind of quirk. They discriminated against me so much that I went into a depression for a while. And after some time, I found out about Stain and what he was doing. I followed his teachings for a while and eventually became a vigilante of myself. Eventually, I found someone that I thought would be a like-minded individuals, but turns out I was wrong. I'm guessing they were named the legal villains, Izuku said. Spinner said, exactly. So, he said, looking at Rimuru, I'm guessing you're the guy in charge? Rimuru nodded his head, and he said, can you please make me no longer human? I don't want to be what people have always called me, a monster. Well, not human. They've called me not human so much, I've decided that why not agree with them and not be human? Rimuru said, okay, that's a weird one. So, still want to keep your name as Spinner? Spinner nodded his head and said, yes, just give me anything else. I don't really care. Rimuru said, from this day forth, you will be known as Spinner. Spinner's body morphed a bit, making his scales thicker. He grew a tail that was longer than his previous one. After he was done, CL said, name Spinner, race hybrid. She looked over to Rimuru and said, he's pretty much similar to Izuku. She looked back over to the screen and said, Dragon Newt plus Cryptid. That's an interesting one. Skills, Dragonoid. Rimuru was shocked at this and he said, wow. Surprised it's not actually very similar. Sounds like it's similar to Malim's race. Malim said, yeah, it does, babe. She said, so what can it do, CL? CL said, well, honey, it says here that Dragonoid allows the user to increase their physical strength, speed, durability, and defense and endurance while maintaining the ability to sharpen their senses, and sometimes, if overused and using too much of their magicals, it will cause them to go feral and cause to attack people even if they are allies. That's the only downside of the unique skill. Seems like Malim's rage. Malim looked away and pouted. She said, I've only done that once. Rimuru said, more like you've done every single time didn't want you tried to taunt me but couldn't. Izuku heard this and said, now's not the time, Dad. Rimuru said, just go to Dad Zawa. I can't, he's kind of, busy. Rimuru said, never mind then. Rigard then busted through the door and knelt down. He said, Rimuru-sama! Rimuru said, was it Rigard? Rigard said, I've got reports of some villains attacking the city. Rimuru jumped up out of his chair and said, Who exactly? I can't really tell, but we've got quite a few people going out and trying to fend them off. Who are the villains? Rimuru said. people like Muscular, Overhaul, multiple others, including Moonfish, Mustard, and Yuki himself. Shigaraki's fist clenched, and he said, Where is AFO? That's Yuki, Rigard said. Where is he? Izuki said, I'm with Shigaraki. I want some payback on that. For him. Rigard said, he's downtown with some Nomus. Shigaraki cracked his knuckles and he looked at Izuku, and Izuku opened a portal, warping both of them out. After they disappeared, Rigard said, What should we do? What else should we do, Rimuru-sama? Rimuru said, Get everyone together. Bring in some of the new people we've named, but we haven't introduced Izuku to. Like who? Bring in Monoma, Itsuka, Pony, Ryumi, and Koda. We're going to need them now. Got it, sir. Rigard left and met up with his son Rigard. He walked into the main room where those people were, and he said, Itsuka, Monoma, we need you. Itsuka and Monoma got up and said, What is it? You're getting your names today. Can't wait much longer. Pony got up and said, Why can't we wait much longer? We got people attacking the city. Pony nodded her head and ran for Rimuru's throne room. Naoto and Itsuka followed after her, and Rigard ran into a meeting room full of some other people. Rigard was with Naoto, Monoma, Itsuka Kendo, and Pony, where they received their names. Naoto, Monoma, and Itsuka Kendo kept their full names, but got their races changed. It's where Naoto became a wicked Oni, and Itsuka became a saint. Whereas Pony became a cryptid, and she just was named Pony due to her wanting to forsake her last name. Meanwhile, with Rigard, he was in the meeting room, and in the meeting room there was people like Vesta, who went by the hero name of Madman, also along the lines of Mirko, Armory, aka Zonda, and Venom, aka Daventry. Rigard said, We need to get out now. People are attacking. They nodded their heads, and he used his unique skill, King's Authority, to open a portal into the city. Rigard ran through the portal, followed by the others, and they found themselves in a Nomu-infested area. Rigard went to the first Nomu and ripped its head clean off. The Nomu then regrew another head, and the head grew its body back. Rigard soon followed up with by opening a portal, and him, Itsuka, Monoma, and Pony ran through. Pony charged at the first Nomu and bashed its head in directly, causing it to crumple down and die. Pony said, Their brains are exposed. That's their weak spot. Rigard said, Thank you, and ran for the next one. He punched his fist directly through its skull and through its brain, killing it instantly. Rigard and the others were still fighting off the Nomu while they were doing that. Rigard was eventually cornered by 3 Nomu, and he said to Rigard, Little help here, kid. Rigard said, On it, King. He then bolted over and summoned a sword and proceeded to chop the heads off the Nomu, which proceeded to reconnect, but not before they were engulfed in flames. Rigurd said, "Thanks for that, son. How's your unique skills coming along? I still got authority and commander. Good. Use them on the Nomu. See if you can actually manage to somehow gain authority over them and command them." Rigurd nodded his head and plunged his sword into the ground, making noise to get the Nomu's attention. He shouted out, "I am your general!" The Nomus charged at him, and he activated his unique skill, Authority, glaring at them. And the Nomus stopped, around 50 in total, and he shouted, "I am your general." The Nomus knelt down, and some even saluted him. He knew that his unique skill, Authority, had worked. He then used his unique skill, Commander, and said, "Help the citizens, help the heroes, and make sure no villains get out. If they come near you, do not eliminate them. Break their bones, yes. Aim for the arms and legs. Possibly center of mass if they're too violent. If you come across someone like Muscular, report them, fight them until one of us show up. They are for us to defeat." Got it? The Nomus nodded their heads and ran off. Rieger then jumped back down, and one Nomu stayed left behind. The Nomu was someone engulfed in mist. Rieger looked over and said, "Oboro, I'm guessing?" "Kuragiri. I was hoping to meet with Rimuru beforehand." "Well, you stick with us for a little while. I'm pretty sure you will be able to gain that name if you were looking for that." Rieger nodded his head and charged into warped open a portal, and he said, "This will lead us directly to where AFO is." Rieger nodded his head and ran through it. So did Kuragiri after warping himself away. Rieger found Izuku and Tinko fighting AFO hand to hand. AFO managed to knock them away, but just in time for Kuragiri to open a portal in front of them and warp them beside them. Izuku then activated his power armor unique skill and rushed at AFO. AFO grabbed him by the face and tried to steal his unique skill. Izuku knew this would happen, so he used Devour of Knowledge, and Devora told him, "Would you like to devour the skills of Yuki?" Izuku said, "Is that even a question?" to it. Devora said, "Now absorbing Yuki's skills." Izuku managed to unlatch his hand and also kept the thought communication going on. Yuki said, "Tried activating one of his many air quirks and skills, but couldn't." He said in a rage, "Why can't I use my quirks?" Izuku bolted over and punched him directly in the face. He said to Yuki, "Have fun using something you don't have." He proceeded to use Yuki's own skill against him, punching him directly through a wall. Yuki opened a portal and said, "This won't be the last you've seen of me." He then disappeared. Ciel then appeared next to Kuragiri and said, "Okay, I think we've defeated him for now. The villains in no other number are disappearing, although some of the Nomus aren't." "How many are there?" Rieger said. "Around 50. They're fine. They're under my control." Ciel nodded her head and said, "I'll alert Rimuru to this." Rieger nodded his head and said, "Thank you, Ciel." Meanwhile, with Vesta, back when the attack was just beginning, he appeared on the scene of it thanks to Rieger's portal, and as soon as he saw the first Nomu, he immediately hurled one of his mini daggers with a paralysis potion he made, and instantly knocked the Nomu out. He then used a few more daggers filled with the paralysis potion, and managed to knock out 5 more Nomus in total. He was going to see what exactly was going on with these creatures. But afterwards, he saw that a handful of his Nomus were leaving. He managed to make one stay by anchoring a little device that basically broke space and time and anchored a creature to it. Basically, it nullified teleportation quirks and abilities. Anything below Rimuru could not teleport out. In other words, once everyone was going back, Rieger had CL teleport the 50 plus Nomus back to the Tensura universe, so that way when they get back, they can easily create whatever they need, possibly being able to figure out how to turn these creatures into soldiers and possibly give them a consciousness. If not, they could possibly use them for foot soldiers, because they seem to obey simple commands. Vesta used his one Nomu and brought it into the base where the mansion they were staying in while they were in MHA. Rimuru walked in on him, about to dissect it. Rimuru said, "Vesta, what are you doing?" He said to Rimuru, "I'm curious about what is going on with these creatures exactly. I'm sensing magic skills coming from them, yet they're classified as quirks." Alderman walked in behind Rimuru and said, "They're an undead created by Yuki." Vesta said, "Oh, even more reason to see how these things tick." Rimuru said, "Oh, caramba, fine, but Alderman, you stay with him to make sure it doesn't go in cuckoo, or just to make sure the Nomus don't suddenly wake up." Vesta said, "Don't worry, Rimuru, I made sure this thing is fully sedated. It's not going to go anywhere. Namely due to the magical siphon crystal you have in this room. Yeah, and you're lucky I managed to make it set till you can program it." Vesta said, while pointing up a screen in front of him, "Trust me, it is. And also, thanks CL for allowing me to have access to her files. Her ultimate skill is very useful," he said while pulling an item out. Rimuru said, "What is your unique skill again?" "Oh yeah, it's research. It allows me," Vesta popped up saying, "it allows me to, figure out how things work and test hypothesis I have in a controlled environment. And thanks to CL giving me access to her ultimate skill, I have a weaker version of it. I am able to jot down notes and have a limited storage space. Basically an inventory, if you will." "This is sounding more and more like a video game," Rimuru said. Vesta said, "I know. I've read a few manga. This unique skill, that inventory sub-skill, sounds a lot like solo leveling's inventory space." Rimuru said, while drawing out his sword and pointing at Vesta's neck, "You don't spoil that for me. I was reading it before I died the first time, and I was hoping to reread it." "Wait, you know how to find it?" Suddenly, Veldora appeared next to him and said, "Rimuru, the sacred texts are... I'm done. I need more." Rimuru said, "Same here, buddy." They looked over to Vesta, and Vesta said, "I've only got a handful of copies." Rimuru said, "Give them to me now." Vesta immediately popped out his remaining books of solo leveling, which was actually the complete series, and he gave them all to Rimuru. Rimuru copied them all and made a few copies for himself and one copy for Veldora as well. He said to Vesta, "Thank you, Vesta, you are a lifesaver," before warping his own copies into his void so he could read them whenever he had the chance. Veldora grabbed his own books and ran out of the room back to his room, shouting, "Don't bug me, I'm going to be reading!" Monroe walked in and said, What was Veldora just screaming about?" Rimmer said, "The stuff he called sacred text, you've heard about that?" Monima said, "Yeah, I've heard him mention the sacred text so much. What is that anyways?" Vesta said, "It's manga. The most current sacred text he's referring to is solo leveling." Nato said, that was actually a pretty good series, especially how, the part when Sung Jin-woo came back, he then got cut off with a sword to his neck. Vesta looked on in horror as he saw Reamer unsheath his blade and point directly at Nato's neck. Reamer said to Nato, "You spoil it anymore, I won't hesitate to send you to the void." Nato said, Don't you already know how it ends?" Reamer said to Nato, "Back when I was Sato Megami, I don't, because I died before I could finish the series." Nato kept his arms up and said, "Don't you have the memories from when you brought him back to life?" Reamer looked down at him and said, while he summoned his blade, "I hate you sometimes. You know that, right, Monima?" Monima managed to put his hands down and said, I understand. I'm a go to my room now." Vesta said, "I think it's best you do." Nato managed to bolt back to his room, where he crawled onto bed and was shivering because Reamer really scared him. Soon after, Itsuka Kendo walked in and asked what's going on. Monima said, "Reamer really likes the manga," he said while shivering. "What do you mean you tried to spoil a series for him, huh?" And I mentioned that he should have his memories from Sato Megami after he brought him back to life. Itsuka looked at Nato and said, "Hey, caramba! You do realize Rimuro may be a leader, but he's also a really big fan of manga, right? He literally read a lot before he even died." "Literally, right here," Itsuka said while bringing up a file on her phone. She handed her phone to Nato, and Nato read through it. After reading a few paragraphs, he said, "This is the life of Sato Megami." And Itsuka said, "Bingo. So you managed to buy one of the books?" Itsuka said, "Yep, it was actually a fun read the first time around. I'm just now rereading it to see what kind of series Sato read before he died and then got resurrected." Yeah, according to this, it says right here that some people report seeing him just to suddenly get back up, but suddenly the wound was healed, but his friend said that he saw a beautiful blue-haired girl, possibly a man, more like a goddess, and the person resurrected him while saying "hello, old friend" to him before disappearing. And then later on, it never mentions that friend again. But except it says right here that, and I quote, "and his best friend was named Tamura. And according to this, Tamura was the one who said that. How did... I wonder if Izuku is the descendant of both these families? Izuku said while walking in. That answer is yes. Yes, I am. Izuku, when did you get here? Izuku said while turning around. Izuku said, I've been here since y'all started talking about me possibly being the descendant of that family. So you just got here? Well, after you well, yeah, but I got here after you mentioned the name Tamura, correct? Yeah, how do you know that family? You said it yourself, he said to Neto. I am the descendant of both Mikami and of Sato Mikami and his friend Tama's bloodline. Tama's bloodline has the ability to sense whenever Satoru is nearby, or possibly whenever he jumps through dimensions, namely Rimuru. Which is why, looking back on it now, I got that feeling of a close relative coming to getting closer, but I just shrugged it off. Whereas the Megami bloodline can immediately know who is nearby. It's a weird ability that the family has that no one has managed to figure out how they have it. Izuku said, what is your unique skill again? Kenda said, it's inflation. It allows me to increase the body size of any one of my body parts. Izuku eyes widened and said, that can be useful when capturing people. Izuku said, yeah, I know, it's mainly an upgrade for my quirk of Big Fist. And Izuku said, trust me, I'm pretty sure Nato is thinking of some other things you can inflate. As Izuku was looking at Nato, and then Izuku followed Izuku's eyes to see Nato looking down while blushing. It took Izuku a second to realize what Nato was thinking, and then once she walked over to Nato and said, you're not getting sleep tonight. Izuku then pushed Izuku out of the room and shut and locked the door. Izuku turned away and said, well, before he left, have fun, Nato. And Nato said, Izuku, put some clothes back on. And then Izuku walked away from the door. Izuku then came across another one of his close friends, and it was Pony. Pony said to Izuku, hey, how you been? Pony said, I'm been good, thank you. So, how many gnomes did you fight? Pony said back, I didn't fight any, I was fighting Yuki. Pony said, how strong was he? Not strong enough, I could have easily beat him right then and there. But why didn't you? Pony said, I didn't because I want to make sure he thoroughly knows what it feels like to have every single one of his bones in his body broken. Pony said to Izuku, you do realize you're very sadistic, right? Izuku said, that's what I get for being in a room with a wicked Oni for a few hours. Pony shrugged and said, that's fair. Pony then ran down the room and Izuku asked, where are you going? Pony said, I'm going to my boyfriend. Izuku said, who's your boyfriend again? Neto. And Izuku took a step back and said, Neto? I thought you and Izuku are sharing Neto? Pony said, "Yes, we are, and it has been a very fun day." Izuku shrugged it off and continued walking down the room, walking down the hall. He eventually got to Rimuru's throne room, and he walked in. He asked Rimuru to pull up some screens of Itsuka, Kendo, Neto Monoma, and Pony. Rimuru asked why he wanted to know this, and Neto said, "I just want to have a look at their background. I'm trying to figure something out. Like, when exactly Neto and Pony got together with Asuka's permission," CL said. "Yeah, that exact point," Izuku said. "Here you go." CL then proceeded to bring up the 3 files, and Izuku looked through them. Neto Monoma. Hero name, Phantom Thief. Surprised you managed to guess hero name so early in the year. Itsuka Kendo. Hero name, Woman Warrior. Makes sense. And Pony. Hero name, Rocketti. That's interesting ones. As for the race and skills, Neto's is Wicked Oni, and he has a unique skill called Thief. Thief allows the user to... this is very similar to Usurp. Rimuru said, "Yeah, Usurp is actually the main sub-skill of it. Along with Skill Bank. That's a very interesting one. It more or less allows him to copy them." Rimuru said. "Look at it again. Allows it if the target is weaker than the user of Thief, the skill will permanently steal the skill. But if the user is stronger than the user of the other skill, stronger than the user of Thief, then Thief will copy the skill that is being targeted to its best capacity." "That is a very interesting skill," Izuku said. "Well, that's not mine," Izuku said while proceeding to copy it. Rimuru looked at him and said, "You do realize Devourer of Knowledge is basically that on steroids, right?" Izuku said to Rimuru, "Oh, I know. And Thief is just an add-on to that." "Ay, caramba, dude, you are a headache and a half." Izuku said to Rimuru, "Oh, I know it. And you know that I am too." "So, did y'all manage to take out, Muscular at all?" CL said, "No, Muscular's actually one of them who got away. What about Moonfish?" "Moonfish was apprehended, along with Mustard." "Great," Izuku thought. "Oh, we still gotta deal with Overhaul and Muscular. I have a feeling that a kid named Dakota is not going to be good much longer." "Okay, can I see Itsuka's skill again? Itsuka's file?" CL brought it back up, and Izuku continued to read. "Race, Saint, skill, unique skill, inflation." Okay, I already learned about this one. Now for the last one. Okay, Pony. Race, Cryptid. Skills is 1 unique skill, Elemental Horns. Allows the user to produce horns from their body and use them as different elements, and abuse minor spirits into them. And looking at this, it has all creation, every single elemental manipulation, and that's along with analysis. This is a pretty powerful skill. Still don't need it, Rimuru said. "Oh, believe me, I wasn't even thinking about copying this one." Rimuru looked at Izuku and said, "That's a first." Izuku said, "Hey, I may like power, but I'm not going to be copying all the skills. Unlike someone," Izuku said while directing it towards Rimuru. Rimuru said, I just had the skill food chain, okay? Izuku said, yeah, say that all you want. Rimuru proceeded to give Izuku the finger, and Izuku just shrugged it off and walked out. Izuku walked down the hall, and he saw Rumi rain directly at him. After asking what's going on, Rumi said, Izuku, Kota, you're right. Musco is after him. Izuku nodded his head and said, got it. He opened a portal for both of them, and they ran through it. When they got there, they found Zonda and Ajira with them. Zonda, Izuku said, you and Ajira are to keep Muscular away from Kota. We will help. You and Rumi, you also go in there and help them. Remember, keep power low. Maybe Muscular is a lot weaker than us. So, let's have some fun with it, shall we? Izuku, you know this is a bad idea, right? Rumi said before charging in. Izuku shouted back, yes, I know, but I don't really care. Izuku then ran down and managed to get in front of Muscular and activated his power armor skill. He blocked Muscular's punch, and Muscular added more muscles on top of it and said, show me your blood! Izuku proceeded to block it again and punch Muscular into a building. Izuku then picked up Kota and bolted back up, climbed up the roof, and pulled himself up. He put Kota down and said, Kota Izumi, correct? Kota said, what do you want? You were this close to being shish kebab through and used like a rag doll. You know that, right? Izuku said to him. Whatever. Izuku said to him, your parents died to him, I know. Yeah, you don't know what it's... My dad was All Might, for crying out loud. The same guy who just escaped a few hours ago. You mean the other day? Yeah, no, technically. It's been around a few hours. Well, then again, it has. You're right, it's been a day. My day's been long. I haven't slept yet. Izuku then looked over the ledge and saw Rumi and Zonda fighting Muscular toe-to-toe. Rumi managed to get an uppercut to Muscular's lower jaw, which dislocated it. Muscular then snapped it back into place and said, that was a good one, before adding more muscles on top of it and rushing at Rumi again. Rumi blocked the hit, but was sent back into a wall. Izuku looked back over to Kota and said, stay here. Kota said, you're not the boss of me. Izuku said, stay here, or you're going to make down there being turned into a corpse. Got that, kid? Kota just shrugged his shoulders, and Izuku proceeded to use shadow restraints, which he copied from Aizawa, and said, these will make sure you stay here. He then proceeded to use shadow restraints and leap down the wall like a black whip. Like the black whip quirk in One for All. He then powered One for All into his first punch, which landed directly to Muscular. This punch sent Muscular into a building, and he thought he heard a voice saying, wow, kid, I'm surprised you managed to use my quirk on top of that skill. He thought and said, who said that? The voice said, Banjo, one of the previous users of One for All. Izuku said, well, this is gonna be fun. Now, can you please be quiet while I make sure I don't get... Whoa! Izuku then proceeded to dodge a punch coming from Muscular. Izuku then grabbed the arm and threw Muscular into the ground and slammed him side to side for a little bit. Izuku then went back to saying, can you please keep it down so I don't lose my concentration? Izuku then proceeded to throw Muscular into a wall, where Rumi managed to get on top of him and kick him around a little bit. Manjo said, "Got it, kid," and the telepathic link was cut off. Izuku then proceeded to charge at Muscular once more. He then got a message listing all the quirks in One for All. They were Instant Transmission, Smokescreen, Danger Sense, Banjo's quirk, Black Whip, and a few more. Izuku then proceeded to use Smokescreen and to cover his tracks. Muscular was looking around and trying to find where they were. Rumi managed to use her lunar rabbit skill and see through it, mostly using her all-seeing eye sub-skill. She then charged in and kicked him directly in the face. This kick completely devastated Muscular's face, completely disfiguring him, and he dropped to the ground limp. Zonda walked over and looked at Muscular's corpse. He looked over to Rumi and said, "Remind me to never tick you off." Rumi said to Zonda, "Hey, says the guy who can literally change his arms into weaponry like there's no tomorrow. I seen you nearly turn it onto a gun once." Zonda said, "Oh, really?" He then proceeded to turn his hand into a grenade launcher. "You want to prove it?" "That right there," Rumi said. Izuku got between them and said, "That's enough, you two." Rumi said, "He started it." Izuku looked over to Rumi and said, "Babe, no, you're the one who started it." Zan took a step back and said, "Wait, when did y'all get together?" Izuku said, "Oh, crumb, this is going to be a headache and a half. I'll tell y'all later." Izuku then proceeded to use Black Whip and fling himself back on top of the building. He then snapped his fingers and released Koda. Koda said, "What do you want again?" "Kid, like I was saying, my dad's All Might. He killed my mother." Koda was shocked at this and said, "What?" Izuku knelt down and said, "My mother's dead. All Might, my father, was never the best person. In fact, he was one of the worst people to ever live. I want to be a hero, not like him. I want to be a true hero. And trust me, kid, there are plenty of people that are true heroes out there." Koda said, "What about my parents? They just left." "No, kid, they did not leave you behind intentionally. They were killed by that guy down there," Izuku said while gesturing to Muscular's corpse, and Koda peered over and saw Muscular's mangled corpse. Koda said to Izuku, "I thought heroes aren't allowed to kill." Izuku said, "Well, things are going to have to change with that. If a villain like him is allowed to stay alive, then a villain like AFO will always be alive. Or a villain like All Might," Koda said. Izuku nodded his head, "And a villain like him." Koda then looked over and saw 3 people down there as well. He said, "Wait, is that Mirko, Armory, and Seer?" Izuku said, "Yep, all of them are part of my family." "A family?" Koda said, "Mm-hmm. Rumi down there is one of my girlfriends. Zonda and Najira, aka Armory and Seer respectively, are somewhat closer to cousins or best friends to me. I barely ever talk to them because I'm pretty busy a chunk of the time." You are a very interesting guy. You know that, Izuku?" Izuku nodded his head and said, "Trust me, I know, and it can be a very annoying ordeal to deal with sometimes." Zonda looked up and said, "Izuku, we need to get going." Izuku looked over at Koda, and Koda said, "Can I come with you?" Izuku asked why and said, "My aunt and my uncle are not a very busy people. They were going to adopt me, but Muscular came in, and once they were, all that happened. They've been too busy and overflown with rescue missions to even take care of me." Izuku then nodded his head and grabbed Koda and flung down to Zonda and Ajira. Rumi said, "Izuku, what are we going to do with Muscular's corpse?" Izuku snapped his fingers and it disappeared into a blue turquoise smoke. He said, "Simple. Send a Tempest. We can easily use more bodies." Koda said, "What do you mean by more bodies?" Izuku said, "Well, so that people like AFO don't bring villains like him back, I'm sending their bodies to a world where, needless to say, they don't have much power." Koda smiled at this and said, "I just hope heroes get better." Ajira said, "So Izuku, who's the kid?" Izuku said, "This is Koda Izumi, a kid I'm going to be taking care of for now." Koda said, "Can I call you Dad?" Izuku said, "Maybe later on. Just call me Izuku for now." Koda nodded his head and said, "Okay, Izuku." They walked through the portal that Izuku then proceeded to open up, and they walked in to the Tempest Mansion, where everyone else was staying. Izuku walked around and showed Koda around. He showed Koda a few more rooms, like a pool, a gaming room, a meeting room, and accidentally walked in on Vesta getting his arms deep inside a cut up abdomen of a Nomu. Koda shrugged it off, saying, "I've seen worse. I've seen injuries sustained from a landslide. I've seen people with rocks being pierced in both eyes, seeing them completely crushed like pancakes." All in response to Izuku trying to cover his eyes. Izuku looked at him and said, For a kid, you've seen a lot of nasty stuff." My parents did not really know what not to show and what not to share." Izuku said, "Well, you aren't going to be seeing a lot of that. Trust me." Said Koda. "I could really care less if we see someone like that again." Izuku continued on, and he eventually walked to Ryumi, who was talking to Izuku's other girlfriends, Momo, Toga, Kyoka, and Momo. Walking over to Ryumi, who was talking to Momo, Kyoka, and Toga, and Nejire. Nejire said to Izuku, "About time you got here." Izuku said, "Sorry, I was showing Koda around." Nejire walked over and said, "Hey Koda, how you been?" Koda looked over and smiled. "Hey Nejire." Izuku looked over to Koda and said, "I thought you didn't like heroes." "Oh, he does. Nejire said, "He didn't really know that I was a hero in training until now, actually." Koda looked over and said, "And I don't care anymore." "And I wouldn't really care because you've always also been like one of the few people who's actually been nice and looked after me. Especially with my aunts and uncle being extremely busy. Nejire took Koda from Zuko and said, "Don't worry, Koda. We will take care of you from now on." Koda said, "So does this mean you're my mom's now?" Izuku said, "I'm just going to give up right here and now and say yes." Koda said, "Why?" Izuku said, "Because once you say something like that to them," referring to his girlfriend, "they will never stop until I agree. So I've just learned to agree with them so I can just get this through." Nejire said, "Hey Koda, do you want to know how me and your dad actually got together?" Koda said, "Oh, this is gonna be interesting." It was one day that Izuku was hanging out with his friends. Oh wait, that's a wrong one. That's how you met Ryumi. I met Izuku one day, and I was renamed and became whatever I am now. And I asked Izuku to be my boyfriend a few days afterwards because Izuku here was already asked out by Momo, who was already his girlfriend previously, but then Toga and Kyoka also wanted to be with him. So later that same day, I also asked Izuku to be my boyfriend, and Momo, being the best friend she was, agreed. Izuku bumped it and said, "Ay, caramba." The girls pretty much all agreed, and I had to agree. Because you get multiple girlfriends ganging up on you, you gonna have to learn to be able to take it and actually agree. Koda said, "Trust me, you're quite spineless sometimes." Izuku said, "True, but if anything were to happen, I won't hesitate to nearly kill someone." Koda said, "Noted, and that's why you are kind of a good father." Izuku said, "As for how I met for Ryumi, as Nejire was saying, I was hanging out with some of my friends that day, namely Tetsu and Kirishima, after school, and Ryumi ran over and asked for some help because, surprisingly for her, a villain was actually managed to beat her. This villain had the ability to, deactivate mutant quirks, which was considerably harming herself because her bunny ears and her legs, without them, she would have had to retire. Needless to say, I had to run in and help her out. After that, we hung out a little bit more, and needless to say, she ended up asking me out. And even though, "How old are you, Ryumi?" Ryumi said, "I'm only 20. Izuku said, "And I am 16. Only 4 years age difference. Don't forget the age of consent is 13 here. Well, closer to 18-ish. Well, heroes, there's some flexible laws around here," Ryumi said, "that allow something like this. As long as you don't get physical for a while, you're fine, Izuku." Izuku said, "We got a kid right here." Ryumi apologized and saying, "Sorry, I forgot." Izuku said, "You don't feel sorry whatsoever, do you?" Ryumi said, "Actually, I do." Izuku said, "It's going for a battle junkie. That's surprising." Koda said, "Can you please stop flirting like that? I'm right here." Izuku looked over to Ryumi and said, "Told you. That goes for you too, Dad." Izuku said, "Koda, Quit acting like this. We just agreed. Koda eyes then shut, and Izuku tried nudging him awake. Izuku then got a voice in his head saying, "Notice, Koda, individual known as Koda, has evolved into the race known as Water Spirit due to his quirk Water Gun. Evolution should be finished in 3, 2, 1. Koda then woke up and said, "What just happened?" Izuku said, "Apparently when I said your name, you managed to become a water spirit." Koda said, "What do you mean by became a water spirit?" Izuku said, "Well, you see, all of us aren't humans." Koda thought for a second and said, "Looking back on it now, when Momo said when she became what she is now, she said that really just slipped my mind, but what do you mean by not human?" Momo said, "Well, what we mean is that being named by someone more powerful than us, especially from a different world, we became, how do you say, beyond human. I myself are a hybrid of a saint and pharaoh. Nejire said, I'm an energy spirit and saint hybrid. Toka said, I'm a cryptid and vampire. Kaioka said, and I'm just a pharaoh. And what about you, Izuku? Said Koda, looking at his father. Izuku said, well, that's the thing about me. I am a very, very powerful hybrid. Being named by Rimuru himself and being in the same room as multiple of his subordinates, I became a hybrid of a dragonoid, demonoid, cryptid, insectar, and Kijin, which is a lot more potent if I were to unleash my true aura. Which, trust me, it's a not so pretty thing what it can do to a regular human. Koda said, that's interesting. He proceeded to snap his fingers, and water flowed from his hands and formed around them into a vortex. Izuku said, how did you do that? Koda said, just felt instinctual. You know what that means? Devora said, notice, user known as Koda has unlocked the ultimate skill, Water of God of Water, Poseidon. Koda said, Dad, what did you just say? Izuku then shook his head and said, Devora, how many times have I told you not to take over my body? Izuku's eye then turned into a golden color and said, Sorry, Master. I just felt it beneficial for me to tell Koda myself what happened to him. Izuku looked at Koda and said, what are my unique skills? Skills are basically the powers we have, and I have 2 unique ultimate skill level ones. Power Armor, which you saw me use to fight Muscular, and Devourer of Knowledge, that one that just went off. Suddenly, someone was kicked through a door, and they looked and saw Kurogiri standing there, landing on the floor. Then they saw Ajira walk over and point his blade to Kurogiri's neck. Kurogiri was saying, I just came here to talk to Rimuru. Ajira said, what are you doing here, you villain? Izuku stepped in and said, whoa. Ajira, what's going on? Ajira looked at Izuku and said, this villain here wants to talk to Rimuru, but I'm thinking that he wants to attack my master. Izuku said, Don't fright. Don't need to worry about that. Don't forget, Rimuru can't be harmed. He said, I don't care. Then proceeded to point the blade at Kurogiri's neck and said, My first unique skill, Perceiver, allows me to see the weak points of people. And your neck brace is a giant glaring red. Kurogiri gulped and said, I just want my old name back. Izuku said, I thought you said you didn't want it back. Kurogiri said, looking at Izuku, I've decided on a new name. A mix between Oboro and Kurogiri. Izuku said, Oborogiri? Izuku's magicules then were siphoned off once again and were put into Kurogiri. Kurogiri's eyes then faded and the mist dissipated for a second before being remixed into a more solid body. He got up and said, Thank you, Izuku. Izuku said, Oboro? Oborogiri, actually. Ajira was still pointing his sword, which had now fused to his body, at Oborogiri. He said, What's going on? Never mind. I just remembered that you have the ability to name and not really lose magicules. Izuku said, Benefits of having a magical braid or reactor. Yeah. Don't rub it in. Not everyone has one. Izuku said, Hey, dude, I just managed to be lucky enough to be named by Rimuru, who also gave me a weaker copy. It's a pseudo magical braid reactor. I can't create stuff like Stardust. I can only create magicules. Kurogiri bowed his head and said, I think Kurogiri's going to be my hero name. I'm just going to go see how Tinko Shigaraki is doing. Oborogiri then opened a portal and Shigaraki immediately fell through. Izuku said, I thought you were going to go. Oborogiri said, I was, but he just fell through. Tinko said, No, I was warped out. They had a little argument for a second with Oborogiri constantly stating that I wanted to see how you were doing. And Tinko was saying, I was warped. How can you want... Izuku then got an idea. Wait a minute. What was your, quirk? My quirk was Warp Gate. Izuku then pulled up a screen thanks to Devora copying the screen ability of Ciel's admin ultimate skill. He pulled up a profile of Oborogiri's, and Oborogiri said, Name Oborogiri, hero name Kurogiri, race cryptid, skills mist portals. It's a unique skill. Izuku said, that explains it. And for this, you can actually manipulate the molecules in and atoms in whatever it's going through your portals. Oborogiri looked on in shock and said, That is powerful. Izuku said, Yeah. He then looked over to Ajira's arm and said, Ajira, why is your sword fused to your body? Ajira said, It's actually one of my ultimate skill. That was a gift from Rimuru after I was named from a while back. It's called Blade Transformation. Basically, I fused my own sword with my body. Izuku said, sort of like Kokushibo's Blood Demon art from, what was it? Demon Slayer. Ajira said, Who's that? Izuku said, "Oh yeah, you've been too busy teaching people how to use the sword to even read anything from this world." Basically, his blood demon art allows him to basically manipulate the length and edge of his blade, or even sprout out more edges to his blade. Your blade transformation ultimate gift, well, technically ultimate skill, seems very usable and very similar to his blood demon art. Venom then walked in and said, "We got a problem." Izuku said, "What is it?" "It's All Might. He's attacking the city again." "What do you mean again?" CL managed to look back in time a few minutes ago and saw that when Yuki first attacked, All Might was attacking a rural section, trying to destroy crops and kill some farmers so that way Japan's food supply will be shortened, but before he could even kill 5 more people, his kill count was already up to 50, he was warped away by AFO. I have a feeling that he has some new quirks. Izuku said, "Okay, Venom, I'm gonna open up a screen and see how your fight goes." Venom said, "You read my mind." Izuku opened a portal and Venom ran through it. He then warped directly next to All Might. All Might said, "Ha ha ha ha, new prey." Venom said, "No, just Venom." Venom then dashed at All Might and slashed at him. All Might blocked the hit, but his arm got cut, nearly breaking off. All Might then proceeded to use his other good arm and powered up a punch and gut punched Venom directly in the stomach. His hand went through Venom. Venom pulled All Might's arm out and said, "That's a nasty hit. Still not gonna slow me down." Venom activated his unique skill Regenerator and proceeded to regenerate the hull and used his other ultimate skill, his other unique skill, to divide All Might's strength and add it to his own. He then dashed at All Might, who felt weaker, and then proceeded to uppercut him and knock him into the ground. After being he uppercutted All Might and then jumped up and slammed him back into the ground. He then activated Divider once more and divided All Might's strength again. All Might was now back to his former weakened state. He then slammed All Might into a wall, and All Might was knocked out cold. Fast forward a few hours, All Might found himself chained to a wall, and Izuku was standing across from him. Izuku said, "Hello, All Might." All Might said, "What are you doing here? Thought I killed you." "Hey, Crumby, you are full of delusions, old man," Izuku said. "Anyways, what do you want?" Izuku said, "Nothing, but I have a few questions for you, which you're going to answer." All Might said, "No, I'm not." Izuku said, "Yo, Venom, you can come in." Venom walked in and said, "My hero name is Daventry. Stands for Divider, Interrogator, and Regenerator. My unique skills. So let's see how Interrogator goes, shall we?" They proceeded to ask All Might a bunch of questions, which All Might first refused to answer. But as soon as Venom activated Interrogator for each question, All Might was terrified and answered them. Izuku asked him, "Are you working with AFO?" All Might refused to answer, and Izuku said, "Venom, Venom nodded his head and activated Interrogator. And then in a demonic voice, he said,
"Are you working for AFO?"
All Might grabbed himself and said, Yes. And that was the last question they asked him. Izuku said, You're free to go. Rot in prison. Izuku then snapped his fingers, and All Might fell through a dimensional hole, which led into Izuku's storage space. All Might looked around and couldn't find a way out. He then looked around more and found a few souls laying around. He looked around and saw one covered in fire and said, Endeavor? Cut back to the real world. All Might's corpse slumped to the ground, and Izuku said, Yes, Devora, it's a very useful. Devourer of knowledge is a very useful unique skill. Devora said, Notice, All Might's soul has been fully absorbed. Would you like to use this as your next power source? Izuku said, Make this my main power source. Devora said, Knowledge accepted. Now making All Might's soul Izuku's main power source. Venom looked at Izuku and said, Dude, you are one very brutal person. And that's saying something, especially from my past. Izuku said, Trust me, Venom. I know, I've heard your past, and you were violent. I'm guessing that it was Rimuru that told you about my past? Venom asked Izuku. Izuku said, No, actually it was Diablo. Oh, that's interesting. Suddenly, the wall burst open and a door appeared. Izuku thought, okay, this is interesting, and proceeded to shapeshift one of his arms into a blade. And when the door opened, out walked a small purse, a small clone of someone Izuku knew. Izuku said, Moss? The clone looked over and nodded their head. Venom said, Moss is using his unique skill collector on this part. So what do you need, Moss? The clone of Moss said, Ramirez was wondering if she could use her ultimate skill in this world. And with this ability, she was hoping to possibly lure Yuki into this area so we could use it to actually attack him and defeat him within the confines of the labyrinth. Izuku said, That's actually really impressive. I should have thought about that. Izuku then asked, what was her original skill that allowed her to create the labyrinth? Ramirez appeared next to Izuku and said, My original skill was Small World, but due to me regaining my abilities of the Queen of Spirits, it then evolved into the ultimate skill known as Labyrinth Creator Daedalus. That's a Greek hero, more like a Greek villain. I can't really remember, as you said. According to the myth, that he created a labyrinth that stretched on for infinity. Ramirez nodded her head and said, Exactly that. It appears that other worlds have influenced our world of Tensura in what kind of names our ultimate skills are named after. Whereas some of them aren't nearly as powerful or interesting. Like, what's a good one? The ultimate skill for Rimuru, as you said, Void God Azeroth, and the Harvest Lord Shogarath. Both of them are Lovecraftian series, from what I understand. Lovecraftian, what is that? Rimuru said. Lovecraftian is a pantheon of, outer gods. You know Chloe's space-time god Yogg-Sothoth. That is an actual god of Lovecraftian mythology. They are a very powerful outer race of, well, gods. And Azathoth is pure chaos, which is fitting for Reamer's ultimate skill. And he got that skill from being exposed to the void. How poetic is that? Zuko said. You really are good at understanding some things. Moss piped up and said, Hey, Zuko. What is it, Moss? Another one of my clones picked up something. What is it? It was a door we opened and found a little girl. I think you should go and check her out. Izuku said, What's her name? Moss said, She says her name is Eri. She's latching on to the clone right now. I'm sitting Shin'en in right now to hopefully go and help her. Izuku said, Moss, tell Shin'en to wait for me there. Moss sent a thought communication to Shin'en saying, wait for Izuku. Shin'en sent another one back saying, got it. Moss then said to Izuku, done. Izuku then bolted into the labyrinth, and Brainworth followed after him, flying next to him and said, I'm opening up a hallway directly to it. Another hallway appeared next to them, and Brainworth said, turn here. Izuku turned to the right, nearly slipping, and bolted down it. He saw a door open with Shin'en standing on the other side. He ran through the door, and he saw Shin'en holding a little girl. Izuku bolted in and said, Shin'en, what's going on? Shin'en said her name is Eri. Yeah, Moss told me already. Well, I think you should look at this. Shin'en proceeded to have Eri show Izuku some of her scars. Izuku bent down and said, Hello, my name is Izuku. After Eri showed him her scars. Could you tell me what your name is? Need for clarification on something. She said, my name's Eri. Izuku said, got it. He then turned to Shin'en and said, Shin'en, take her back to the Tempest Mansion. I'm going to deal with the person here. Eri said, are you going to deal with the bad man? Is the bad named Overhaul? Eri shut down and started shaking. Izuku said, I'll take that as a yes. And yes, I am going to deal with him, Eri. You stay with Shin'en here. I have a friend coming in named Moss. He's a good guy. Trust me. And this little girl and this person right here, he said, gesturing to Ramirez, is going to stay with y'all too. Ramirez, keep her in Tempest, and if she wants to, keep her in the labyrinth if she gets overwhelmed. Ramirez nodded her head, and Shin'en carried Eri back through the doorway, and the door shut and disappeared. And Izuku proceeded to hide his presence from anyone in the room. Overhaul proceeded to walk in and said, Eri. He saw the empty room and proceeded to grab onto a wall and blow a hole through it. He said, Eri, where are you? You useless brat. A goon walked in and said, what is it, Overhaul? Overhaul proceeded to grab him and blow him up. Said, without that girl, my mission is pretty much over. He then stormed out of the room, and Izuku followed after him. Izuku looked around and saw that there was not many people around. He saw a few people that looked strong, but they weren't that strong from what he could detect. He then proceeded to told Devora to open a portal. After Devora opened a portal, he shot a blast of paralysis breath from his mouth and out into the portal, and the portal was in the air ducts. Soon enough, everyone was paralyzed, and he shot another blast of knockout gas through his hand this time, thanks to Midnight's unique skill knockout. And everyone besides Overhaul was out like a light. Izuku then ran out of the room, and found Overhaul in the hallway, paralyzed, and he deactivated his presence hidden ability. Directly after this, Overhaul saw Izuku and said, "How did you get in here?" Izuku said, "Friends in the walls." Izuku then proceeded to lift up Overhaul and deactivate the paralysis breath. "I am going to enjoy beating you." Overhaul proceeded to go to grab Izuku, but Izuku proceeded to shut off his quirk. Izuku then grabbed his hand and broke it. Overhaul tried using his quirk to break down his hand and reforge it. Izuku said, "You really think I'll allow you to keep your quirk? You've got nothing going. Coming." He summoned his blade and rushed at him. Overhaul tried dodging out of the way, but Izuku slashed upwards, cutting off his first arm. Then the stump was engulfed in black flames. Overhaul was gasping in pain from it, but he wasn't in pain. He got up and said, "You really wanted to show me pain? This is..." Izuku said, "Oh, you want a pain?" Right as Overhaul said that, he then clenched his fist, and the flare of pain that engulfed Overhaul was more than enough to send Overhaul being passed out. Izuku then walked over to the knocked out Overhaul and drove his sword through Overhaul's heart and out the other side. He then activated Devourer of Knowledge through the sword and absorbed his soul and quirk along with his battle experience and everything he has done to Eri. Looking through his memories, he saw everything he did to Eri. Needless to say, Izuku was more than pissed. Izuku then said to Devora, "Combine both souls. Not in the traditional sense. Make both of them my main power source." Devora said, "Knowledge accepted." Now making Izuku's power source All Might's, aka Toshinori Yagi's, and Overhaul, aka Kaihisekai, the main power source. Izuku could hear the screams of pain that their souls were in. He smiled at this. He then warped every single one of the villains out. He then said a thought communication to Ramorous. He said, "Ramorous, open the labyrinth door up." Ramorous proceeded to summon a door next to Izuku. Izuku opened it and walked through it. He then bolted down to another door that was down the hall. Ramorous had it open, and he ran out through it, and he ran into Rimmer's throne room. Rimmer was holding Eri, who was sleeping in his arms. Rimmer looked up and saw Izuku in the room and said, "Don't worry." Maz was carrying her when Shin'en saw something on another door. Shin'en then handed Eri to him, and Maz handed me to her. Reamer then flew down from his throne and handed Eri to him. "She's just asleep for a night now. She should wake up in a few minutes." Izuku nodded his head and carried Eri out of the room and into an empty room. And when He sat down on the bed. He placed Eri into the bed, covering her, and then sat in a chair. Cut to around 5 hours later, Eri woke up and saw Izuku. Izuku was sitting there reading a book. He looked up and saw Eri. He said, "Hello, Eri?" Eri said, "Is the Batman gone?" Izuku nodded and said, "Yes, he is more than gone. He's never gonna harm you again." Eri said, "Thank you, mister. What is your name?" Izuku said, "Call me Izuku." "Thank you, Mr. Izuku." Izuku said, "No need to call me mister. Can I call you Papa instead?" Izuku said, "Sure." Eri said, "Thank you, Papa." Izuku said to her, "You're welcome, Eri. So, guessing, how old are you?" So, 7. Izuku said, "And when did, if you don't mind me asking, when did all this start?" Eri thought for herself for a second and said, "When I got my quirk." "When did you get your quirk?" "When I was born." "I'm guessing you've been with Overhaul since then?" "Mm-hmm." Izuku continued and asked, "Can you tell me anything else?" Eri thought for a second and shook her head. "Mm-hmm. The bad man put the needle in me when I was 3 years ago." 4 years old, Izuku said to himself. "Okay, Eri, that's all I need to know. You can go back to sleep now." Eri fell back, turned over, and went back to sleep. Izuku heard her snoring after a few seconds and said, She was 4 years old when she was experimented on. I should torture Overhaul." Izuku grabbed a hold of a lamp nearby and bent it to where after he let go, the lamp started to lean over and bend downwards. He then restructured it and reversed time, reverting it back to when it was before it broke. Ajiro walked into the room and said, "Who's the little girl?" Izuku looked up and said, "That's Eri." Izuku then got up and said, "We better take this out of the room. She's taking a nap." Ajiro nodded his head and walked out of the room. Izuku followed after him. "So, anything else?" Ajiro said, "Yeah, we got company at the front door." "Who is it?" "Go check for yourself." Izuku said, "Okay." He walked to the front door and opened it. Katsuki punched Izuku directly in the face. Izuku was not fazed whatsoever. He looked at him and said, "What was that for, Katsuki?" Katsuki went for another punch, but Izuku grabbed his fist and said, "What was that for?" Katsuki said, "Why should I have to tell an extra like you?" Izuku grabbed his hand and threw him into the room. Threw him into the house before having a sticky ball thrown to his head. Izuku ripped it off, engulfed it in fire, and threw it directly back at Mineta. Mineta got hit in the face by it and got sent rocketing into a tree. Mineta was out cold. Katsuki got up and bolted for Izuku. Izuku basically sidestepped, and Katsuki went flying out of the house. Kirishima then walked over and said, "That's the company I was talking about." Izuku said, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This is way too simple." "Hey, Kirishima, do you want to actually try your unique skill?" Kirishima said, "How did you know it's named?" Your magic kills are off the level, dude. Being named by Reno does that to someone. Trust me. He said, fine. This should be a little fun. After all, Katsuki, you were going to try stuff to my Mina. Katsuki watched on as Kirishima rushed at him and saw armor appear on his body. Katsuki tried to gain out of the way, but Kirishima managed to get to him and clothesline him directly in the neck right as he got up. Kirishima then grabbed Mineta and used him like a bat. After grabbing, Katsuki threw him into the air and hitting Mineta against him. Mineta woke up first, before knocking out from the impact. Katsuki was sent around 5 miles away. Izuku said, "That's a little bit of overkill, don't you think?" Kirishima said, "Not really." Just then, right as they were seeing Katsuki fly away, they saw him disappear in a black smog. Kirishima then saw Mineta disappear in a black smog from his hands. But before he fully could, Izuku stopped the time and space in that section, and Mineta froze in time and space. He then rewound time before Mineta was even there. Mineta was still unconscious and was still fully awake. He said, "Oh, where am I?" He then saw Izuku and tried breaking out from Kirishima's grasp, but Kirishima just threw him to the ground and said, "Doesn't remember anything?" Izuku said, "No," but snapping his fingers, now he does. Mineta got up and said, "How did you beat us so fast? AFO gave us quirks that should be able to kill you instantly." "That's the fun thing about AFO," Izuku said, walking over to him. "You can't kill what's already surpassed death." Izuku then proceeded to kick Mineta into a tree. He then grabbed Mineta and deactivated his tie to AFO, and then proceeded to use Devourer of Knowledge to learn everything he could about AFO. He then dropped Mineta in disgust and said, "You." He then grabbed Mineta and broke his neck in a split second. Blood splattered onto his face. Katsuki said, "Was that really necessary?" Kirishima replied, "Was that really necessary, dude?" Izuku said, "More than necessary. He assaulted so many women." Kirishima said, "Oh, then, yep, that little guy deserves it big time then." Izuku then proceeded to warp Mineta's body to Tensura. Izuku then heard someone say, "Hey, Izuku?" Izuku said, "Yes, Esprit." Esprit said, We got some people." Izuku said, "Who exactly?" "We got people like Adabi and Yuki here." Izuku said, "Got it." Izuku then opened a portal to Esprit's location and said, "Esprit, get back to base and get Ramirez to open a labyrinth in this location." He said, "But that's the downside for Skill. She has to be in the location." "Then get Ramirez here." He nodded, and Esprit nodded his head and opened a portal. Izuku then closed the portal when he went through. "Esprit, you better do what you need to do." Izuku then rushed at Yuki, but Dabi got in his way and said, "Finally I can burn you to the ground." He then proceeded to throw a giant wall of blue flames at Izuku. Izuku counteracted this with his black flames, which overpowered Dabi's. Dabi then tried adding more firepower on top of it, but he was eventually knocked back. He said, "Looks like I've used my skill. Cremation!" A giant wall of black flames appeared on his one arm, and he threw them at Izuku. Izuku took the hit and absorbed them. Izuku said, "You really think the son of Rimuru, well, adopted son, would not be able to resist flames like that?" Izuku then rushed at him and summoned his sword. Dobby proceeded to summon his own sword, and they clashed blades. Blades clashed against metal. Izuku swung upwards. Dobby used the back end of his to counteract. Izuku proceeded to summon his power armor on one arm and punch Dobby in the face. Dobby staggered back and proceeded to deep down into the flames and appear behind Izuku. Izuku then swung his sword, chopping Dobby's legs off. Dobby managed to start flying on his own fire and said, "Thanks to Yuki, I managed to learn how to control and manipulate my own flames to the point I can do something like this." He then proceeded to summon more flames, and that formed into a condensed pair of legs. He said, "The downside is this is that these can..." Izuku then proceeded to slash through them and Dobby howled in pain. "You can still feel pain through them," Izuku said. "How did you..." A little technique I've picked up from Ajira. His unique skill allows him to see the weak points. I copied it. I can see them too. Dobby proceeded to run Izuku after generating more leg flames to produce his leg. And he ran at Izuku, sword in the air. And Izuku just blitzed him and rammed his sword directly through him and proceeded to turn his body to ash. Yuki proceeded to summon more Nomu that were attacking Izuku. Izuku summoned his full-on power armor and rushed at Yuki. Yuki summoned more Nomu. Izuku slashed through the number like they were paper mache. Izuku finally managed to get to Yuki before Yuki opened a portal that warped Izuku somewhere else. Izuku looked around and found that he was in a different location. He said, "Where am I?" He walked around for a little bit and found someone floating in nearby. He said, "Who are you?" The creature then lashed down and attacked him. He slashed the creature in half, and he then saw someone else appear nearby and say, "Welcome to the demon realm." Izuku looked around and said, "So this is the Tensura demon realm, huh? Who are you?" "I'm Izuku Tempest," Izuku said. "Who are you?" "I am the spirit of darkness." "Okay. You don't belong here." The thing then proceeded to attack Izuku. Izuku cut right through it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Esprit managed to reappear and reappeared with Ramorous. Ramorous said, "Okay, I can open the labyrinth now." She opened the labyrinth, and Esprit managed to get Yuki into it, but Yuki managed to warp out. Veyron then appeared on the scene and pulled Yuki directly into it, and Ramorous proceeded to shut the door and sealed it away. They were now in a different dimension. Ramorous said, "They're in the labyrinth now. There's no way he can escape. That is unless he has access to a different dimension. Like Rimmer's imaginary space. Yeah, don't get me started on that. That breaks every single law of physics there is." Meanwhile, with Izuku, he was still fighting more and more manifestations of these things. What are you?" "I am the spirit of darkness." "Tell me your name." The creature said, "I don't have a name. Just call me Void." Izuku attacked the creature once more, and slashing through its double. Izuku said, "Where are you?" The creature said, "I am everywhere. I am with you, I am behind you." Izuku slashed upwards and said, "I'm just trying to get back home." The creature said, "Then how did you get here?" He said, "I was warped here." "By who? Yourself?" Izuku said, "By Yuki." The creature then ceased any attack, and someone in black hair resembling Izuku's self, a dark reflection, said, "Yuki, I haven't heard that name in a long time. How has he escaped this place? I thought he was within Reamer's stomach." "What do you mean this place in Reamer's stomach? I thought Reamer's was a different space." "This place and Rimuru were connected. Like I said, I am the Void. That's what you can call me." Izuku said, "So when Rimuru went to the end of time and space and returned, he gained access to Azazoth. That's what you are." The creature nodded its head and said, "I'm the Void. I am Azazoth." Izuku said, "How about I just call you Voidic?" The creature's body then proceeded to convulse and was engulfed in a bright light. The creature said, "Thank you for the name. I am now yours to command." The creature knelt down before Izuku and said, "You are now Izuku Aizawa Tempest, my master, Lord of the Void. What is your command?" "I just want to get back home right now." "As you wish, master." The creature then proceeded to open a portal and said, "This will take you home." Izuku said, "I'll summon you when I get back to Tempest." The creature nodded and said, "No need. I'll come when you need me the most." Izuku nodded and said, "What are you anyways?" "I was the greater spirit of darkness that was existing when Veldanava appeared. But now, I have no clue what I am." Izuku said, "I'll figure it out." Izuku then ran through the portal, and right as he appeared back in the real world, he looked around and didn't see Yuki anywhere. He slammed his foot down and used some power he absorbed from the void, and he managed to sense there was magic used nearby earlier. He then ran over to the location and used the void and engulfed it and opened a new door. Izuku then ran into it, and then he looked around. Ramorous was flying around and saw Izuku open a new door and was shocked. "How did you..." Izuku said, "Long time to explain." Veyron then landed right beside Izuku and said, "I've taken enough damage. Should I use it now?" Izuku said, "Do it." He then proceeded to shout to Esprit and said, "Esprit, retaliation!" Esprit nodded his head and took all the injuries from Veyron and then took them onto himself. He gasped in pain before looking Yuki dead in the eye and said, "Retaliation! Retaliator!" Yuki then fell to his knees and gasped in pain, nearly passing out. Izuku thought to himself and saying, "Retaliator allows the user to take on the injuries from someone else and then reflect them onto their target. This is a really useful skill at times." He said, "Devora, what was I fighting?" "You were fighting the greater spirit of darkness, aka Voidic. He is now your subordinate, although you won't be able to summon him for quite some time." Izuku said, "Sounds like the dude just wanted to sleep." I mean, you did interrupt him, Lord Master. Izuku nodded his head and then ran over to Yuki. He then blocked Yuki away in a temporary interdimensional prison. I don't have enough power at the moment, to seal Yuki away fully. Bring in Nezu. Rimmer's opened a door to Nezu's office, and Nezu saw it on his side, got out of his chair and walked over to it. He then opened the door and walked through. He said, "Hello, Izuku. It appears that you captured Yuki." Izuku said, "Not fully. He's temporarily locked away. I'm going to need some help with something." "And what will that be?" Nezu asked. "That will be with trying to figure out how to best get him to unfuse with AFO." Nezu said, "Why not just kill two birds with one stone? Kill Yuki and kill AFO." Izuku thought it over for a second and said, "That actually makes a good amount of sense." Izuku then turned to AFO, aka Yuki, and Yuki looked directly up at him and said, "Have fun trying to kill something that's not even here." Then all of a sudden, he turned into a pile of goop, and Izuku's eyes widened. He said, "Oh, fuck. He was a clone, twice his quirk, of course." Nezu said, "I should have seen this coming." Izuku said to Nezu, "Any ideas where his location is?" "Possibly the bar where the LV hides out most of the time," Nezu said. "Send me the location, Nezu." Nezu said, "I will. I need to get back to my office, though." And Izuku nodded, and Nezu walked back into his office, closing the labyrinth door behind him, which disappeared and morphed back into his wall. Nezu walked over to his computer and looked through a few files. Eventually, he found the security camera footage that he had of Yuki running into a bar nearby. He then looked for the address on it, and he sent it to Izuku. Izuku received the information from Nezu and went to the address. While walking there, he was met up with and by a few more people, namely Koda and Matsuki Hanjo. Matsuki said, Hey Izuku, how you been?" Izuku said, ready to find Yuki and his name. For the record, it doesn't go by AFO anymore. "How do you know?" "It goes by Gain, and I know by the fact that I've actually been able to spy on him for a while." Koda said, "I've sent a few animals to him, and all of them came back and gave me a similar report of them being in a bar. A few of my insects have even told me that I need to be careful if I ever had to fight him, namely to the fact that he's a very dangerous individual." Nezu said, "Izuku, are you with Koda and Matsuki Hanjo?" Izuku said, "Yeah, what about it?" Nezu said, Good. For the record, your codenames are Light Spear Hero and Beastman." Izuku said, "I already know that much." Nezu said, "Good, because Yuki is actually not there anymore." Izuku tapped on the earpiece and said, "What do you mean?" Nezu said, "I just looked, he's not there anymore. I think he's at another location, which is Gigantomachia's cave. You need to get there now." Izuku said, "How am I supposed to get there when it's literally, I don't know how many miles away. I don't even know the location of it." Nezu said, "I'll send you the location." "You know where this giant monster is and you haven't told any of us?" Nezu said, I didn't think you would actually go there. Izuku said, always expect the worst out of this guy. AFO was a conniving little arsehole, and needless to say, Yuki's conniving nature and intelligence does not make it any better. I got it. Nezu said. Izuku said, seriously, for a guy with the god of intelligence, Goya's ultimate skill, you are an idiot and a half. Nezu said, yeah. Intelligence allows me to understand stuff. And your quirk was what? I forget what it was. Nezu said, it was high spec. It was a quirk that allowed me to practically be able to read what would happen if I hit something. And how did you get a stinking ultimate skill like that? It was mostly due to my knowledge, my intelligence, and I can easily use that to my advantage with my ultimate skill. Of course. So, I'm guessing it has like fate manipulation and something. A weaker version just called what is called fate manipulation, but I don't have a good control over it. Nezu said, Izuku cut off the thought communication and said to them, okay, let's just get to the Gigantamachia's location. Izuku then looked on his phone after feeling it vibrate. He said, finally. He opened a portal and he walked through it. More like bolted through it. Followed up by Koda and Mitsuki Hanjo. Mitsuki Hanjo saw AFO, aka Gang, flying in the air on top of Gigantomachia and said, you will not defeat me. Gigantomachia. Gang jumped off of Gigantomachia. Kill them. Gigantomachia roared and charged at Izuku, Koda, and Mitsuki Hanjo. Koda dodged out of the way and summoned a bear claw in his arm. He slashed at one of Gigantomachia's arms, leaving a scratch but not really injuring the creature much. Gigantomachia turned around and shot a beam at Koda. Izuku got in the way and intercepted the beam and used Devour of Knowledge and absorbed it. He then rerouted it into a Magicule and put on his power armor, shooting a beam of electricity at Gigantomachia. Izuku said, I'm sending you to the void, before opening a portal up and sending Gigantomachia directly into the void. Koda said, how did you do that? A little thing I've learned after a trip to the place you sent me. Yuki said, so you met the creature, huh? Oh, you mean Voidic? Yuki's face dropped into a face of horror and shock. Yuki said, you named the thing, didn't you? Yes, the primordial spirit of darkness, aka the greater spirit of darkness, aka the primordial dark. Yes, I've learned things, especially after fighting him for a little while. Izuku charged at Yuki and got right up against him. Yuki jumped out of the way and launched a energy beam at Izuku. Izuku put his sword in front of him and absorbed it. He then opened up another portal and jumped through and landed directly next to both Kurobe and Kaijin. Izuku said, okay, it's now or never. Give me that bloody sword I need, because an energy beam then flew through the portal. Izuku absorbed it using his sword again, which then shattered, because this sword is no longer useful. Izuku then enhanced it with his unique skill power armor and launched it back through the portal before closing it. Back on the other side of the portal, Yuki got hit directly in the eye by the sword, and he kept trying to pull it out. But Izuku had activated black flames on it quickly after activating the power armor skill on it. It was burning against Yuki's face for a while, and Yuki tried creating a body double, but it was stopping him from doing anything. Kota summoned a few of his own animals that he's created and had them attack Yuki. Yuki batted them away, but they always kept multiplying and disappearing into shadows, leaping out and biting his arms. Yuki kept struggling dealing with them. Meanwhile, with Izuku, Kurobe ran over to some of the more powerful weapons and handed Izuku a katana. He said, "I call this katana the Black Void Rose." Izuku grabbed a hold of the blade, and it immediately sucked up a good chunk of his magicals. But before he can do 1/10 of it, the blade stopped. It acknowledged Izuku as its user and said, "Now establishing power core." Izuku's magicals that were absorbed then solidified into a pure magical crystal, and it morphed into a more solid-like construct. Kurobe looked on in shock and said, "That's God's steel. How did you?" Of course it was forged from Zeon's armor," Kurobe said. "Kaijin, I make more weapons like this. You can help with that too, you know." Izuku said, "Finally," warped himself out and jumped right back on top of Yuki. Izuku landed on top of Yuki and pinned him down with the sword against his shirt. He then grabbed a hold of Yuki's mask that was blocking his face and ripped it off. Izuku said, "This is going to be a good keepsake," then put it into Devora's imaginary space. Yuki said, "You really think you can harm me? I am a god!" Izuku said, "No." He then punched him in the face, knocking him out. "You aren't a god. You never were. You fought a being that was surpassing a god." He then lifted Yuki up and said, "Kota, call off your animals." Kota nodded his head and told his pets to come back. They jumped back into him, disappearing and dispersing, magicals jumping to a shadow. Izuku walked over and said, "Surprised you managed to tame so many star wolves, especially as a Majin. Trust me, it's a very tricky thing to control," Kota said. Izuku nodded his head and said, "What should we do with him?" Kota said, "How about we take his skill and feed him to the wolves?" Quite literally on that end, Mitsuki said. Masuki Hanjo said, "Yeah, it's a good point. How about we let Rimuru decide on that end?" Kota and Masuki nodded their heads, and Izuku opened another portal, this time back to their main base of operation, the Tempest Mansion. When they got right back through, Rimuru was waiting for them and said, "So you all defeated Yuki?" Izuku said, "Yeah, and got a new blade at that." He proceeded to show Rimuru the Black Void Rose. Rimuru said, "Izuku, that's a blade that was made by Kaijin and Kurobe. One of them that they were supposed to talk to you about." "Yeah, I got one from them because I needed it after my sword broke from absorbing another impact from Yuki. His unique skill may be a more powerful version of greed, but certainly was not very much powerful against my power armor. But I think that katana was not powerful enough to keep up with my growing magic skills." Izuku said to Rimuru that "I am going to need permission to keep this sword." Rimuru said, "Seeing how this thing was full of magicals and it already acknowledged you as its boss and owner, you're more than welcome to keeping it. Rimuru thanked Izuku thanked Rimuru for this, and he then tossed Yuki down to the ground and said, "He ran by the villain of Gang. What should we do with him?" Rimuru said, "What did y'all come up with?" Koda said, "I said, take his skill and then feed him to the wolves, literally." Rimuru said, "That seems interesting. So, how about that's what you do?" AFO was a terrible person anyways. Izuku nodded his head and then bent down to Yuki. Yuki woke up and grabbed a hold of Izuku's face. Izuku then heard Devora. Devora saying, "Notice, now stealing all stealer, and incorporating it into Devourer of Knowledge." Yuki then suddenly fell to the ground, struggling to get back up. "What did you do?" Izuku said, "Devora also stole most of his magic jewels. Let's see how he reacts to that." Devora said, "Accepted. Notice, no draining the magic jewels of individual known as Yuki." Yuki screamed and howled in pain as his magic jewels were being ripped from his very soul. Izuku said, "How does that feel, Yuki, to have your magic jewels ripped from your soul?" Yuki said, "Make us stop, make us stop." Masuki said, "No, let him suffer." Izuku said, "How about instead, Koda, tell your wolves it's time to eat." The wolves leaped out of Koda's shadow once he said that, and they went directly on to Yuki, shredding him from limb. Every bone and organ was devoured. Rimuru said to Izuku, Izuku, you are one cruel person." Izuku looked over and said, "I know. And I think it's about time we leave this universe. We are done with our mission after all." Rimuru said, Actually, I would more rather stay for a little while. Namely because there's a few things I still want to do." "Like what?" Rimuru said. "Still want to become a hero." Izuku said to Rimuru, "So you still want to be a hero, huh, Rimuru?" "Yes, I do." Flash forward a few years, Izuku has graduated UA and has now married Nejire, Momo, Kyoka, and Ryumi, and has now fully and officially adopted both Koda and Eri. Eri was renamed as Eri Tempest, and Koda just kept the name of Koda. But he later changed to Koda Tempest. Koda goes by the hero name of Geyser, and Eri went by the hero name of Kronos. And after being named by Izuku to Eri Tempest, she evolved into the race of Time Spirit due to her quirk Rewind. She later gained, after the evolution was complete, the ultimate skill, Goddess of Time, Cronus. She now uses this to either fast forward the evolution of someone's quirk to help them, heal them, or rewind their quirk cells back to before they even appeared. And if she wants to, she could even rewind time of the entire world. After a few years, they decided to leave that world and live in Tempest. And once they arrived in Tempest, Izuku got all of his wives pregnant, and Izuku's friends followed with him to Tempest as well. And Nejire Kirishima married Mina Ashido, who did not receive a name until going to Tempest, and everyone afterward lived a relatively peaceful life. Now, I hope everyone enjoyed today's video, and it's going to be one of the few videos I'm ever going to be uploading on this channel due to me having more fun writing, but I still have a good fun drawing. So, I'm going to be using this channel to make some characters and drawings for my other channel, and whenever I do, I will try to make some sort of video revolving around them. So, that's going to be the updates for this channel. So, yeah, until next time, everyone, subscribe to the Spectre Army, or in this case, the Domestic Army. So, subscribe today. Goodbye, and peace out, everyone.